I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
She absolutely does. She doesn't miss a trick.
Frank lives with a fear of death so deep, so corrosive, that it has stopped being a feeling and become a structure. Death is not something he reflects on, it's something he's built his life around avoiding. Now in his 70s, with a body frayed by stagnation, cigarettes and sedatives, he clings to supplements and rituals, not to get healthier, but to convince himself that he won't be next. There is no peace in this fear, only panic. And because Frank cannot face that panic directly, he disfigures it into something he can control: cruelty. He doesn't meditate on mortality, he mocks others for being closer to it. His obsession with death is not philosophical, it's predatory. A man too scared to confront his own ending, so he points at everyone else's instead. Frank's fixation on obesity and death isn't really about health, it's about dominance. He frames his obsession with diet, supplements, and exercise as, quote, concern, but the intent is clear. He's trying to claim superiority over those he sees as enemies. When he talks about others being overweight or unhealthy, he isn't warning them, he's marking them for death and claiming the moral high ground in advance. This pattern is especially disturbing because of how it mirrors his overall psychological landscape, one dominated by fear, control, and the need to harm. His so-called, quote, health advice is just another performance, one designed to suggest that he'll outlive his enemies, that their death will vindicate him, and that his obscure regimen of pills and rituals somehow grants him victory. But the truth is simpler and darker. He's terrified of his own decline, and cruelty is how he masks that fear. Frank watches the deaths and deteriorations of others not with sorrow but with a kind of voyeuristic hunger. He gloats, he speculates, he celebrates. As with the death of Michael Fazio, Frank used it not to mourn but to boast. To him, decay is something to wield, a cudgel, a scoreboard, a perverse confirmation that he was right all along. Behind all of it, though, is a very human terror. He smokes heavily, he relies on a cocktail of sedatives, his body is breaking down, and yet he clings to his supplements like talismans, not because they're working, but because they're all he has left to ward off the inevitable. His, quote, concern for others' health is projection. His gloating is fear, sharpened into spite. Frank doesn't truly believe he'll live forever. He just needs to believe that someone he hates will die first. Fear, especially fear of death, is a confrontation with powerlessness. To know you're dying, slowly, inevitably, and without ceremony, is to feel yourself slipping beneath the surface of meaning. For most people, this fear might lead to reflection, humility, connection. But for Frank, whose entire psyche is built around domination, fear becomes intolerable unless it can be redirected into something he can control. But Frank fears death not because he values life, but because death is the final silence, and silence is the one thing he cannot endure. His mind, long fractured by what reads like a constellation of untreated or poorly managed disorders, narcissistic traits, borderline volatility, compulsive lying, paranoid ideation, has no room for reflection, no capacity for peace. His internal world is not rich. It is a scorched field of noise, delusion, and spite. In that terrain, death is not just the end of the body. It is the collapse of the only flimsy structure keeping his madness upright. To die is to become invisible, unremarked upon, forgotten, a fate worse than any torment he can imagine. His pathology demands attention, even if it's hatred. Death denies him that. It renders him irrelevant. And for a man whose entire identity is built on being loud enough to drown out his own emptiness, that kind of silence is annihilation. Cruelty is how he copes with fear by way of redirection. When Frank mocks someone's obesity, predicts their death, or celebrates their decline, he's flipping the script. He's not the one dying, they are. He's not weak, they are. It's a kind of magical thinking, a psychological trick. By watching others decay, and by actively participating in their humiliation, he convinces himself, even if only briefly, that he's winning a race he is otherwise doomed to lose. Cruelty becomes proof of agency. If he can hurt, he must still matter. If others fear him, then he can't be erased. This is why his insults are so often dressed up as, quote, health advice, not because he believes in wellness, but because that veneer allows him to feel superior without confronting the raw panic underneath. He can frame it as guidance, even charity, while what he's really doing is trying to escape his own irrelevance through the degradation of others. This isn't conscious strategy, it's pathology. He doesn't say to himself, quote, "I'm afraid, so I'll be cruel," unquote. The mechanism is automatic, instinctual. It's a loop. Fear leads to humiliation of others, which leads to a momentary illusion of power, and then he repeats himself in the repetition all over again. It's a way to keep himself from feeling small, decaying, forgotten. But like all loops, it never resolves. It just circles. Because cruelty never actually cancels fear, it just delays it. And the longer that delay continues, the more savage it becomes. Hence the increasingly obsessive focus on death and the causes of death, all while ignoring how his own practices are undeniably speeding up his own inevitable death. Frank doesn't confront death. He circles it, snarling, as if noise might scare it off. But death isn't listening, and neither is anyone else. What remains is a man hollowed out by fear, lashing at shadows, trying to matter through harm. There is no strength in it, no legacy, just the slow, mean unraveling of someone who never learned how to live, and now, facing the end, can only scream into the void, hoping it screams back.
Oh, good morning, folks. You know the routine. Let a few people show up. I don't feel like repeating myself. I really want to do quite a bit, but I'd rather a few people show up before I start talking about whatever I want to talk about this morning. $8 miles from home, and I kind of, sort of follow these people, not religiously, but I tend to tune into their show, and I'm always in awe. I think his name is Jay. He's brilliant. He's brilliant. These are a British couple, kind of mixed. He has darker skin. I'm not sure of his ethnicity, but they're both British, married, have a very brilliant, brilliant child. And she's quite entertaining herself. And of course, their dog, Poppy. Okay. Let me tell you something. This show has all the elements. It's almost you'd think it's by design. I don't know. If so, it's brilliant. So they got people following this family, a British couple and their child, who I said is brilliant. The dog, Poppy, so they got the dog in there, they got the child in there. You've got a kind of a mixed ethnicity couple from Britain, accent and all, and they have managed to get sponsors and get free expensive items from sponsors, like EcoFlow, which is basically a power bank, expensive. They always seem to have a decent vehicle to drive. They have all the tools and different things necessary to survive and create. And oh gosh, I got to go on. No, it has nothing to do with jealousy. It has to do with, I'm saying that. It has to do with, I'm in awe because he has something like, I don't know, 300,000, somewhere around there, subscribers. And he's got sponsors, and they're young. They're only like in their 30s. And I used to ask myself, how do you make money? Do you have a work history from Britain? What happens to Social Security age? You're going to receive any money. But I'm thinking that his wife, his father, who visits them and gets along very well with her husband, Jay, has a lot of money. And maybe he helps out. They don't seem concerned about their retirement future at all. generally you want to work and generate, Social Security income. I guess they have Social Security in Britain. I don't know how they work it there, but most places do. Doesn't be seem to be concerned about that. It's a great situation to be in. And as I said, it's not envy, it's awe. And I think it's awesome that with his brilliance, I think he's brilliant, actually. I think he's brilliant. He's a very successful YouTube channel. That is a great example. And that's why I'm plugging it. They've showed you thick and thin of what they've gone into, moving or acquiring something. When they went through storms in Surigao, where they live, and uh, it's just the right elements coming together. You know, the saga of their life on an island. In Surigao, and what they've gone through with storms, with just about everything. You think it's a made-for-TV drama or series or something. See, that's what I call a successful channel. There you go. If I had to name a successful channel, I kind of like them. I kind of like them. That's why I'm talking about them. And their girl is brilliant. Now she's pregnant. She's about ready to pop out another one any day now if she hasn't already. And but of course the one thing that always came to my mind, he's not working. He's like in his 30ish, somewhere around there. Where's he getting his money? Even being out there initially when he first came to the Philippines, and they traveled around too prior to that, I believe. And it's like, what's the story? I tend to think that the parents have money, or at least her father does. I think that helps out. You know, she's very close to her father and mother, and they like him. It's just you know you're gonna make that soup, and you just add the right ingredients. It comes out to be a superb soup. And this is what they have going for themselves on there, and I'm really happy for them because they made a lot of decisions in their life and changes too. They became not really vegans, but some more like vegetarians. Several years back, I don't know, they both decided to do that because they like animals and so forth and so forth. You would think there's a script in this, that it's some Hollywood movie or something. You'd think there's a script. But there's really not a script. And this is the life this couple is living, and pretty much uncensored. I mean, all the elements. You got to have a dog in there to have a family movie, right? They got the dog. They got the dog. Okay? And to make it a real family, you got the child. You got the child. Then you have a British couple. One is mixed ethnicity, whatever. He might have a little bit of African American in it. I'm not sure. Um, she's whiter than milk, and he's the opposite. And we're just giving you dynamics, whatever of all about the show. Brilliant. That's all I can say is brilliant. And how he has the ability to figure things out, which I tell you what, I couldn't. I mean, I'm older. My brain ain't thinking as his young brain is thinking. That's for goddamn sure. But he always manages to resolve a problem. As they say, absolutely brilliant, brilliant, and they are brilliant. They are brilliant. It's not often that I'm going to praise a channel, to give such a great review to anybody's show unless it's actually deserved. The thing is, I mean, I think YouTube's going to be around a long time, but I would think they still would not have a problem if they lost their YouTube channel with over 300 something thousand subscribers. See, a lot of people, they come to the Philippines and they're really young. You're thinking, I used to ask questions about other vloggers too that were young and, well, they had a successful show on here. And I used to think the same thing. How are you traveling around at your age? You're not working. You belong to a mission. Are you a missionary that, they're funding your trips to spread the word of God or something or whatever? What's the deal? These young people traveling around and living in different countries, and how the hell are they doing it? So yeah, I've always been a little bit perplexed and curious about how these people do this stuff. Always seem to have money for this, for that, buying a house, this, that, a vehicle. And they're only like in their 30s. Far from retirement age. So I'm one of these curious people, actually, on how these people actually do that. Inquiring minds want to know. A formula for success. And they've done it. Pardon me while I'm always preoccupied in the morning. You know that. Okay. There's not that many shows that I could really give a great review of. There's just one of them on my list. Hey girls, come on. Okay, there you go. Go inside. I mean, I have a couple of favorites that I actually listen to. I always mention Amazing Philippines because I like Rod. Rod's got his shit together. He makes a couple of bucks on his YouTube show. He's almost like the replacement of Chris and Cebu, because he walks around Cebu with his camera, but he'll get into something, more specific, as showing people different rentals and what prices they're charging and what amenities or lack of amenities they do have. So he's entertaining. He's my comfort show, actually, Rod. There is no stress listening to Rod at all. Rod doesn't get involved with all the troll shit and all that, and that's why I appreciate his show. He doesn't do lives, which I think is a key element in a successful show. Everybody thinks that doing live shows is more successful, but it's really not. It's really not. And people look forward, especially if you don't do many shows. And the reason people do a lot of shows, if they go live and they, expect to get super chat or super thanks, or they're pushing their donation box, But the way to really go, if you really care about putting a successful, me, I don't give a shit, I get a few viewers, I have to say what I have to say. It's, I'm not monetized, it's no big deal. But if I was in the other direction, yeah, and I've always said that, I would only do uploads, because live streams is just a lot of trouble. Sure, you get the super chat, super thanks, all that crap from a live, when you're doing a live stream, but you'll find that people tune in for several reasons. More so, if you don't do a freaking show every day, like monetized channels such as oh, what's his name? Mike, Philippines something, with his wife Janet, he always has something to say. But sometimes it gets to a point where some people have too much to say, motor mouths, and it's like they seem to come off as playing off their experts on just about everything in the Philippines. But then the usual happens. They become very repetitive, very redundant. Because, when you really get into a channel, you're monetized, you got to keep it going, you got to keep the rhythms going, you got to keep the AdSense coming in, and then it becomes like a major obligation. You get spoiled because you're making X amount of money from revenue from your YouTube channel, whether it's PayPal or whatever you add. They have that whole list and ways to send them money. Through all those avenues, and it all adds up. They're not doing nothing wrong, but, you know, capitalism. If you can make money from your show, I mean, a lot of money, if you care to, then why not? If you're living in a foreign country, most of these people are living on the Social Security income, and there's no problem, and it's nothing wrong with making more money on your show. Things come up, you might need extra money with your revenue from YouTube. Well, there you go. So, those are a few dimensions on here. Yeah, 8 miles from home, a rather interesting family, shall I say. And I wish my mind thought the way his does, but he's a young man, still very energetic, very intelligent, and seems to figure things out as problems arise. I think they're actually in a good situation with their parents, I think. I think. At least maybe her. I'm not sure about him. Always makes reference more to her father that comes to visit. Then I don't know what's going on with his family. I'm not sure if he ever mentions it at all. But I say bravo, bravo to 8 miles from home. I don't promote many channels on here. But when I think a channel is worthwhile, as I said, I don't listen to them religiously. I just kind of tune in every now and again. Oh, like, what are they up to these days? That kind of thing. But these people never go without. They never go without. And a lot of these vloggers, I mean, that are young and living in the Philippines, you can't just live in the Philippines and expect to live off your YouTube show. I imagine they could, but I think there had to be more than that to begin with. There had to be some kind of money prior to this from some source to be able to travel around, even to different countries like they did, and land up in the Philippines and do the things that they've done. There's always some little magic sparkle behind all this scene and how a couple can get started like that in a foreign country. Well, anyway, I'm going to keep this short and sweet, and every now and then I like to do a promo, a little plug for a channel, and I don't mind. As I said, the word is, and the British word is brilliant. I think he's brilliant, actually. Every element in his show appeals to just about everybody. Having a dog that's on camera becoming well known, having a very intelligent young lady as a child who is absolutely brilliant for her age, okay, British wife, and it all comes together like some kind of well-directed movie, actually. I say bravo, I say brilliant, and you too can have a popular show, but you have to have all these ingredients, all these elements. And I think this couple, this family, they have every one of them. Whether it's by design, I don't know, or whether everything just kind of fell together. I don't know that either. But whatever they're doing, I think they're doing pretty righteous. You can only wish these people well. They're not going to tell you everything, but they do have sponsors. You get to the point where you have sponsors, you make money on there, you make money on super chats if you're live, you make money from different platforms, and they do it all. They might even have, I don't know, they might even have products to sell like t-shirts and all kinds of stuff. Talk about enterprising. I tell you what, a YouTube channel could be quite enterprising. It could branch out. We're talking about making buku money here now. They start off as a, grassroots channel, and it builds up. You got all the elements, and then top of that, you're sponsoring, products you're getting paid for, and they even give you the product. You're making money from different sources. You're selling stuff. Then you've got memberships on top of that you're getting paid for. That's a successful channel. There's not that everything comes together. Everything just seems to come together. By design, by planning, I really don't know. So it's nice to say some good things about a YouTube channel, because I don't find that many out there that's really worth talking about, because basically people get carried away with what they do, but they don't come on there to be very serious. If they were serious about the channel, they would take a different direction and learn from people like 8 Miles from Home. Now, I'm not really sure where the title came in, 8 Miles from Home, and what the reference is. I never asked about that. But the reason I'm talking about this is that, I never really spent time thinking too much about their channel. But as I started to listen to it again, and to remember some of their old videos and what they've been through, and storms, and I'm thinking, man, this is like a Hollywood movie. This must be scripted. It has to be. Because I don't know. It just seems too good to be true for them to be in the position that they are. It's starting to sound British here with the brilliant thing, But the show is brilliant. This is when the stars, the moon, and everything align, and everything else that comes together, and you've got this fantastic, whether it's choreographed or not, you got this fantastic YouTube channel with all the success and the bells, the whistles, all the elements. You got the family thing where a family could listen to and watch it, because they got the dog, the domestics of this, and you got the brilliant child who is brilliant. You got the British wife. They got the accents. Moon and the star and sun, everything aligns. Now, you never usually hear me saying something so supportive of a channel, because I haven't really found that many YouTube channels that I could say brilliant, and use that word brilliant, which is not always in my vocabulary, but British people use that word all the time. I would have to say they are brilliant. Wow, when did you ever hear me giving such a plug to a channel? But it's not like I listen to them all the time. I just tune in to kind of see all these magical things that are happening. He's got the best of internet. He's got just about everything. Power banks. He's got solar. What I like about him is that he's very inventive, and very creative. Absolutely. And what did I hit on here? Did I hit something on here? No. Show live video. Okay. That's about it, really. Nothing more to report today. We have kind of a very overcast morning here. Lots of clouds and gray clouds, too. I heard some comments on a troll channel. Even Frank's girlfriend, she's up at 5 in the morning sweeping the yard. She absolutely is. We both get up early, and what she's doing is actually correct. She's moving her body. She's doing something out in the yard. Here we go with the British thing. Brilliant. It's brilliant in what she does to me with some of the exercise in the morning. After being very stagnant overnight in bed, you get up in the morning and you face the morning. That's what she does. That's what I do. Brilliant, I say. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. My new word. I kind of like the British because the English because when they speak the King's English. I mean, they speak real English. In America, we have so much slang. And we don't really pronounce the words the way they're supposed to, really. If you're going to schedule an appointment, we'll say schedule, they'll pronounce the words like it's supposed to be, how it's actually spelt, schedule, instead of schedule. That's another difference between the British and Americans. There's so many words that you would never pronounce them the way they do, but in fact, that is real English without all the American slang thrown in for good luck, you know. And we've got our famous 13 out here now. You managed to get that number back again this morning. Well, sorry if you just tuned in. I was basically giving quite a plug for 8 Miles from Home, a YouTube show that's been on for quite a while, and people who watch the show have seen this family's lives basically develop in the Philippines through disasters, and as mentioned earlier, they got all the elements of the show for everyone to watch. Family oriented, I mean very family friendly. You got the dog, all the elements. You got the dog, you got the child, a very brilliant child. You got the wife, you got the accent, you got the trials and tribulations of living on an island, especially one that does or tends to be prone to storms, which they've been through, and they've documented that in the past. But all the elements come together, and it's rare to have a show where all these elements pull together. I appreciate when there are good YouTube channels like that, not a bunch of nonsense we have on here who's gossiping about who's wishing somebody dead, wishing they're deported, throwing hate, involving somebody else's spouse or girlfriend. It just gets ridiculous. I think if people could put shows on like 8 Miles from Home, there would be a lot of shows worth listening to. And you wouldn't be listening to all the nonsense, all this dribble that seems to be plaguing the Philippines genre. As I always say, you know, life is short. Make the best of it. I don't know where I'd be today on YouTube. I've been on a long time. if my channel would have taken a different direction, if trolls didn't come in and start attacking me, my character, and everything else, and spreading rumors and all that stuff. There's always there's always somebody to throw a wrench in somebody's machinery, but it's not a big loss to me, because the other thing is, when you get monetized on YouTube, it now becomes an obligation, because you get used to making a couple of bucks and you want to make more, of course. So basically, you feel that you got to do a show all the time. It's like you're more so trying to appease your audience than you're trying to appease yourself in some way. You get so caught up in it. But unfortunately, people can only talk about so much. If they're geared just toward the Philippines, it even limits what they can talk about. So the common denominator with that is that they talk about the same thing. They dress it up a little differently. There's all kinds of tactics to get you to listen to this show. One of them, very popular, is clickbait. And if people don't know what clickbait is, it's where you put a title on your show that's supposed to draw the attention of somebody to get the people in. Then they don't really talk about whatever was in their title. Or, very brilliant, they'll wait to the end of the show for them to even talk about what's on the title of the show, to get you to listen to the whole show. And that's pretty common. Ginger, these dogs could be nasty. And they do that. Advertisements, or whatever it is on television or whatever, it all comes together. Maybe you do give the people what they want in a clickbait situation, but generally they'll get you to listen to this show, then they'll talk about it at the end of the show. Or there's the other way around. They use clickbait in the title, but they don't talk about anything that was mentioned in the title of the show. Good morning, Counterflow. Nothing's changed, and I still got this goober that writes me. It's very offensive. Very offensive. Oh, I'm coming to Santa Fe. You should stand near the boat and watch for some white face or something to come, or something to know I'm on the island or something. This is what I mean. That's not good YouTube. It's not when you have to deal with people like this all the time. And as you know, I always talk about the psychology of people on here, and that's kind of a regular thing I do on here, because there's so many different trolls with different personalities on here. Some like to spread rumors about somebody being sick or dying and hope that you take the bait, which they are also doing some baiting. No, I don't fall for all that. I try to do my research on it. When they say that Ricky died or something, oh no, I'm not the one that spread that rumor. It didn't come from me. I simply mentioned that somebody wrote me or something and said that Ricky passed away or something, having sex, or I don't know. Right away, I wrote that off. And I just talked about it on my show. That's all I said. Ricky is probably still alive. He's just, one reason or another, hasn't posted for a couple of weeks, whatever it's been. I don't believe anything unless it's proven. That's why I tell trolls or anybody who writes me, I said, well, look, you're laying all this information on me, but you're not showing any proof. Until I see proof of something, I'm not going to believe it. No matter how much they try. 9 watching, 5 thumbs up. Well, that's not a bad combo. We had 15. Wow. So this is why I don't care. I don't have that many viewers because I've made the choice of not making this a big drama channel. And It's unfortunate that people have trained themselves to be gravitated toward channels with all the drama. I can't do all the drama. I do a little bit. It just comes with the territory. But I like being topical, and whether it brings me in a lot of viewers or not. And as I said, I don't promote the channel. I'm not, the numbers are not that important to me. As I said, I'm not monetized, but that's not what it's all about with my channel. My channel gets promoted anyway through the copycat. So in a way, they're doing me a favor. I might pick up a few new stragglers on my show that subscribe. It all works out. But I'm not complaining. It's getting sucked into this vortex I talk about all the time. And when you've been on YouTube for a long time, it almost becomes obligatory to do a show all the time. I do a show and I have something to talk about, and I don't feel that I'm being pressured by monetization and algorithms and all that shit. It becomes so much of your life, and it takes so much of your time to have to worry about, oh, let's see, let me look at my stats. Where am I lacking here? And you look at all their stats. What is the age group of the people who watch my show? What can I do to make it more exciting? What could I talk about? Maybe I could put a good-looking girl on the camera. That might help. Or invite guests to your show, controversial guests. There's a formula for what these people do. And even though they might be a dipshit in other ways, some of them are very brilliant on knowing how to bring the viewers in. They know what the elements are. Get somebody controversial to be a guest on your show. Talk about something controversial. Put your woman on camera, whether she's good looking or not. We got a lot of horned toads out there. They would find olive oil good looking. That's just the way it is. But they know how to promote their channels. And as they said, they could be an asshole in real life. They could be a dumb shit. When it comes to making money, everybody finds a way to draw in these viewers. Again, through the clickbait titles, through the elements in their show. Put the woman on camera, you're guaranteed to get more viewers and subscribers. They got it down to an art. And I'll tell you what, there's nothing wrong with that. We live in a capitalistic society, duh. You expect any different? Everybody's trying to survive out there. Nobody knows the future economy, not as let's face it, the United States got involved with Iran. They've always been enemies. Trump pulled a number on them and said, well, we can wait 2 weeks before we make a decision what we want to do, but Trump didn't wait 2 weeks. So as far as Trump being, what would be the word? I can't think of a proper, but he did say he's not going to do anything for 2 weeks, and then he does the opposite. Sometimes I get to a point and say, let everybody destroy each other. Go back to let the animals rule the world. The planet was better off. After all, like I said the other day, the dinosaurs survived 178 million years without the human presence. And humans have only been around for 300,000 years. And that's why the planet was doing very well before there were humans. But of course, it took a natural disaster to kill the dinosaurs pretty big. It actually wasn't the first time either. It wasn't even the first time. There was another catastrophic event prior to that. Jurassic time is pre-Jurassic, and I forgot what they call this period of time. But there were other disasters. And we've only been on this earth such a tiny bit of time that we're, as a species, we're basically brand new. We're basically insignificant, although we've made a very big impact on the planet. Technology is great for our lives, but then technology can also destroy our lives. And I There's a lot of people that believe that it may not be natural disasters that kill us, but could be our very own technology that either leads the way to our demise. Well, one way or the other, we're going, right? Our natural lifespan. I don't know. Think about it. Would you want to live to be 150 years old? I don't know. Everything has a beginning and everything has an end. And maybe there's some people out there that don't really like their lives. And they don't want to live to be 150 years old. Especially if they're lonely, they're going to be 150 years old and being all these years of being lonely. That could be quite a punishment. So I don't know. I guess there really has to be a limit to somebody's life. Maybe you don't want to live that long to witness all the disasters that's going to happen on this planet. Maybe you had a horrible life and you just don't want to live 150 years to continue your horrible life if that's what you have. There's a lot of ways of looking at this, really. If your life has been one disaster after another, I don't know, you really want to live to be, say, 150 years old? They say we're around the corner from that happening, but then when you examine other things going on with obesity and stuff, I mean, they're saying, okay, new modern medicine and medicines and, diet suggestions, and as they're learning more and more ways of extending your life. And when you think about it, you say, for what? But it's being counteracted by dietary habits and so forth of people, because one of the big things we always talk about on my show, and probably will continue to, is that one word, obesity, which has plagued our planet, plagued the people. Where we're advancing in technology and medical practices and medicines and so forth, it's being counteracted by people's diet and what they consume. It's not necessary to drinking. It's not necessary to smoking. There's so many other elements. But when they say you are what you eat, it's true. You can't have a planet of obese people and expect longevity. So although we have made great headway, to modern medicine and cures and remedies and so forth, which will extend a species to normally give you a longer life, but then it's counteracted by people's dietary habits, which push everything back. When you talk about the average age of a person, blah, 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 it doesn't necessarily apply anymore, because people are dying a lot younger rather than living a longer time. They're dying a lot younger. They're not living to the maximum age that your genetics or anything is allowing you to live. But that's not what the genetics are doing to you if you got good genes. But whether you have good genetics or not, it's what you do to yourself, what you eat, what you consume. Oh God, there's so many things I've been learning. Even something as simple as getting up in the morning, what you should be doing, what you shouldn't be doing before you go to bed. So many things I've been learning, and I try to share some of this stuff with you people. Some of you appreciate it, some people don't. I'm actually surprised I don't have a couple of 100,000 subscribers. I really am. It's not that I want to toot my own horn, but I do manage to venture into some topics that not many people talk about or are afraid to talk about or be blunt about. I'm kind of a hit you in the face channel. I'll tell you like it is, how it really is, not how it should be, could be, but how it really is. That's how I approach my tiny little channel here, with only 9 viewers, 15 at the best this morning. Yes, it is amazing that much. I don't promote it. I don't, the metadata, all that stuff to get your show out to where people could see it and know you're there. I don't do any of that shit. see the purpose really. And this channel should have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and it don't. But there are ways of promoting your channel, but it's something that I never really got into. I'm thinking, what's the purpose? Unless, money is your motive, and I'm not starving here. I can tell you that. I'm not really overindulging in life either on any level, to be honest with you. No, I'm not. But for what I witness on, people are trying really extra hard to push the envelope, and I personally think they're spending much too much time producing shows on here. And when you're supposed to be retired here in the Philippines, and you know how it is, they say it's more fun in the Philippines, according to how you look at it. But I don't know if you really call it fun. Maybe some people to have a successful YouTube channel. It's the revenue. People are all capitalist. It's all about the money. It's always been about the money. Sex is about money, whether you like it or not. It is. It's power. When you have money, you have power. That's how some people attract women, with money. Doesn't mean it's a solid relationship if it's based on your financial portfolio. But some relationships are based on that. Money is power to many. And they succeed with that power, having money. And there are certain type of women that are attracted to that money equals power theory. Well, it's a theory that's been proven and in action all the time. Go for some poor Filipina who's struggling, and you got money. Sure, there's a better than good chance she's going to be attracted to you for that fact, but like I always say, I don't want a relationship like that where money is a denominator of the relationship, because it don't last. One thing is going to happen down the line. It's a matter of time, really. What if the money runs out? She'll run out, if that's her motive. Yeah. I don't know, I'm one of these people that I'll give good advice on here, whether people take it or not, that's up to them. I actually think a lot of people have. I mean, all this back and forth with Kevin, now he's starting to try to go out and prove, I could walk. He's realizing, and believe me, these people do absorb what I say. They do. They're not going to admit it. But I could think of numerous people on here that are proven to be way over their safety weight, that are now going to the gym more and they're starting to eat different or eat better or trying to, maybe some of them unsuccessfully, because old habits are hard to break. Believe me, I know. I have had a big influence on people on here. I like to think I've had a positive influence on people with some of the things that I talk about on my show. I think I'm being pretty informative on my show. And the trolls are not going to admit it. They're going to just find ways of downing everything you say. But that's what a troll is. That's what they do. I mean, what do you expect from a troll? There's a lot of elements of envy, jealousy, and all that stuff that goes on a regular basis on here. They're not going to come out and say, well, Frank, I'm jealous of you because you did get your life together, which I did, actually. And when you think about it, you've been following me for a long time. You know I have. Sure, there's been a lot of adversity. That's YouTube. What do you expect? It is what it is, and you just got to deal with it. You decide to come on this media and decide to put shows on. You're not going to get everybody who's supportive of your show. That's not the way it works. Even some of the best channels out there who have a cotillion of followers, they're still being heckled, and there's still people attacking them. Some people are jealous of somebody's success on here. Maybe they always wanted to have a show, but they didn't know what to talk about. And most people don't know what the fuck to talk about on here. I've noticed that too. That's a common element and denominator. So they just become very redundant and they just talk about the same thing over and over again. Now, if I talk about the same thing over and over again, I'm trying to make a point, not to purposely be redundant. But sometimes I find myself having to review something or an issue or a statement or somebody's show because it kind of ties in with my topic matter. And I'll make mention of certain people and certain channels and trolls and so forth and so on. Remember, I always say there's a method to my madness, and there always has been for all the years I've been on YouTube. I can't say everything has been choreographed, but there's been some stuff that really has been choreographed. I mean, I'm allowed to have a little bit of fun now and then, and I do. I know if I say something, they're going to take it for take it for the truth, which I do speak the truth on my channel. I expect people to take what I say for truth, but not everybody sees it that way. But I do have my fun on here too, because I know if I talk about something, they're going to take it to heart that really happened. For example, let's go all the way back. Let's go to trip down memory lane. Everything from the tree, everything from, what was it? I'll get a tree. I don't know. There's so many elements in there. Shine 'em up. Oh, Shine 'em up was my best. Shine 'em up was my best choreographed show I did. And you still hear about it today. Shine 'em up, Gilda. Shine 'em up. As if we had guns and all that stuff. We don't have any guns around the house here. No. I'm afraid to have a gun because I'm afraid I might use it. Do you want to be honest? I'm afraid I may use it someday. I don't have any guns around this house. No. I don't have any guns. I'm not saying she doesn't. I don't have any, but you just never know. You just never know. Shine 'em up. Shine 'em up. There's things I talk about and there's things I don't talk about. But, you also don't want to put a gun in the hand of somebody who has some real issues with somebody else on YouTube. I think that might be dangerous to err as human. You might be tempted to use it someday. You don't want to be in a position like that. There are other ways to deal with people. I think I've done that very well. I would say I did. I don't know about you. Brilliant, I tell you. Brilliant. There's a method behind my madness. I admit that I've choreographed some stuff on my show through the years, and people picked up on it to believe it. And people are very naive. They really are. But I have to say my best would have to be to Shine 'em up. One of my best. That's the one I could think of that really to this day is still talked about or mentioned or whatever. And that's called choreography. So yes, I've had my fun on here, and I have entertained myself on here in numerous ways through the years. I'm not saying I've lied to people, because predominantly my show is all about truth, and all I ever do really, when you think about it on my show, if I'm talking about another person's show or a troll, it's from information that's already been out there. Maybe something they produced on their own channel, audibly or visually or both, And that's pretty much it. I don't make up stuff on here. I just report stuff or talk about stuff, but I don't stretch the truth on anything on here. I've talked about some pretty personal issues on here. Why? Well, because I could, and because I didn't feel I was doing anything wrong, and I'm a very honest and outward person. There's nothing to hide, so there's certain personal things I don't mind talking about, whether it's a relationship with my daughter, blah, 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 which become a big issue on here. But I'm guilty of that because what you put out on here gets spread around, and they will build up on it and build up on it and add different elements that don't exist. You know how that works. Nobody knows the real truth unless you're living in their shoes. I mean, that's the bottom line, really. You say anything you want about somebody, but unless you know them intimately and personally and living with them or know their life personally, you can say anything you want on here, but that doesn't mean that's true. And Mr. Flying Turkish is back. Good morning. And yes, by the way, just to emphasize this, I do know that the majority of the people who come on my show are indeed trolls under sock accounts. I told you I'm not that naive. But I let them talk because if they're not causing any problems, then I don't have a problem with them. I will automatically, initially, when some new viewer comes on and they're being awfully supportive of me and awfully friendly, I automatically assume that they are a troll. Like I've been around for a while. I've seen it all. Well, sometimes I thought I've seen it all and I haven't yet. I'll listen to somebody's show and they do something so radically ridiculous or make such a ridiculous statement or that you have to scratch your head and say, what the fuck? And I got hearts coming to me. Thank you. Thank you. Now, we're not as I said, I don't push my channel. I don't have reason to do that. Monetization is not my goal. I've got enough watch hours and I got enough subscribers to monetize, but it's something I don't do. I think the only thing I've ever offered on my show a few times was my Gcash, which I still don't even put it on. Do you see it in my description? I don't even put it on there. I could get a PayPal and all that shit, but I don't do it. I just don't see the purpose. Because I know I'm not going to get many donations from people anyway, so it's not even worth doing. I've been down that road before, and it didn't work very well. So why go through all the trouble of monetizing? I'm not destitute, or I have to depend on revenue from a YouTube channel. But there are, unfortunately, a lot of people who do depend. If these platforms ever disappeared, YouTube and all that, I don't know. I think these people would probably be close to destitute. You take things for granted that YouTube and all that is going to be there forever. And maybe you built up hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and for whatever reason they disappear, maybe through no fault of your own, or maybe through a fault of your own, then you're back to the drawing board. And everybody who has a lot of viewers, they're at that edge. Something could happen. Somebody could report your channel or something, whatever, and get you knocked off. YouTube may change certain policies or something, or disappear altogether. Where are they going to be? Flying Turkish says, see, your advice is making me eat healthier. Like I said, I don't come on here as a know-it-all. That is not my intent. And if I come off that way, I apologize. But all I'm doing is sharing information that I learn. And I always make a disclaimer, too, that I'm not a doctor or anything. It's just that I could read and I learn things. And I try to apply, for the most part, to myself. I'm not always totally successful. Like I said, right now this morning, if there was a piece of cake or something in the refrigerator or something, I probably would have it with my tea. If there was a delicious quality chocolate chip cookie or something, I'd probably be having it with my tea. I'm not perfect. I never said I was with my diet. All I've ever said is from what I see on YouTube visually and etc. People don't have a good diet on here. And it shows by their obesity. And all the trolls, most of the trolls that I've had a problem with, they have one common denominator I talk about, and they're all obese. That's why I laugh when they say, oh, Frank, you're this age and that age, and you don't have that much life to live. How do you know that? If I don't know it, how could you know that? Because you got a crystal ball. You can't automatically assume because somebody reached his 70 mark, that he's going to die in a couple of years. It just doesn't work that way. Flying Turkish says, I realize Philippines food that's available doesn't have enough nutrients, and I need supplements. Yeah, sometimes you do. it's sometimes geared to your own personal needs. What do you not? You can always get certain tests, blood tests, and things if you're getting certain minerals and so forth in your diet. But the crazy thing I didn't talk about today, this issue about water, and I got to bring this up. Coming into my mind right now, I have to bring this up. There's been a lot of controversy as to how much water you're supposed to drink per day. And I didn't realize how delicate, your kidneys are of one of the things. And we're not going to talk about kidney stones, but it's part of it though, and why you develop them, and have renal problems, kidney. And what they're saying, and it seems to be um, from just about everyone in any kind of medical position or scientific or nutritionist, are saying that yes, it's according to your age too, but that they're saying you need at least 2.5 liters to 3.5 liters a day of water. And I'm thinking that's an awfully lot amount of water. Now, one guy will say, well, you should have 8 cups of water per day. All right. Now, what size is your cup? Is it an 8-ounce cup? That's 64 ounces. So that's what? Yeah. Okay. All right. That's 64 ounces. That's 64 ounces. I think you could get by with that. Um, but to suggest that some people say you need over 3.5 liters of water per day, that does seem quite a bit of water for one day. Oh, Counterflow says, I'm amazed people point out age as a negative when we should all aspire to be 71 plus. Well, yeah, that's a good point, which I've made on here many times. Look, I'm aware of my age. I mean, how could I not be aware of my own age, right? I know I'm not a child anymore. I'm not 12 years old. I'm not 30 years old. I'm not 40. I'm not 50. I'm not even 60 anymore. I've had my opportunity to be young. I was not deprived of youth. I've had those opportunities already, like everybody else will, or many people will. I did not miss out on anything in life. I didn't have to miss out on it. I've had my youth. But you can't stay youthful. They haven't come up with a fountain of youth yet. But I'll tell you what, they're working on it. I think that's going to happen. Or at least something that's going to retard. And there's one guy that's actually working on it, Brian Johnson. I mentioned him before. He goes way out there. He's a millionaire. He's doing all these crazy things to reduce his physical age, as far as his whole metabolics and all that. But I don't want to get into that. He uses everything from infrared light to this to that to this to that. He's got a whole team of people and doctors that are monitoring every function in his body and eating certain things to do this and do that. And it's just crazy. Where I think the guy is spending most of his life doing these things rather than going out having fun or something. He's just having these battery of tests and analysis going on every single day. I don't know. That gets a little bit outlandish, you know. No, it is an accomplishment to hit 71. It absolutely is, considering there's people who die a lot younger than that. And like I said, I get a chuckle out of some of our trolls on here. As I said, if you look at these people, they're clearly, 1 foot on a banana peel, 1 foot in the grave. The majority of them are obese. And I'm not trying, if you're overweight, I'm not trying to make fun of you at all. It's an observation and a statement I'm making that obesity kills. Smoking does, alcohol does. I understand all of that. If you want to throw stones at me for smoking, you have already. I know I do. But all I've been trying to say, and they try to label me as, well, you're being a real hypocrite. Because you smoke, Frank. I do. I admit I smoke. It's a bugaboo I have. It's an addiction. But what I've been trying to tell people on my show is that to do other things that are going to be good for your body, if you can't do one thing and you're finding it difficult to get rid of that, at least do other things that are good for your body rather than compiling other bad things by overeating and lack of exercise, this and that and this and that. That's all I've been trying to say on my show. I'm not trying to hide the fact that I have one habit that's not exactly the healthiest thing in the world to do. I talk about it all the time. I don't hide it. I don't hide it. I'm not trying to be, introduced as all this hypocrisy. I admit it. But again, all I'm trying to do is saying that there's good things you could do to your body besides bad, and that it's better to do some good instead of all bad, to counteract perhaps the bad that you're doing. That's all I've been saying on my show. My 65-year-old mom, everything in moderation. You must be pretty young if your mom's 65. How old are you, Counterflow? So I'm saying what you do while you're still youthful is going to pave way to when you become to that senior age, it's going to benefit you. And my parents never did. You're 64. Wait, you said 85. I thought it was 65. Your 85-year-old mom. Sorry, I didn't wear my glasses. I thought it was, 65. Okay. Everything in moderation. You're 64. Okay, you're not that terribly younger than me. Well, by 6 years or so, whatever. That's why I laugh, and I hate to bring people's names into here, but nothing's ever stopped me before. When Big Kevin calls me old man or anybody labels me old man, again, I snicker at that too, because if you're 63, you're not a young man. Okay. You're far from being a young man. And there's a, 7+ year difference between me and Big Kevin. But there's a lot of differences because I've never been obese like him. He's still obese. And he has a bad lower back from injuries. He's got a bad leg. His diet apparently hasn't changed too much because he's still overweight. Supposedly, as he tries to portray, at least in statement but not action, you got to get out there, get out of your house and do things. Well, we all know Big Kevin. And that was something that he never did. And it's something that he still don't do. But the only reason he gets out lately, because we have pushed this topic on him so much and so far, that basically he does not get out and walk around on a regular basis at all. Partially because he still carries the weight. He's still overweight, but he has leg problems, back problems, and so forth. And he's been trying to, shall I say, save face by occasionally lately. See, people do listen to me. I mean, I'm finding that out. The trolls are listening, and they are taking my advice. I've seen many examples of it. I'm not going to name them all, but I have seen, I know they are listening to me. I know they have learned from me, but they don't want to admit it. They don't want to give in and say, Frank, I hate your guts, you motherfucker, but you may have saved my life, or maybe I've changed my life around because of you. Hey, you hope to see 71. I hope to see 72. Like I said, I'm not timeless, I realize I'm really getting up there at an advanced age. I know it every day. I live in my own body. I look at my face in the mirror every fucking day. I think I've done pretty well. I mean, I see people, and I'm not afraid to mention names on here. I always do. I look at how old Don C looks like, and he's slightly younger than me. That's when, it's really gone out of whack. I see Big E, as big as this guy is. He's huge, not just in height, but I've seen his pictures, selfies with, Kevin and stuff. He's got a face as wide as an orangutan. He's got a lot of weight on his body. I don't give a fuck how much money he has. Money is not Big E's curative. It's just not. So no matter how he downs me, this and that, I'm over here snickering saying, look, man, I don't know how long I'm going to live. I've done a good job so far, but I would have to say you, sir, are very limited. I don't think you're going to live to be my age, if not simply because of your diet, your obesity. And it is a big factor. It's huge. I wouldn't talk about this if it wasn't huge. Well, excuse the pun, but it's big. And a lot of these trolls, they have that common denominator, and that's true. I don't make this shit up. You sound and look great for your age. Yeah, I sound very vibrant, don't I? Counterflow also says, and by the way, have you ever seen a senior comedian? Yes, he's probably in his 80s. Funny as can be, so many aging jokes. Yes, I've seen him on the feeds on here. I'd like to see more of him. It's okay to make fun of your age and have fun with it. Why not? It's just like fat people, comedians, they don't know what to talk about either. They talk about their weight. And there's a lot of comedians that were overweight that would talk about their weight. You know why? Because they are overweight. And that's what they have to talk about. They can relate to it. And that they know there's a cotillion of people out there that can relate to the weight too. Or as in this particular guy who's an older dude, who's a comedian. He's talking about age because he knows about age because he's older. And he knows he has a shared audience out there that are aging people. And it's a great topic to talk about. Absolutely. Hello, Mr. Ed Savino. Well, we're having a pretty good show this morning. We ain't got a cotillion. I use that word, cotillion, new word, of viewers here. But it's kind of a nice, cozy little get-together here in the morning. I don't mind. It's not all about numbers with me. It's the quality of the conversation. It's also the dialogue. I don't need to be a huge show. It's a very comfortable amount of people that come to my show. Of course, if I keep my shows on, there's a lot more people that view it later on. I tend to not keep everything on here because, I don't know, what is the purpose? Am I trying to get, am I really trying to get more subs? A lot of times it's like a disposable show. I say what I'm going to say and I throw it out. It becomes history. I said what I say. That's why I don't always keep all my shows on. I'm not worried about algorithms. I'm not worried about all that shit. It's a disposable show. You use the product, then when you're done with it, you throw it out. And it winds up on somebody's show to make a product for themselves. So anyway, I'm helping somebody. But at the same time, my information still stays out there without having to hold it onto my show. Counterflow says, what's your thoughts on vinegar as a health helper? Yeah, that would actually help you. Vinegar actually helps balance things. It's unfortunate. A lot of people think that they have one element about vinegar, but well, number one, it could actually help you over time with the prevention of kidney stones, for one. But vinegar is something to definitely use because a lot of people think when they get heartburn or they think they have an overproduction of acid, of hydrochloric acid. Oh God, I don't want to get into my gastroenterologist. I've talked about him before. Maybe I will, but sometimes you actually have the opposite. You think you have excess acid and you get heartburn, you get all these disturbances. But it's actually the opposite. Some people they're not producing enough hydrochloric acid, which is actually causing the problem. And the introduction of vinegar helps balance that out. Yeah. And I have had GERD, here and there. I have a hiatal hernia. If you know what a hiatal hernia is, right near your under your stomach, right near your esophagus, it can contribute to sometimes some heartburn. It can contribute to a lot of things. And you have a little flap in your esophagus. What the hell is the name of it? It's like a muscle that allows food to come down, not anything else to go to your lungs. It does a number of purposes. Sometimes it becomes a little weak. And a lot of times you get stomach acid that arises from your stomach and goes into your esophagus via this wonderful little miraculous little flap that prevents acid and food and stuff from going back up into your throat. But sometimes it weakens and a little bit gets in there. And I have something called Barrett's esophagus. It's only about 1 centimeter. It's, as far as cancer, it's not concernable. It doesn't mean it can't change. But I got what you call small segment Barrett's. Look it up. Small segment. You guys look up everything, so you might as well look it up. Small segment Barrett's esophagus. And the reason is because there was some acid reflux going on. And what happens is you get that acid that could, kind of play havoc a little bit with a part of your esophagus. You're introducing certain cells from your stomach that don't belong in your esophagus. You got these certain epithelial cells that don't belong in one place or the other. And some of these cells from your stomach wind up in your esophagus where they don't belong. Besides the destructive acid that could play havoc and cause lesions in your your esophagus. That's what I have going on. I don't even get too concerned about it. I have an endoscopy now and then. I'm probably due for another one, but you always keep it under check. But it's not always, and this is an elaborate answer for you. You don't always you can't always assume that you have an overabundance of acid, and that's what's causing you getting your acid reflux. Many times, and many times more so than others, that your body is not producing. So when you go to a gastroenterologist, hey doc, I got this going on, right away he's going to prescribe you omeprazole, which is a proton pump inhibitor, which stops your acid production pretty much. And you need that acid to digest your food, and for a lot of purposes, you need it. And he's telling you to take this proton. A proton pump is what, produces that acid for your stomach to dissolve your food, to metabolize it and all that stuff. You need the acid. You absolutely need the acid. There's no question about it. But he was trying to get me to, and I was on it for a while too, omeprazole, proton pump inhibitor. What he neglected to tell me was that by taking this proton pump inhibitor called omeprazole, and there's other name products for that, you are reducing the amount of acid and you're not metabolizing your food properly. You're going to wind up lacking on numerous elements in your body, from protein metabolization to calcium to, it goes all the way on down the line. So you're not doing your body a big favor. It's going to create other problems that you don't want to have. And, these are professionals. But what they're doing, you got to understand, is they're promoting certain products because they get kickbacks. They're always going to push omeprazole when maybe you don't have an overproduction of acid in your body. You have actually, in most cases, it is the case that your body is not producing enough acid, and you're getting some of the same symptoms. Don't be fooled by what your gastro or your primary doctor, your gastroenterologist is telling you, because they're not being totally honest with you, and most of them are not. Well, I'm not monetized at Savino, so I can't have Super Chat. All I have is, and I don't announce it all the time, all I have is Gcash on here. Yeah. I don't even remember the number. I'd have to ask my girlfriend. I don't know the number of my own phone. To be honest, I don't know the number of my own phone. I got to ask Gilda. Now, I want to just say something to you. I'm not trying to be a know-it-all on my channel. All I am doing is sharing information that I learn with my audience. And there's no benefit for me. In monetization, I'm not making money. I do this with my own time and my own effort. I don't always get appreciation for what I do, but it's okay. Because as I said, there's another reason I do it. The other reason I do it is I try to reinforce my own practices. By talking about it, I'm reinforcing what I do. And if somebody learns along the way, fantastic, man. Okay, the vinegar, okay, got that. I know I've helped people out there. They're not going to admit it. I know some trolls, or some of their wives are suddenly taking green tea and turmeric in the morning, and I'll even mention the name of the show. That's John Blaze. That was funny when he mentioned that. All of a sudden, my wife wants to take her to the store. She's been listening to Frank a lot. She wants to buy green tea and turmeric. I've obviously influenced that person, probably influenced him. But they're not going to admit this stuff. I've influenced Kevin because Kevin's trying to make an effort to go out and walk now because all this talk about obesity and heart issues and all related, he's trying to show people that he's not Humpty Dumpty in his apartment, but he's doing it just for show. He's not really doing it for himself. He's doing it all for show to say, oh, Frank's wrong. I get out of this apartment. No, he really doesn't. And how do I know that for sure? He's heat intolerant. He's got a bad lower back and he's got a bad leg. And it's painful for him to walk any distance. I put two and two together. It's not hard with some people. And then you put his added weight to that. Sure, Kevin did a miracle. He lost hundreds of pounds. And that was a great thing that he did. He needed to do that. I give him credit for that. But he's still maintaining a lot of weight. And with a bad lower back and a bad leg, it's not, he's not in a very conducive, it's not conducive to him walking around. That's why I tell him, maybe I don't like the guy, but I still tell him whether he likes me or not, or whether I like him or not, I still tell him that you need to do certain things if you're going to survive. Kevin is, I just don't feel he's going to make it to my age. And I can name a couple of other, Ricky. I don't know what's going on with Ricky, why he hasn't put no shows on in a couple of weeks. He probably has his own reasons. He's probably alive and well. I don't know about being well, alive maybe, but if Ricky croaked, you're not going to be, I put it out already. He's on my list as who I think is going to go first. I may go before him, but I'm older than him. I've already achieved a goal of living to 71. And Ricky's like, what now, 63, 65? I don't know. What is Ricky? He's around there. I already outlived Ricky. But he's obese. And we see his eating habits. He has this kind of non-caring attitude about his health, and he drinks on top of it. He's got high blood pressure, has to use a CPAP at night to sleep. All the elements are apparent. It doesn't take a doctor to figure this shit out. Look at Big E. He's huge. He's huge. And I would not be surprised if he has a lot of joint problems because of his height and combined with his weight. But it's the obesity that's going to affect every fucking organ in your body. And I try to put this out to people. I try to be very nice about it. It's not like I'm on the attack of these people. I'm not. I'm not. Let's see. Counterful. Frank, write your number on tape and put on back a phone. I've been wanting to do that. He's a good, yeah. Because I have to keep on asking my girlfriend all the time, what's my number, or what's your number? I don't know her number. As a health helper, come say a tablespoon. Yeah, you could take a tablespoon a day of vinegar. I'd buy the apple cider vinegar with Mother. That's the one you want to buy. Yeah. You're not going to harm yourself. But, try, I don't know what kind of test to get for that, to your pH in your body, but go to a doctor in a lab and try to get some tests and try to see what exactly your pH level is. And a lot of people have a lot of stuff going on in their gut they don't know, but they got H. pylori going on in their stomach, which will affect having all this lower digestive system problems. You might have H. pylori. Look it up. There's a lot of stuff going on that you don't know about. All I'm saying is you have to live in your own body. That's all I'm saying. You're not living in somebody else's body. You're living in your own body. If you don't want to do nothing about it as far as what you eat, your diet, put aside smoking, alcohol, or whatever, smoking or alcohol, go more into the diet portion of this. You absolutely are what you eat. There's no question about it. Look at Fazio. He was terribly overweight. Besides having that infection, he was doomed from the beginning. Shit, he had thighs as big as fucking Nico's thighs. And I've met Nico on the ferry. And Nico had thighs that needed their own fucking zip code. Nico's overweight. Big E's overweight. Don C's overweight. Kevin's overweight. I noticed to be true. They got that one common denominator. So I laugh when some people call me old man. They're in their 60s. They're not young men anymore. But will they live to be my age? I sound like I'm ancient, like an ancient mariner here. I'm not ancient. When I start to be over 80 to 85, I'm getting pretty ancient. I'm not there. Will I live that long? I don't know. Tomorrow could be my last day. I don't know, no matter what I do for myself. If it's in the cards, it's in the cards. But all I've been trying to say is that there are things you could do in the meantime that could be helpful, because you got to carry your body around. You want to feel good every day. You don't want to face the day feeling sick all the time because you don't get enough nutrients. You don't eat the right food. You're eating too much or too little, or whatever the situation might be. And you're making the wrong choices in life. That's all I'm saying. They all got grand sphincters. Yeah. Believe me, there's a lot going on in their lives physically that they're not going to talk about. How they shit or difficulty having it. Gastrointestinal problems. Believe me, they got a lot of things going on that they're not going to talk about. Look at Ed Lippert, who passed away. He had to wear a diaper. He had a lot of things going on with him. Possibly exposed to Agent Orange, possibly in the service. I wouldn't be surprised. Someone mentioned that. You know, we are exposed to elements every single day. You don't have to pick up a cigarette. You are all smoking at least a quarter of a pack of cigarettes a day, whether you are smoking or not. And I'm not going to argue with you over that, but you are. You are. You all are. And you don't have to be sucking in secondhand smoke from a smoker. No. Just walking around and breathing. This ain't former times, you know. This planet is highly toxic. It's polluted, especially here in the Philippines. Your lungs are not pretty pink. Molly Ringwald is not in there pretty as pink. Believe me, she's not. The Wicked Witch of the West is in your lungs. And believe me, your lungs are not pretty pink, even though you don't smoke. I think a pretty good show this morning. I'm going to have to get off because I have to find something healthy to eat. What do I have? You know what I had last night? I couldn't think of what to put together. Garbanzo beans, which is, you know, I like them, but I don't like them like kidney beans. I ran out of kidney beans. I just took some pasta, some little macaroni shells, you know, those little salad macaronis. I couldn't think what the fuck to eat. So I just basically made that, and I mixed in some garbanzo beans and a little bit of olive oil, black pepper, and I put some, which is not really healthy, some carbonara sauce on it. And it wasn't that great. I didn't really enjoy it, but it was edible. I'd rather have kidney beans. I could do 1,000 things with them. But I just had lentils the past few days. I made lentils. By the way, lentils, oh, dudes, make that part of your weekly diet. Just read about lentils. I don't want to get into because I want to get off right now, but read about lentils. You can't go wrong with lentils at all. Some people don't even know what lentils are. And actually some locals out there, the Filipinos, a lot of them don't even know what the fuck a lentil is. They have something that's similar to that. It begins with an M. I can't think of what it was called. But lentils, you can't go wrong with lentils. Boy, I can't emphasize that enough. So what is going to be my breakfast? I haven't decided. Might have a couple of eggs. I don't know. See, the thing is, I don't know. I'm concentrating a lot on the protein lately, and believe me, I get plenty of carbs that I probably shouldn't have. Like I said, I'm not perfect. But I also got to eat too. What's in the house, I eat, unless we went to Cebu shopping and got other stuff. But I go what I have in the house. It's pretty much like Filipinos do. I go what's around the house. That's what I eat. What's put on the table is what I eat. Or I may concoct something myself that you would never see my girlfriend eating or her kids. But, I have my own taste in food, and I can put together some things they would never, ever eat at all or think about eating. It's not their thing. It's my thing. Incorporate a lot of cruciferous foods, vegetables, and dark green, something with color, whether they're peppers that are red, green, yellow. You want to get, or kale, or definitely romaine lettuce, which I don't get locally here, and I always buy it when I'm out of town. Yeah, a lot of greens, a lot of vegetables and produce, with color, with deep color. Yeah, incorporate that into your diet. You can't go wrong. Okay, well, it's been. You'll start taking it. Oh, what was the counterflow saying? You'll start taking what? Oh, yeah, the mother of it. Yeah, but like I said, I may talk about supplements on my show, but I got to put the disclaimer out all the time. Really, as I said, I'm not a doctor. I'm just a guy who knows how to read. I'm just sharing things, but I always put a disclaimer that you may have things going on in your body that may not jive with certain supplements and even certain foods. So, discuss it with your physician if you have some ongoing problems that you're not telling me about, or problems you may not even know you have. And a lot of people have problems they don't even know they have, and they do things that are very detrimental and don't realize they're harming themselves because, you don't always have physical medical problems that just show out all the time. You might have something very inert that's going on. You might have heart disease you don't even know about just because you haven't been clutching your chest or something. And it's not all about clutching your chest anyway. It could be behind your neck. It could be your shoulders. It could be your left arm. It could be your stomach. A lot of people don't know what a heart attack is. They assume it's always a typical, stereotypical thing. Oh, you're clutching your chest. No, it's not like that always at all. It's not like that. You got to know the warning signs. What I say is carry around some aspirin in your wallet. If something like did happen, let it dissolve in your mouth. It'll get to the source a little quicker that way than waiting for it to go to your stomach and then disperse through your system and blah, 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 in your blood system. And, put it under your tongue, whatever you have to do. Do that. Okay, so I'm getting some good clues on my show that there are people actually taking my advice, and that's great. I'll go back to that bread truck I used to see again, talk about. And the big logo on that truck was, drive safely, the bread you save may be your own. And with that being said, take care, folks. Eat well, live well. Roller coaster of love. Roller coaster. Do, 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 do. Roller coaster of love. So much love out there. And we're going to discuss something this morning, my friends and foes. Notice no love out there, I'll tell you that. Plenty of love over here, but there's no love out there. Now, if you review what videos I have posted, there is one video that I have on there that I want y'all to see the whole thing. And you'll recognize the picture of the individual wow on the thumbnail. And you need to listen to everything she said in this video. Come on, you take the time to listen to me. You could take the time to go listen to that video. And you know who it's from. It's female, and she's done something very wrong, and you'll know who she is. Anyway, I don't, of course, have all my videos public after I execute them. But this one is out there for everyone to see. I'd like you to take the time, and watch this. And here, take a piece of paper and pen, and make note of how many, threats well, okay, there's so many things on this video, if you count them, which were implied threats, certainly, and lies. And you can see how evil this person is. Now, I'm sure you've all seen that video before, but I got it on there now. And just take a little time to review it. Now, after all this time that's gone by, I still want to see that video where I called this woman a whore and a prostitute, or where I've ever threatened her. Now, in her own words, if you watch this video and just listen to it, you'll understand what I'm talking about. You know the song, words don't come easy for me. They come easy for her. But you'll find my video. I think that's the only thing I got listed on there right now. If you've seen that video, let me know. And you're welcome to comment on it. But I got it posted right now, reposted. I had it on private all this time, but it's on public. Yeah, it's a roller coaster of love out there, I'll tell you that. But I took it from my privacy vault and I put it public again because I want people to listen to what she had to say on that video. Take the time. You can listen to me and other people. You can certainly listen to this video from start to finish and formulate your own opinion on what you actually heard on there. I was going through some videos last night, and I came across that again. I said, oh, gee, I still have that. Good. Okay, let's put it back up again. And if you want to hear contempt, whatever, in somebody's voice and demeanor, then watch that video. And take account. I mean, I do narrate on this a little bit, but make your own count of all these little innuendos that was put toward me, threats. Calling me an old man, making fun of my age, calling me mental. Oh, it just goes on. But you be the judge. Oh, judge. You be the judge. Yes, that was submitted, by the way. It absolutely was. But if you want proof of the pudding, as they say, listen to that video and you'll get a pretty good idea where this is all coming from. Roller coaster of love. I don't know where that song came into my mind this morning. Roller coaster. Yeah. Roller coaster of love. It's just a roller coaster of love. Isn't it? Oh, God, it's so wet out here. I guess it rained heavy last night. It's all wet this morning. I still hear there's still showering out here. Rain came down like there's no tomorrow. So how many people have actually seen that video and are familiar with the video I'm talking about? Just go ahead, go back on my page. See what's listed on my videos on there. And if you can't do it now, do it later. And then you could always comment on this show after the show is over, after the live stream is over. And tell me what you think. Give me your honest opinion. Does this person sound extremely vindictive to you? How many insults was she making on me? But I guess that don't count. I guess it don't. In the scheme of things, we will not discuss that, of what she referred to me as, what she called me. It's just how vindictive that video really was. I went over it. I went over that video a couple of times. And yes, that was submitted in our counter affidavit, that's for sure. And when push comes to shove, that's going to be replayed again for all officials of any type to see and study. Doesn't make her look very good on that video, I'll tell you that, more than one way. No, it don't. I did a tiny bit of narration on that video, so when it came to some key points, you would hear me verbally, respond to some of her statements on there. Not all of them, but I did actually on that video make a response to a statement that she said. Where is my cup? Okay. And somebody's sending me hearts. Thank you. Thank you. No tea yet. I'm not in the mood for tea at the moment. Just some warm water. That's you when you get up. Well, I could go back into that again. You're on your own. I think I'm done with the health advice on here. I think I made my point on that. And I think the point has been taken with many who've actually listened to it. You're on your own. It's called self-survival. Now, I'll take care of any potential health issues I may have, and you're on your own with this. You're on your own. I think I've supplied some ample information as far as some pretty basic stuff as far as, a lot of stuff that people never even knew. But that's what I do. And I should be attacked for that. Why not? The big villain of YouTube. Really? I don't know about that. Roller coaster of love. Roller coaster of love. Oh, we got 16 in the house here. Hey, hello, everybody. Hello. Hello, I'm waving at you. Oh. Pardon. Yeah, I was looking at that video last night because I hadn't seen it for a long time. And I actually counted more than I've ever made comment on that one video. Out and out lies. And how immigration would even accept that complaint, that's another very interesting question or thought. Yeah, she get by with a little help from her friends. Oh, she gets by with a little help from her friends. I guess that's the way it is. A little help, if you know what I'm talking about. That report would have never made it anywhere, that complaint. No, But I might decide to listen to it again. Well, it's kind of hard to listen to her, nevertheless, looking at the video, but there's some good points made in there that are very notable. But you have a class, you have an assignment. You have an assignment. If you've gone through that whole video, come back and leave comments. Oh, just leave comments on. I'll keep this on. Leave comments on what you heard. Make a little list, A, B, C, D, E, whatever, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. Make a list of what you heard in that video that a certain person put out on me. That was a very damning video to me, trying to damn me, but it was damning herself. Well, not everybody wants to hear that stuff, though. It's real easy to make accusations against somebody. But, take a listen to that video. It's been a while since you've seen it. This time, listen very carefully. And as I said, I have a little bit of narration on that video here and there. I make comments to some of the things she's saying on there. But I might have missed a few things in my narration. I'm sure I did in review of it. And tell me what you came up with on this. Now, again, as you're all familiar, I called her a whore and a prostitute, supposedly. And there's something that she said, too, on there that maybe you missed. Did I go down the streets of Mabolo looking for young kids? Whoa, that's like Barry material right there. Did she not say that? She got information to back that up other than an edited video? You can't make that kind of statement. She did. Who's guilty? Who's really guilty? Watch the video again. Oh, I emphasize this. I requested to go watch that video that's on there from start to finish. Like I said, you got the time to listen to me. You got the time to listen to that whole video. And I want to hear opinions on this. Now, this is all going to come out. Well, I mean, it has, actually, through counter affidavits, video evidence. She's not innocent, by far. She's not innocent. I've been called everything from mentally ill, making fun of my age, calling me an old man, accusing me of going after young children, making basically threats to come over to where she lives and see what happens. You got to listen to the video. It's one thing for me to talk about it on here, but you have to listen to that video. It's out there. I took it out of the privacy vault. Go listen to that video. Then you can make comments. Now, if you are familiar with the video, you're welcome to make comments right now if you want, but I ask you to review that video in detail. And then you can leave comments on my show after this broadcast. Who's guilty of what? Well, listen to that video. You'll know who's guilty of what. I don't like to push this issue on my show, but I just came across that video last night. I mean, I knew I had it, but I had so many videos on there that were on private and whatnot. I had to go through this whole list. And there her face came on there. I said, okay. Let me review this again for the umpteenth time. And again, try to count how many innuendos or straight off comments that she has made, very derogative stuff that she has made toward me. But people want to discount that. Well, those that are siding with her, they want to discount that. They don't want to talk about that. And there were many things in this video that clearly stated, well, lies and attacks on me and implied threats. But nobody wants to see that because it's a roller coaster of love, isn't it? Okay, I guess we got a monologue going here. Well, anyway, I got some shit to do here. I might just leave this on. When you guys want to do some commenting on this, maybe I'll give you a chance to tell you what we're going to do. Oh, I'm getting ice cream cones and no flowers and hearts being going across my screen. Thank you very much. I'm going to give you time to review that video. Maybe I'll just leave this live stream on. And when you want to make a comment in reference to that video that's out there that she put out, remember this is an old video, but it says a whole lot. Let your comments pour in. Open up the floodgates. Don't be afraid to comment on it. I'll give you time to review it. Go, if you can, maybe you have another device, another phone or something where you could actually listen to it while my show is on. I'm sure most of you probably do. And leave some comments. So I'm going to go silent to take care of a few things here. I'll come back. But I'll give you time to go look at that video. I'll give you enough time to see the whole video. Go look at it. Pencil to paper, whatever you need. Tell me what you've heard in that video. Fair enough? Okay. Class, recession, go look at the video, and we'll be back. Now again, if you had a chance to listen to that video, put your comments on my show right here. Make notes of what you heard in that video. That video's got to be about 20 minutes long or something, I understand. But we're going to stay live right here. And I'm going to go attend to some other stuff. And after I've given you a chance to listen to her video that's posted on there, it's an old video, just pen and paper. Make notes of what you heard in that video. Take notes, careful notes. Don't forget, folks, to show your comments on here after you've seen that video. As I said, go to my videos. It's probably the only thing that's not listed as private. Listen to it. Pencil and paper. Count all the derogative, threatening, and bullshit comments that were made by her. Come back and comment. Now, if you can't post them on my live, you could certainly post them afterwards. Keep that in mind too. Give you a chance to review that video in question that I have. Yes, take your time and review the video in question. And then after this live stream, you can get back to me with your comments. But I want to give you ample time, pen and paper, to go through that video in question. It's the only one I have listed as public, and listen to what she has to say on there, and let's see who's the guilty party here. Go listen. I'm giving you that opportunity to do so. I'm unattending to other stuff right now, so I'm keeping this live on. If you want to make comments live on here now, that's fine. If you don't, you can do it later on. Either way. Anyway, we're making reference to Barry's, call it ex-girlfriend, whatever, on a video that she made that I have listed on my list of videos that I took out of private and put it public. And if you're just tuning in, I'm basically asking the viewers to review that video. It's probably over 20 minutes long, and it's more likely to leave comments after my live is over. But I want you to listen to that video. I believe it's the only thing I have listed at the moment, and listen to what she had to say in it, how many insults, threats, and innuendos just coming from one video, and the lies and so forth. That's why the question is, how many threats, lies, and insults have you counted on her video? I'll give you time to review this. If you can't make your comments during my show, you can make it later on and leave your comments. But I'm leaving this open for now while I attend to some other shit. I'm actually eating breakfast, I got to do a few things here, but I'm going to leave the live on. I'm just asking you to go to see that video. I don't know how long it is, 20 minutes or something. I give you time. I'm telling you, pencil and paper in hand, and make note of what you heard on there as far as being a direct threat or resembling a threat or an actual threat or some kind of put down on me for my age or accusing me of being a child molester like her boyfriend did, who was in jail. Uh, threats, saying threats to her family, this, that, this, and that. Listen to it. That's why I put it on. Like I said, you don't have to do it now, although I'm leaving this live on. If you want to comment now, you want to comment later, that's fine afterwards. But listen to her video, and we're going to see who's such an innocent person. And by the way, all that information is in evidence anyway, so there you go. Go and listen. I think it's the only video I have on there that's listed publicly. Now I realize I've got a lot of trolls out there that are not going to make comment on this, but after the show, after the live stream, do make your comments. Go over that video very carefully. Take notes. And the video I'm referring to is Miss Charisma Saram, Barry's girlfriend, who put a complaint in against me. And that's the only video I think I have publicly listed at the moment. Check it out. Listen to the whole 20 minutes, whatever it is of it. Then get back to me after the show. Okay, time enough. After this live stream, put your comments out there after carefully reviewing the video in question. Okay, I guess we have to adjust the sound on here. Anyway, welcome to my morning show on camera. Talk about the idyllic life in the Philippines and what the hell is the idyllic life? Well, here's the thing. If you're a younger person, your experience could be a whole lot different than a retiree. I mean, that's just a fact. Shows like 8 Miles from Home, wonderfully choreographed. I did a show on this actually. All the elements. Young couple, they got a child, they got a dog, they're living on an island, and he's a very intelligent guy, very intelligent daughter. It has all the elements that just blend together to bring people to watch that show. And as such, they're very successful. The first question many people have is that how does one come at a relatively young age and sort of retire in the Philippines unless there was some financial backing from their dad or family or inheritance or something, trust fund babies, whatever it might be. And I don't know all the situation on there. I'm just using them as an example. Because they're not a pretty successful show. They actually are a successful show. Coming to the Philippines at a younger age, and see, the thing is, most of us are forced to wait for retirement before we ever decide to move to the Philippines. That means less life to enjoy your partner and less life to enjoy the Philippines and all the Philippines has to offer. And it does have things to offer. Do you have the physical ability, the agility, the cash to live out there without working and seem to have all your needs fulfilled? And of course, a successful YouTube channel is definitely going to do that, which, as example, they do. So they're making good money, they get donations, they're promoting and sponsoring, they're being sponsored. What a great situation on a YouTube channel. You can't get better than that. I think there are good points and I think there are bad points where you are exposing your family. Yeah. A child and where you live. That maybe is not so smart in some ways, but it works for them. New elements coming in there. They're having a baby now, and family people love to watch the show because the show is also not about their adventures in the Philippines, but it's also about family and all the elements, even the dog thrown in. Poppy the dog, a very intelligent, very boisterous child, and British couple, mixed, I guess. He's dark-skinned. They're both from Britain. And all the elements seem to come together. But I think if you are in a position to move to the Philippines when you are still relatively young, you could enjoy the Philippines a whole lot better. They're not worried about retirement age. He's not anywhere near 62 years old. I mean, and you think yourself, where did he get the money? What was the starting point? That did he have a bunch of money to settle down in the Philippines? These are all elements you have to think of. So, point being, the younger you are living in the Philippines, the more fun it's going to be in the Philippines. Because face it, all us seniors, we have limited time on this earth and we try to do the best we can with what we have. And as such, we also realize that there's a time limit. The general situation is a Filipina is always younger than the male. We all know that. Mine is by 20 years. Hooray for me, right? Well, yeah, hooray for me. But there are some people that are like 50 years in difference. Well, we're not going to go into that. We've discussed what that's all about and the politics of it and underlying reasons why that's happening, why they're together and all that. And everybody has their own opinion about that. We'll just kind of leave it at that. So let's just do that, actually. If you can find a way to stop punching that time clock at work and live the so-called idyllic life in a foreign country such as the Philippines, beaches, nature's beauty, waterfalls, rivers, mountains, friendly people. Sounds great, doesn't it? Well, it is great. More so if you were a lot younger. If you were in a position to come out here, like with me, I wish I would have done a longer time ago. Okay. And basically, a longer time ago, did not have an interest in moving to the Philippines. There's a series of events that led me to be here, to live here, and to stay here. So I didn't come here rich. I never did. It's later on that finances improved by selling a house and doing this and doing that and doing this and doing that. No, I'm not saying I'm rich or I'm wealthy in any way, but you have to really plan things out before you come out here. And I'm not going to get into all the dribble that most shows are getting into and how much it costs to live out here and how to find a Filipina. I'm just, bored with it. But I am going to tell you that a lot of us foreigners, because we are on limited time, we're kind of cheated in a way. We wish we would have found the place a lot earlier in our life. But were you or me or anybody in a position to come out here and live this so-called idyllic life in the wonderful Philippines where it's so much fun and, Philippines, and found that great woman, you get settled down, that's all the merrier. That's okay. You've done it at least. It's, you're not living your life vicariously through somebody else. I'm certainly not. My life is out here what it is, and I don't really have that many complaints about it other than the usual bureaucracy, stuff like that. How long things take to happen out here, to get done. I think that's everybody's complaint out here. But things move a lot slowly out here. That's for sure. So, if you are a senior and you've managed to keep your health in check, you're doing good so far. And our time is limited no matter what. No matter what you could do with yourself, your number's up when it's up. But while you're here, do what's best for you to what you consider a good time. Mingling with the local people, go to local beaches, make a trip now. Believe me, there is a lot of beauty in the Philippines. And if I've always mentioned on my show, it's just such a hassle to get to some of these places. And you ask yourself, is it really worth it? To some, it's not. I have a lot of regrets that, from the first day I landed here, that I didn't just go out there and just make a cotillion of trips and check a lot of beautiful areas out. There are a lot of beautiful areas in the Philippines, but if you're just kind of like after beaches, that we got plenty of, but it's really according to what you want. Do you want crowded beaches? Or do you like a little more serenity like I do? I don't want to be around a bunch of screaming kids on the beach and, 1,500 people on the beach or something like that. That's not what I call paradise, when you have to add so much of the human element in there. It takes the beauty away from a beautiful place. And that's something that I'm not really into at all. I've never been into that. It doesn't matter where I lived. I went to some beautiful places, whether I lived in the United States or what state I've lived in. I've been up in the forest, I've been up in the mountains, and I've seen waterfalls and rivers and all that stuff. I've been in deserts, all that stuff. I've been there, done that. And I think the only place which I'm not that fond of the deserts, but the only place I found peace was when I was traveling through some of these deserts in the Southwest America, when there really wasn't anybody around, just you and this postcard picture views, no moisture in the air to take away from the color saturation of the mountains and the sky and so forth. I've seen wild horses up in the upcountry in Colorado. These were wild, didn't belong to anybody. That's rare to see. It's very beautiful. Because there's so many people on this earth, it's really hard to find these kind of places. They're overseas. I don't think in your lifetime you're ever going to be able to go to 7,000 plus islands here. That's like an impossibility. There are islands that maybe nobody's even been on, actually. Hard to reach, though. That's the problem. You got the money to travel like that. You got the energy. You got the physical ability. How heat intolerant are you? I've talked about the reasons why we're not like really well traveled in the Philippines because, as many channels have also discussed it, besides myself, it's the challenge of getting there, the transportation, the different forms you have to take, the waiting. It kind of takes away. Then you go to one of these towns that you've always wanted to go to, and you say, wait a minute, different than where I'm living. We've got a beach, and we've got jeepneys and whatever, and trikes, and I paid all this money and spent all this time and transportation dealing with the elements to go to a place that I already have right here. And I do, actually, Of course, like I say on my show, I don't have all the amenities out here. But there's the trade-off you have to make when you decide where you want to live. But when I see, and there are younger expats that live out here in the Philippines, and they're having a great old time. They got that youthful vitality and energy. Somehow, they don't depend on Social Security or a pension. How they do it, I really don't know. Wealthy parent, trust fund, missionary, whatever it might be. As in the couple I always talk about, 8 miles from home, it does make you wonder, how are they living besides, okay, their income, they've managed to make a good income from their shows. You're getting sponsored, and you make a little money from that. You get a little more adventurous, and of course you buy products from me, super thanks, yaga thanks, this and that and this and that. They got it down. That's a successful channel. And I can't emphasize this show anymore because every element, having a baby, what woman is not going to want that? Want to see that? So you got a child in a picture, a baby coming. They got the dog, the family dog, the British couple, the accents. I couldn't think anything that could come together better than that. I could never, if I redid everything over, I don't think I could ever compete with that if that was my goal. But it's all good for them. I'm saying, we're not knocking. I'm saying more power to them. They got it together. They knew exactly what they were doing. And besides, I think they're pretty intelligent people. The kid is really intelligent, So it's worth talking about it again, if not just in passing. But what is the idyllic life of living in the Philippines? Well, starting off, having enough funds to feed yourself and house yourself, that's a good start right there. That is your start. And even before that, if you have a reason to come out here, a woman, always the ideal situation that I would strongly suggest. Because that's actually what makes it really worthwhile, and having a woman to come out there. But the other thing is, too, still having your health, no matter what age you're at. You could look at me, hat or no hat or glasses or whatever, you know, you can tell that I'm reasonably healthy. I don't look anything like what I see on YouTube with a lot of these retirees. I don't. I've been on here a long time. I've seen it all. No comparison whatsoever. That's a good start too, keeping your health. But again, we're not going to be going into the health topics on here because I've played that out, made my point. People either take my advice or they don't. I'm a man who's full of energy most of the time. Most of the time. I have my moments when I'm just kind of like wreckage. I'm on my chair in the living room here. And I'm like, you know, falling asleep. Maybe because I don't get a full night's sleep that I would like to, like 8 hours. And not a lot of people my age get 10 hours in, which is ideal. That, I don't get that. If it happens, dog barking for some reason, that might wake me up. Light sleeper, so any unusual movement from her, that might wake me up. There's a lot of reasons why I don't get a full night's sleep, but I can't say I don't nap during the day. I mean, an actual nap where it's scheduled. I'm going to take a nap, wake me up in 40 minutes or something like that. It's just too busy all the time, and it's really hard. And it's hard for me to take this nap. And sometimes if you do, you feel really energized. The times I've done that, I've always felt more energized, more relaxed, and more feeling like I had a restful. Anyway, getting back to that, the idyllic situation here in the Philippines, I think not many of us have ever started that way. We had to build up on our situation, life better. Some got around to buying a house, you have to pay rent, that's what we did. And that helped us a lot. Any kind of savings that we had, sale of my house in Hawaii, other endeavors we had, that really helps out a lot. Envy them. You have to envy them. Because they got their shit down right from the beginning. They didn't start off with a bunch of trolls and all that crap, you know. I would love to reinvent myself on here. It would give me a reason to stay on here. Would love to reinvent, but that's really kind of hard to do. Too much water under the bridge and all that shit. It'd be hard to be successful. Because I do have a certain amount of creativity if I really want to apply it to my show. The music, my editing, forget about it, but, you know, and what, on 8 Miles from Home, he's got all the elements. Serious music, ethereal scene. He knows what he's doing. And we have to give credit to, and I'm giving credit to him. You can't have a successful show. You could show your ideal, but they're not going to show the bad. The whole idea of a show is not to show all the bad in your life that might be happening, whether you and the other one have arguments or, I don't know, whatever, you know, things break down or you're just cussing. They won't show that. They just want to show the best. Look at me. Look how wonderful. I got the British wife. I got the daughter. The elements. She's having another baby. It's going to attract families. Good morning. It's going to attract families and all kinds of people and those that want to live. Oh, what they're showing is the idyllic life. Oh, what a wonderful life here. And they are. What, the beach and the music in the background showing the serenity where maybe the kid or him are sitting by the beach and they're contemplating their navel, you know, and the music swells and ethereal music and all that stuff. Sure, it's going to make everybody their grandmother see everything else that's going on out there. They're seeing what these people produce on their shows. And they're not all bad things, and they're not all untruthful. Sometimes that is their life. And what's that? I don't like any of those shows. Okay. Um, well, trying to depict what a wonderful time they're having here in the Philippines. And so are. But even so, they're not going to show you everything that's going on. Now, I got to kick back a little bit on my back here a little bit. If you don't mind, and that means I'm not going to be able to read your comments for a couple of minutes here. If you don't mind me just kind of kicking back. Am I living the ideal life? Compared to places that I have lived, I'd say more so that I am. If I have to do a comparison to Hawaii, it's kind of a draw on that. I mean, the people were, let me use this pillow. The people were actually I think the problem in Hawaii. I think it was the people. Well, I know it was the people. There were so many drugs there, thievery going on, drug trade. There was bad attitudes toward mainlanders. It was horrible in that sense. It's actually getting worse, if you can believe that. Well, nothing usually gets better. But it's nice listening to these shows, and people who have never even been in the Philippines, they see this, and oh man, I can't wait to retire. I got 6 months to go. I got a year to go. I got 2 months to go. Everything you see in these people's shows is not exactly the God, honest truth. They're only trying to show you the good elements of their lives. Their lives. Not what everybody else experiences out here. Yeah. And there's Patty. Why don't you just start a new channel? Nah, Patty. I'm still going to be frank. And they're still going to follow me around the trolls. As most people watch my shows, I really get into a lot of philosophy. And that comes with age and wisdom and time that I've always liked to share with my viewers. I do have a lot to say. I do. It'd be hard to put another channel together. How do you start from fresh? I could change the title and talk about different things on here, but it's the same result. To answer your question on that. No, I do enjoy doing YouTube. I wouldn't be on here despite all the adversarial stuff here. Philippines is second to tourism. This was enough. Tourism has gone down. There's been a lot of bad press about the Philippines. Killings, different things. Filipinos taking advantage of foreigners, but it's always been that way. Something new I'm missing? I don't know. I don't think I'm missing anything really. What do you really want to know about my trolls? You want to listen to that shit? Do I have a good relationship? Yeah, I do got a good relationship. Am I happy in my relationship? Yeah, I am. Am I happy being out here? Yes, I absolutely am. And I don't have any regrets whatsoever. I think she's basically saved my life, I think. Because I said in the past on some shows, I don't know, it was when I was still living in Hawaii, and it's the most, one of those beautiful places I've ever lived, no doubt. I got to see some interesting things. I've been in the Thurston Lava Cave, I've been in different things, I've seen lava close up, I've been in a helicopter above the volcano, I've been to mountains, I've been to down the coast, all these little coastal towns, and beautiful beaches, and rocky beaches, and big surf, hitting the rocks, and just nature, at its best. Beautiful stuff in Hawaii. I will never, ever, ever, ever regret that I spent 14, 15 years in Hawaii. I will never, ever regret that. If it wasn't so expensive, if there wasn't such an attitude with the people out there, I'd still be living out there. I wouldn't have sold the house. I would have stayed. I got the house already at the time, but it was, it was good timing. Everything that was going on, it was good timing. The market was good for the seller, and I had to take advantage of that. And I wasn't profiting much, because I would pay the electric and, internet and TV and stuff like that. I was not profiting much. Not really. There wasn't much profit.
And then, of course, being a landlord, which happened later on. I mean, several times, I've been a landlord, but I've always been a landlord to my brother, but and other people, but it just was not worth being a landlord. You have no rights, really, as a landlord. But we're not going to get into that. We'll get into some of the good reasons of being out there. Yes, I mean, it's uncomparable beauty. A lot more beautiful than the Philippines would ever be, ever try to be. But it wasn't the ideal place for me no matter what. It really wasn't. I just regret that I didn't make my move to, well, actually, I really couldn't with the house because the value kept on going up and down. It just kept on going up and down. And it was never an ideal time. Then I worried about I had to house my brother, where's he going to live? There's a lot of problems with this, But it all worked out. It all worked out, and I think I look back now and I don't really have any regrets except wishing I had got more involved. This is going everywhere. They have the physical ability to do it. They seem to be just mean machines, that could deal with the environment, the heat, the humidity. They're like made of steel or something. They're insulated. I don't know what their thing is. They got all this youthful, vibrant energy, and they could do all that shit. They could do all that shit. This shirt, by the way, although it's not very ironed, this is an original Hawaiian shirt, bought in Hawaii, made in Hawaii, not China or India or somewhere. A little better, well, it's still in good shape. Use a little ironing. This is one of my favorite shirts of all shirts. The color, the design is not loud. It's not like those chintzy Hawaiian shirts you see the tourists wearing all the time. This is a really nice shirt, and I love the color. I decided to wear it on today's show because I haven't worn it for a while. So we're going Hawaiian today, actually, at least with the shirt. Yeah, it's not loud and pretentious, and, I love the shirt, yeah. Just ignore the naysayers, and yeah, it's easier said than that. It's such a wonderful thing to have a great show on YouTube where you got all those elements that just come together so perfectly, whether it was choreographed or it just happened and people caught on to you. But there's a lot of ways, of course, if you appear in other people's shows, then they get to know you, they come to yours, you promote your show on different social media. Yeah. I've never done any promotion of my show at all. That's why you don't see, 1,000 viewers right now. You got, 16 viewers or whatever. Small potatoes. Homegrown, small channel. That's what it is. 17 viewers. Better than zero, I guess, But I still get the message out. And the message gets transmitted everywhere else, so it doesn't just get out of my show. Do I have any really regrets? No. Of living out here. I really don't. Because, as I said, I didn't see my life going anywhere in Hawaii. There was still a lot of tension going on between me and my brother. And I believe he had frontal lobe problems here. He had an accident when he was in Seattle. He had a building structure fall in. He had a big old scar here. And he's got a little bit of frontal lobe dementia, a little bit. He had a bit of that. Anyway, the frontal lobe, anyway, know the elements. It affects your mood. Whether you have depression or your mood, you get aggravated really easy. It wasn't easy to live with. You'd have to be there to understand. That wasn't his fault at all, the building incident. And when you got that frontal lobe damage, it does affect your mood. You could be more aggressive and so forth. And that's actually what happened with my brother. I didn't really realize all this till later on. I did research on it later. I said, why didn't I think about this? I mean, he had a rod in his leg. Had to have a rod in his leg and nerve damage. He got really fucked up. And with that hit in the head from the building, he was a bloody mess. Had him in the Everett Hospital, went to see him over there, and he wasn't living with me at the time. I was in Seattle, but he lived with me a few times in Seattle. But he really got messed up pretty bad. And as far as if his health kept up, when I invited him to the Philippines, he couldn't survive out here. He couldn't get the supplies he needs. The heat would be too much for him. So that's why, there's no invitation for him to come to Hawaii, to Philippines rather. That just would not have worked out. We're just two different characters, two different polars, positive, negative on the magnet. Put the magnets together, they're going to repel. And it wouldn't have worked. There's only so much you could do for somebody, you know what I mean? Do your best, do what you can, but you can't save the world. You can't save your daughter, you can't save your brother, you can't save your sister, you can't even save a dog outside sometimes. You can't save the world, but sometimes you got to think about yourself. Why did I move? Why did I move away from family if that's been held against me by one of my family members? And that's an excuse, and maybe that's what started it off in a way. Why did you move out of Washington State and move to Hawaii? Well, my daughter knew that I had this attraction to Hawaii. It was in my blood. I couldn't even go to work without coming in the morning and people were whistling the Hawaii 5-0 tune. It got to that point. I bought 2 acres of land for very cheap. Great deal, $7,000. Yeah, I got 2 acres for $7,000. Of course, it wasn't in a prime area like Honolulu, Waikiki. Try like 70 million or something. But it was still a nice area in the subdivision I lived in. It actually was. Drug addicts everywhere, you couldn't get rid of them. And that's part of the problem, not wanting to stay in Hawaii. I don't relate to that. I don't want to be around those type of people. So anyway, it worked out for me one way or the other. Here I am. I'm alive and well, as you can see. And I think I'm relatively happy. Let's see, just ignore the, oh, okay, I read that earlier, Patty. Well, to a certain point you can't ignore them, but there comes to a point when, okay, stop already, and look at Barry, what happened to him, and that didn't turn out real well for him. Sometimes you fire those warning shots, and they don't want to listen, and it gets really ugly, and then you feel you got to do something. Well, I did, and obviously that's all history now, at least on that part. Okay. Yes, being younger in here, I think if you... Okay, here's one thing that you can do if you really want to live out here. You can't wait till your Social Security. If that alone is what you're depending on. Don't mind if I kick back a second here. My back, and yeah, I really do have back problems. Not like Barry, Thank you for the little smiley faces coming across the screen, whatever. I think when I made that decision to move out here, it was with question. But I knew it's something that I had to do. You just know, you just know. Because I really didn't think my life was going anywhere, really, in Hawaii at that point. Oh, I kept myself occupied because I had 2 acres, and not all of it was workable. I mean, most of it was ohia forest out in the back, most of the property. So when they dozed it, they just left enough room to do some gardens, this and that, enough for the house, this and that, whatever you want to do. Even enough room to put another house if you couldn't legally on there. There'd be enough room to put it in the backyard. Okay, according to the zoning. But I've had different plants to attend to, fruit trees, things like that. It was an idyllic life. And if you ever remember the documentary I did on Hawaii, I know it's somewhere out there. I don't even know what I did with it. It might be on my Facebook hidden somewhere, but I played it on here. It wasn't the most professional, but I think for my first try that was pretty good, and I think I got all the information out about my life at the time, which was in my high zone of really loving Hawaii, and I would tell my viewers what my life was like out there. And it really pertained to me at that time. Okay, go forward. It really did pertain to me at that time, I was fortunate enough to be in, I still say it, not many people, especially now, how expensive it is. It's always been expensive in Hawaii, but try living there now. It's not affordable. And you complain about prices here in the Philippines. Well, you'd be yelling in the aisles. Like sometimes I almost did, or at least under my breath or something. Like, are you fucking kidding me? This tiny little piece of meat, $15. What? All right, so the alternative is fruit and vegetables. You can't spend the money, that kind of money on meats. All right, that was the alternative thing decades ago. But then the prices of produce went up so much that maybe you couldn't afford to buy some of the produce if you wanted to switch over and become a vegetarian. So you were trapped. But yeah, the beauty of Hawaii, I've had a lot of serene days. Even with me and my brother, we'd find a place to go, and we'd set up a couple of beach chairs in my truck and just look out at the ocean. He'd be smoking his doobie and all that. Smoking my cigarettes. And look out at the ocean and watching whales. Sometimes I bring my binoculars, you know, and sometimes you see dolphins, which I don't see much around here. The only time I've seen dolphins is I was on a ferry ride and I happened to see some stray dolphins swimming in the water. I said, wow, that's the first I've seen it off the ferry. It was magical. It was spiritual. And if Hawaii was not that expensive and the attitudes were a lot different, I would have just stayed in Hawaii, absolutely. I would have. And it wasn't it's the same thing as here. It wasn't it was the Hawaiians that had the attitude, but more so, it was the mainlanders. And I could understand a certain reason why some Hawaiians, you know, really had an attitude toward some mainlanders, because they came here with what they call their mainland attitude. And as a result of that, it didn't jive, you know, it just didn't get along. You know, howly, go home, fucking howlies, a common expression, not just howlies, but fucking an adjective, add an adjective. And that's what it was like. And people were very private, on their gates, keep out, or the word kapu, which in Hawaiian means like a warning, keep out, because they had a lot of, you know, drug operations going on there, you know. Yeah, and there were a lot of thieves out there, so people did carry guns. That's for damn sure. And yes, I did have a gun in Hawaii. I had a .357. It wasn't a Smith & Wesson, but it was a .357. Pretty powerful. I didn't want to use that. I did. I had a .357. I wound up selling it later on before I moved, of course. But you have to watch it. Sometimes people, the drug addicts, will come right up to you while you're having dinner. They don't give a shit. They're so strung out for drugs, they want to rip you off, get money, whatever, to buy drugs. Or maybe you had drugs. They want to rip you off for that. That was the ugly part. That was the ugly part. You know, it was the attitude. And that just wasn't for me. But to live in Hawaii, and no matter what the naysayers like to talk about on here, I did. I owned a house in Hawaii, lived in Hawaii for 15 years, which is an endeavor that most people can never do. And I did it. And I'm here to say, with lots of proof, obviously, that I did live there. And I did own the house, and my brother didn't own it. Nobody owned it but me. And I don't regret it. I'm saying I don't regret living there. I think that was an opportunity that I took advantage of to be able to live in such a beautiful, gorgeous place. Very spiritual. I don't mean religious. Very spiritual place. I've even seen all the glyphics. I went to protected grounds where they had all the glyphics of the ancient Hawaiian civilization. And you look at all this stuff, they're glyphs, I call them, for short, glyphics, and of animals, nature, the sun, the sea, fish. Man, that was thousands of years ago. Some children might have done it, some grown-ups might have done it. just looking at those things. You were part of history on that island, man. Just incredible to look at that, to see that it was still there, that their hands in that stone or lava stone carved this stuff. Just like if you ever went to the pyramids and stuff, and all that stuff, all the glyphics for short, and it's amazing to see that. This is a time gone by, never to repeat it again. Proven of human life during that time. They had children like you do. They did activities like you do. They did surfing like you might do in Hawaii. They worshiped the sun, the water, the ocean, fish, birds. Quite incredible, man. So don't say I never lived a life. Don't ever say, well, you can say all you want. That alone, the opportunity to live in Hawaii, that's my flag going up. Because that was monumental. Because a lot of people can't afford to live in Hawaii. I managed, but it'd be a hard deal to do right now. Some have tried. These quasi modern day new age hippies go to Hawaii and they live off the fruit of the land, they thought, but they weren't. Times got hard. So the women had babies. They had to do something to stay there. With each baby, welfare, came food stamps and maybe a little cash. All right. They got pregnant again with another guy, not even the same father. We know one woman that had 12 kids. Every one of them was from a different father. And she was getting buku money and stuff and food stamps from the welfare. Not only that, she was selling her food stamps to make money for her pot smoking and whatever illicit drugs she did. They were a baby maker in Hawaii. But they did it for the purpose because they had welfare, unlike in the Philippines. Women have children because they love children. The maternal instinct is incredible, There's no welfare check to have in the Philippines, so have more kids, they're going to give you more money. It's not the way it works out here. But in the United States it is, and the island of Hawaii, it certainly is, and that's exactly what they did. I've seen it. This German girl who had a bunch of kids, and she used to have a stand on the highway selling whatever, and make more money. She'd find a place to crash from another guy if it didn't work out with one guy, and he wouldn't support her unless she really took it to court, and a lot of times they didn't care. Just went to the next guy to crash with him, bring the whole family in. And then get pregnant with him too. Domino effect or whatever, Pardon me, I gotta lay back every now and then. Getting old, my back ain't the greatest. I don't lie about that, like some people do. But that's what I had to say today. I think the idyllic life in the Philippines it's what you make of it, but I think the younger you are, I was going to go on about the pension versus Social Security deal. Okay, there's a lot of people who have worked jobs where they can get a pretty nice pension without having to wait for Social Security. That's what I suggest you do. Don't wait till your Social Security kicks in because you may not live to be that age. If you've been working, say, 20 years for a job or something, take advantage of it. That's what I say. And you can live your life in the Philippines. You don't have to wait till you're 62 or above. You got a pension, don't get greedy. It's enough for you to live on out here and even more. Then do it. Don't wait till you're even my age. People come out here at my age, which I don't recommend to do, to come out here fresh at my age. Hell no, man. No. That's stupid. And having babies at that age is even more stupid. I don't know. I don't tell you what to do. You do what you want your own life. I do what I do with mine. But having babies at a late age. That's just not. It's just not right. You know. But yeah, take your pension. Fuck your Social Security. Don't wait for your Social Security. Same thing I say to people who don't want to retire at 62. No, I'm going to wait it out. I'm going to wait it out because I want more money than that. If I wait it out till to your to a later age of they've raised the age of Social Security. You want to get the full benefits, right? Well, okay. In a perfect world, you will live to see 67 or whatever, 66, 67. In a perfect world, yeah, you'll live to see that. And you're going to get triple the money that you would normally get. But why did you wait that long? You got that greedy? For what? It means you have less life of living out here. Or actually, you have to wait longer to get your Social Security. But like I said, a perfect world, you'll live to be that 66 or 67. But yeah, coming here too early or too late is fool. Yeah, exactly, man. I'll try to go on camera more these days, okay? I would really suggest, and there's some people that are so fortunate, they not only have Social Security, they not only got a pension, or maybe two, from two jobs, 40 years of work or whatever, and they were in the military on top of that. These are the people that are really set up. Those are the people. You can't get better than that. Well, you could. You could get together with a rich Filipina. It's all good, right? Then it's all good, isn't it? Life's all good. You can make your life good. It doesn't matter what adversity you have, even here on YouTube, man. Am I living the life? I would say yes. Am I climbing mountains? No. Am I going swimming every day, scuba diving, shit like that? No, because I really can't. I can't. I'm not that young Frank I used to be, man. I have my limitations. I'm not afraid to say it because it's real. But I don't have as many limitations as a lot of people do have that are even younger than me out here. I'm still flexible. My balance is but I balance. I can still do some exercises. I can still lift with the light weights. Okay, I have a lot of freaking energy. You listen to my voice. I got a lot of energy most of the time. So what else you want to hear? I don't know. Am I happy out here? Yeah, I am. I am. I don't think I changed a thing as far as my life out here. Change a thing as far as YouTube is concerned, Unfortunately, I cannot go back in time and change things on here. I could only live in this part of my time. The diversity I have on here goes in every channel, more with some, more than others, whatever. Just consider the source where it's coming from. It's, if you got business to take care of, you take care of that too. If you had to get in a situation like I did, you just take care of it, man. Don't stress out over it. Live your life as you're doing every day. That's what I do. I'm not stressing out over all this shit. There's some things I'd like to see out of the way. Absolutely. You got that right. You're right on that. But that time will come. And whatever comes, I'll handle anything like I did anything in my life. Anything that came about, I handled. I'm still here. Made it to my 71st birthday. I think that is monumental. As I said, on many shows, with the environment, the possibility hit by a car, get poisoned, whatever, COVID, whatever, I'm still here. I'm still rocking, man. Rocking in the free world. I don't know about a free world anymore. We're going to war, pals. Not my doing. Don't blame that on me. You blame everything else on me. I didn't cause this war. But yeah, coming here, you said to the early, if you could, dudes, I don't know how many people watch my show even in passing. I don't always leave them on, so I don't give people an opportunity. I'll leave this on, but, I meant what I said earlier on my show. I still want your comments on there on how many little bugaboos that this woman's video she had in there. She's the woman that put that report on me to immigration. I'd asked my viewers to listen to her whole thing. It's the only other thing that's not private that I left on there. I asked my viewers, I'll still ask them now, to review that and pencil and paper and write down all the negative things she said or things that seem threatening, and whatever. Write it down. And I'm going to be getting off pretty soon, so I really don't have time to hear all your comments. But I will keep this on, and please feel free to make your comments after the show is off and processed and all that stuff, and in regards to that video, which I'm keeping on, I'm not taking that off. Listen to it very carefully and see who's the real culprit here. It's not me. Now, all this idyllic life we were talking about, how I'm happy being here, you think I'm going to let somebody interfere with that? No, you got that wrong. You got that wrong. I'll address any issue, any and all. I will address an issue as it comes, or as it is already here. And I think you all know me, and I think you know me to be truthful, and if I say something, I'm going to do it. No one's going to take my happiness away from me. Not if I could help it anyway, I'll tell you that. Not if I could help it. But I am a person who's known to make lemonade out of lemons. I've been doing that all my life. In so many ways, in ways that I never even talked about. Okay? Anyway, I got to get off here because my back is kind of hurting if I have to lean forward. See? There's certain real things I talk about that are real. I don't make up stories. If I say I got a bad back or something, I do. I don't pretend. It's not benefit me on here in any way to pretend about things like that. Although some people historically certainly have. Yeah, they certainly have. All right, so go over that video I've been talking about. You know who I'm talking about. Feel free to leave your comments. I could actually leave this on a while if you want, and I'm just not going to be on camera, and give you another opportunity to make these comments. I don't know if that's even worthwhile doing. Because I still left that other video on, and I think I did. And you guys were a little afraid to comment on that. Although in the past you weren't, but you kind of came right out and said, yeah, I see what you mean. She was really coming down on you in a lot of ways. Your age, calling you old, saying that you, not much what you did with a boyfriend, much different. You're a child predator on Mabolo. All this shit came out of her mouth. There was some implied threats, everything else. So don't be afraid to address this, is what I'm saying to you. Don't be afraid to address it. If you heard it, I'm not going to put words in your mouth. It has to come out of your mouth. And you've done that favor for me before, but I decided to put that video back on. It's on there now for you guys to listen to in full. And as I said, I did a little bit of narration on there. Not as much. There were other factors in there I could have narrated if I should have, came right in and talked about, but I didn't. But you could pick out all the bugaboos in that video, and you could say, who's in the fault here? Who's attacking who? Whoever called her a whore or a prostitute? Not me. To this day, my views are still saying it. I never heard you say that, Frank. I never heard you threaten her life. That's the point. That's not what this show is all about. But I thought I'd bring that up because I put that video on. Okay, I gotta go. I was going to do a show. It was going to be an upload, though. I charged up my wireless mics and receiver, and I waited too long because it really got really humid. I was going to go take a walk on the beach and just an upload, not a live, and do all my philosophical rants and whatever, and talk about some of the same things I'm talking about now, but I decided that it was just too humid. I know my limits. Some people don't know their limits in a lot of ways, but then they find out they went over the limit. Babu said on Seinfeld with the finger. That's Babu. But this time it's Frank. Right, Barry? Right? Babu spoke. Be good, people. What else could he be? Why would you want to be anything else? I gotta go. And you can comment on that. I'm asking you to do so. I'm not using it for any purpose. I'm not, and there's my sweetie dog here, woman. Hello. Hello, baby. You come to see Daddy. She's a good girl. Good girl. So is the other one. You're such a good girl. You know, you're such a good girl. You're such a good girl. Always coming up to me, so spoiled. She's got to be petted, massaged every single day. If I sit in my chair over there, she's always coming up, expecting me to rub her head, rub her face. Always wanting attention, right? Because you love your daddy, don't you? You just love your daddy so much. You love your daddy so much. It's nice to be loved, folks. Don't envy me. Have your own life. Be loved. Get laid. Whatever it is that's making you bitter, I suggest to get to it. Life is pretty short. Stop complaining. Enjoy life. Find love. Create love. Experience love. Because your time clock is running out. And what I've experienced all of the above. Everything above. Have a nice, sweetie. You bet. Yeah. You can too. It's never too late. Well, maybe for some it is. We're out of here.
The life of luxury, KFC. Well, I guess with the prices they're charging, it's a luxury to be able to go there and afford their chicken. Okay, I could say that. Well, a video just came on from a certain female, KFC. And in the background was this music of luxury, like the rich and famous. It's a classy place to be. As well, it is rather expensive in KFC, but I thought that was kind of funny to share that. Okay, worldwide, truce or a ceasefire was declared by Trump, but a matter of a short time later, one country sends another missile to the other. Guess they didn't understand the ceasefire after all. Yeah, people do get confused from that. It's just a back and forth thing. It's no different than YouTube. That's what's going on with Israel and Iran. And America, of course, putting their nose into it, which they normally do. Guess there was no such thing as a ceasefire because they're still attacking each other. And the warning signs are going out to Trump. Stay out of our business or else. Well, Trump made promises himself, that he didn't keep. And he initially said we're going to give 2 weeks to kind of mull this over as to where we stand as far as getting involved. And 1 day or 2 days later, well, he ordered some missiles to hit some strategic sites. But the news, of course, is that as the news comes in that, Trump tried to arrange a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. And, well, that didn't last very long because it wasn't honored. Oh, boy, what's going on in this world? It's not just YouTube, people. It's everywhere. I think people are just war animals. Remember, we've only been on this earth 300,000 years, which sounds like a lot to you, knowing our lifespan and average. But as I said, the dinosaurs were here 178 million years ago. They were doing something right. You'd think they'd be eating each other up and the population of dinosaurs would disappear. But that didn't happen. It took a natural event to make most of the dinosaurs disappear, with a few mammals and cockroaches and whatnot surviving. Interesting, isn't that in itself? But we're just a speck of dust and a speck of time here on planet Earth. As humans, we have not been around for a long time. 300,000 years may seem a lot, but again, look how long the dinosaurs have lasted. So basically, this planet was basically made for dinosaurs. Big animals with big teeth running around, creating havoc. Now we got humans running around, creating havoc. How much of a change is that? Except, well, they survived 178 million years. And humans are not going to survive that long on this planet. And as said, 300,000 we've hit our presence on this earth, but the way things are going and we're destroying the environment and killing each other and hating on each other and everything else, I just don't see that lasting that long. And we're certainly not going to outlive the dinosaurs. I mean, that goes without saying, 178 million years compared to 300,000. I would say that's a big distance. Hello, Autumn. I would say that's a big difference in time. Our technology has helped us out, but our technology is also killing us. Our technology is also isolating us. Our technology has interfered with our socialization. It might have increased it in some ways, but you will find less and less people wanting to be one-to-one with another human, close enough to smell their breath, good or bad. Well, the Arabs are good for that. They like to be up close. If you studied anthropology, and of course I did, Arabs like to be close up and personal. It don't matter how bad your breath is. It's a matter of respect, and they honor that. Norwegians like to step back from each other. If you ever try to have a conversation with a Norwegian, don't get too close, because look at their body movements. They're going to take a couple of steps back, doing a little two-step. Interesting what you learn. That's called anthropology. So, what is the future for this world? Okay, are you glad you're young, very young, and do you feel that you have a future that's solid and, well enough to have a child to bring into this world? What do you think about that? With all the crazy shit going on, do you really want to bring a new child into this world, knowing they may not have a future? Well, that doesn't stop people from procreating. It doesn't stop people from recreating either. Hello, Counterflow. Just finished roasting some red peppers. Wow, roasted red peppers. Speaking of peppers, God, you know what I haven't had in ages? Well, basically roasted peppers, stuffed peppers. God, I haven't had that. I can't remember the last time. Well, I was in Hawaii at some point. I had some stuffed peppers. We've never made it here. You just get that meat and flavor it up, stuff it in a green pepper, red pepper, whatever you want to use. Tomato sauce is involved. It's seasoned. Bake it in the oven, and that's some really good stuff. It's our Italian roots, yeah. Oh yeah, I love that. The hardest thing I never made successful is stuffed cabbage. I don't know, I always thought it was hard to fold it up with the meat and all that. That was good. Stuffed cabbage was really good. Probably my preference would be stuffed peppers. Yeah. The problem is finding a pepper and finding one a good size and finding one that looks healthy enough to eat. And finding one that you could afford. I don't know, a pepper these days could go as much as what, $2-3 or something for a pepper? Well, geez, really, that's quite a lot. Carnival says, I make them when they are in season. Make a variety of small little cute peppers. Yeah. Well, peppers are good, and they're good for you too. But I still am not thinking about food. I'm thinking, wow, stuffed pepper. I used to make them on my own all the time, even in Hawaii. Yeah, I used to get around to doing it. And you make it with rice, too. You could mix the rice. Italians do, you mix the rice you mix the meat with, you could actually kind of a seasoned Italian breadcrumbs. You have onion, have all that stuff in there, garlic, onion, whatever. However you want to make it, garlic, more likely. Even any way you want. You could add olive oil to it. You could put garlic in it or just choose to put onions in it, whatever. But a lot of times the Italians make it with Italian breadcrumbs already seasoned. And they'll cook it with, some people just use tomato sauce on it. I mean, yeah, I mean, ketchup. Some people. I don't use ketchup, regular tomato sauce. Yeah. Hey, your mom ever make fried pepper? Yeah, yeah. The peppers were incorporated into the food, like if we were having Italian sausage, absolutely we'd have sandwich. I don't know what you call them these days. Like these, so many different names. If you were from the East Coast in New York, we'd call them wedges. Make an Italian sausage wedge. Wedge was simply, well, it was Italian bread, It was a loaf of Italian bread, uncut, it wasn't sliced, like French bread, Slice it open, and you'd have the Italian sausage with the peppers and onion, maybe olive oil they threw in there, and you could put black olives in there. You could put mozzarella cheese in there. You could sprinkle Parmesan cheese. And, I'm making myself hungry here now. Yeah. Speaking of that, how did I segue into that? Well, I guess I did. So now I'm getting a hankering, get it, Kevin? I'm getting a hankering for stuffed peppers or Italians, but that's the other thing too. You just can't find real Italian sausage out here. Unless you know of a place in Cebu, I don't know of any place I could buy real Italian sausage, the fennel seed, the whole bit. Nah, if you go in SNR, they have that section with different types of sausage. It's not Italian sausage, don't even taste anything like it. And the color of it is kind of gray if you ever went and looked in the freezer section and seen these different sausages. The color wasn't even there. It was gray, not like red and whatever. But, the other thing disappointing, it does have to do with health, and I have to mention it. Okay, so people know, Cessna has somewhat decent Italian. No, it wasn't that good. I've bought it in the past. But I hate to disappoint you pork lovers, but it just came to my mind. I was listening to somebody's show, and, he had his degree and all that stuff. He had the pedigree and all that shit, and he was saying that one of the meats that people should stay away from is indeed pork. It is so much known for parasites and trichinosis and all that, and well, that's okay because I try to avoid pork. Pork is a big meal for Filipinos all the time, of course. Lots of people are getting sick on it, and it's one of the most parasitic meats you could eat other than, fish, which, kind of come along with parasites. You got to open it up, and you'll actually see parasites to begin with right there. Yeah. Italian sausage with roasted fennel. Oh, god damn, dude. Yeah, roasted fennel. Once a year won't kill you. If it's the right sausage. Oh, I mean like pork. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Well, I've always liked bacon, but I rarely ever touch bacon. I must admit bacon tastes pretty damn good. I'll admit that it does. Even little bacon bits to put in your salad, I mean, that makes a big difference. But I personally haven't found a place where I could find good Italian sausage. I always search when I'm in SNR, but it's the same shit that's in there all the time. And I go to the cooler section, that has the different varieties of their version of or chorizo's got to be the worst, but and I've seen the Italian sausage and what they call Italian sausage. I mean, the same thing as what they call hot dogs out here. Oh geez, they're covered with red dye and they just taste like total shit, and knowing what's in there doesn't want to make you eat it. I mean, that's what any hot dog really, except for, I don't know, Hebrew National. Doesn't mean they don't have shit in there, but Hebrew National only has a good cuts of beef or whatever in there, and you're not going to get the the beak and the claws of a chicken or some crap, and where something's supposed to be beef and they're adding pork in it. I've bought products, even Italian meatballs, that, they call them meat balls, meat, and you're assuming that it's beef, but it's really not. If you look at the package, you say there's pork parts in there, there's chicken parts in there. It's anything but beef. See how they fool you? They get you, don't they? It's a matter of reading the label, or just make it yourself. There was a guy, I don't know where this place is, even where I live. This was a number of years ago, that made his own sausage here. If so. But then again, that is the only, I guess that's the only way I'd eat pork. It had to be like a Italian sausage, and it's basically made of pork, and I guess that's the only thing I probably could stomach. I'd like to see an Italian sausage, made out of just beef, but that would be I don't know, but probably I wouldn't refuse as much as I say I don't eat pork. I probably, if somebody came up to me with a nice Italian sausage sandwich, the way I like it, I probably would eat it. And try not to think of parasites and what's really in there. Even in Subway sandwich place, there were a lot of articles about it's not the real McCoy. A lot of the products they use in there are substandard products in Subway. The meat that you're getting may not be what you think it is. The tuna sandwiches you're getting may not even be a lot of real tuna. It might be like a tuna type substitute that tastes like tuna. You just don't know what you're getting, and you're paying some big money for that shit too now. Oh, people joke around, well, Frank eats things with preservatives. It's, the truth is, it's kind of hard to find foods that are not having preservatives in it. Well, especially in this country. So what are you supposed to do? Starve or go out and kill your own cow if you have a farm and, get your own meat and do things the way you want. Otherwise, you got to go to the store like anybody else. And the only reason preservatives were added in the food is, well, for what it is. It's a preservative because they have to have a long shelf life to put any product out that they're going to sell in a supermarket or a store. They have to have a good shelf life. And that's why the foods are so-called processed, nitrates and all kinds of preservatives and food colorings and everything else. What most of you don't know is that in many supermarkets, they can color the meats, and that's hamburger meat, ground beef, steaks, and other meats. And other thing you didn't know, the kind of fluorescent lights that they use in the meat section could actually make the meats look more red. Take them out. I've seen it myself in Hawaii. Take it out of that lighting that they have in the meat section, and you're going to see that the meat does not look that red. It looks more is with food coloring, and they use that a lot, and they will try to fool you to think that you have fresh meat rather than to discard it, and you're buying meat that you don't even know has gone past its expiration date, but they color it with a special red kind of coloring agent, and you think, oh my, this is as fresh as can be. You got fooled again. So there's a lot of things to learn out there. So when someone says, well, I buy foods that have preservatives in it, well, the frozen vegetables and stuff, they don't have any preservative. Frozen, they're fine. It's the other products that's going to have meat in it of any type, whether it's chicken, beef, pork, whatever related, or even fish. There's going to be preservatives in there. That's how they get their product out. Of your supermarket, whether it's in the freezer area, whether it's the cooler area, or on the shelves, because they're buying this stuff from the wholesalers, okay, and it's already been made, this product, maybe a few days earlier. Then it's got to go to the shelves of the supermarket. And it's got to last long enough for somebody to buy it. Now, I had a couple of cans of garbanzo beans I threw away because they were expired in 2023 or something. And guess where? Local market stores here. Now, don't get me wrong. No matter what the expiration date is on a can, it can go. It can actually go many years later. It probably still going to be good, but you got to examine the can. Got to examine the can. Any rusting. Against, don't buy it. But it doesn't take much to look at the expiration. And this is like one of the scams that they do out here. They will get some of these expired products and hope that people don't see the expiration date on them, you know. And perhaps they get them for a cheap price off some wholesaler or even a retailer that, you know, that's selling it or something. And they're going to get it for a good price rather than throwing it away. You'll buy it and hope that somebody else will buy it. You'll put the regular price on there that they were going to charge. Let's say it was going for $1 a can from the guy you bought it from. You find out there's an expiration date. And the store's going to buy it for maybe 30 cents on the dollar that's buying these cans. They're going to put it on their shelves and charge you $1 and make a 70-cent profit or whatever on it. And hope that you don't see the expiration date. I've been in some stores out here. I've seen rat shit on top of the cans. I've seen rusting around the edges. Of course, those are things that you don't want to buy. So be observant. Don't forget, rats piss all the time. They're major pissers. Besides pissing you off, they actually do urinate quite a bit. So at nighttime in these stores, when they're closed or whatever, even when they're open, these rats are climbing all over these cans. And you may not see the urine because it's dry. And one of the things you need to do is clean thoroughly with vinegar. White vinegar would do, soapy water. Because you're not going to see necessarily that film of urine on there, or even know that there was rat shit on there. Because when you open the can, as you notice what happens sometimes, the tin, the lid of the can, into the product on one end, which means that you are contaminating right away, instantly, the food in that can. I bet you never thought about that, right? Probably have not. Probably have not. Well, live and learn, right? So yeah, staying alive. It's kind of hard to do out here. If you succeeded so far, you're doing very well. But the very food you eat is contaminated a lot of times out here. Even the canned food that seems to be very trustworthy, but it's really not. Clean the top of your cans. Another little hint. Okay, you're gonna be. Okay, what's a mistake that a lot of people make? What do you think? They want to cut into it with a nice clean knife. But what's going on is you're introducing into that melon or whatever it is you're cutting it up with that knife into the skin of the fruit. Okay, what was on that skin? Is there any kind of toxins, any kind of before they actually slice into it? I bet you never thought of that either. Yeah, Ricky's back. I saw that. Well, like I said, I never believed to begin with, so nobody got me on that one. Nobody. It was just a matter of time before he came back on, but that doesn't mean that won't happen to him the way he's going, but we're not going to get into that. Yes, I did notice that Ricky is back to business. And the dirty knife thing, man, is a lot of times I've done that too. The lettuce you buy especially could have a lot of little nematodes in it. You don't want that. You get sick on lettuce. You got to wash out your lettuce very well. And certainly not with the tap water here in the Philippines. Don't even think about it. You know, get a little bit of your fresh water. Actually, soak it in a little dilution of white vinegar. I mean, look, taking that time is, you're helping you from not being sick by taking the time to wash off your vegetables. I don't know how we went from the war to this topic, but oh well, here you go. Forever young, I wanna be, and that's a good one too. Boy, are we popping subjects here like there's no tomorrow. Maybe there ain't. Would you want to be forever young? That's an excellent question. Would you really want with no ending? Some people get sick of their life. They don't want to. Some people don't want to live forever. Considering that humans live a relatively short time to begin with, well, you could be a fly and live for a week. I mean, you could have that choice if that's what you want. So we're living longer than a fly. Would you want to be forever young? Would you want to just live forever and ever and have to witness all the craziness on the earth and the wars and people dying and pestilence and everything? Would you really want to live that long to witness all the catastrophes on earth and all that? I don't know. You take your 40s all over again. Yeah, 40s are a pretty good age. Yeah, because the 40s you're still relatively young, but you're really not, you're not that old. It's a perfect age if you stayed in shape and you didn't become obese. Here we go with that. Yeah, 40's I think that's a pretty good age. Yeah, I've been kind of getting really bored with my routines out here. Sometimes it hits you. And you're wondering, why do I put a lot of shows on? Well, I've already talked about that. I raised my flag a long time ago, and I said, yep, 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 yep. This is what retirement is in the Philippines. Know that you are still very young and you have a way of living out here and retiring at a very young age. That's a whole different animal. The usual. Most people retired here are, well, coming here to live are indeed retired. You're of a certain retirement age, unless, of course, you worked a hell of a lot of your life and you've got a couple of pensions outside of Social Security. Then you're doing damn good. Damn good. I salute those people. Well, did you catch my live stream earlier on camera? I think you guys did. Yeah. You know, another thing, too, I never pretended to be young, just young-minded, and I have a different outlook, I think, than a lot of retirees. That's the difference for me. I can't stop the aging process. If I did that, I'd be a very wealthy man. I'd be a trillionaire, whatever. Can't do that, son. Can't do that. But no, I wouldn't want to live forever. I mean, no. And humans can't live forever anyway. Population control and all that shit. Come on. We'd be having babies left and right. We'd die anyway because, we'd have no food, no resources. So I don't think that's a great thing to wish. If you had a magic genie and you had 3 wishes or something, that I want everybody to live forever and be happy. Well, I don't see anything good coming out of that. You can't be happy all the time. Even me and my daughter, we didn't trust some lady, a family. We know her. She worked at Safeway, and she used to babysit my daughter when I went out. And she had a bunch of kids. Lived around the corner, and they had a pool and everything. Cool. And my daughter said, I don't know, I just don't trust her. The lady's name was Jennifer. I said, why? I don't know. She goes, there's something about her. She's always smiling all the time and happy.
I said, well, it's good to be happy and smile, but not all the time. But then I thought about it. I said, you know what, kid, you're right. That actually bothered me too. There's something, I don't know, man. And what you guys think what you want on this one. I don't trust anybody that's constantly smiling and happy all the time. I just don't. My daughter was right. She was right. Because when I've met people like that, there was always something behind that smile. It's kind of like, well, wearing a fixed clown face that had a permanent smile on it. And clowns could be the most devious people in the world. How about it? Look, you could paint your face with a smile, but what's underneath that smile, man? That's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother animal right there, man. So trust somebody that's smiling all the time. There's always a story behind that smile. You may disagree with me, but that's okay. But my daughter recognized that as a kid, and I recognized it too when I was around certain people. I say to myself, there's a big old story behind that seemingly fixated smile. Yeah. Counterflow says, Frank, I said those exact words yesterday. I see a guy doing food travel reviews. I said to my wife, I don't trust him. He's smiling. It's all an enactment. You know, you got people on here, it's the same thing, that claim that they have all these wonderful lives, and they really don't. And we can name names, can't we, Counterflow? They're not. When they're not, it's all smoke and mirrors, as I like to call it, prefer to call it. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's not a reflection of what's going on in their life. It's truly not. Fuck, I'm not smiling all the time. Hell no. I go with my own emotions. I'm not going to hide it. When did it ever stop me before, right? You know that damn well. Anyway, I was laughing because somebody put on a show, well, a short video, and this person was in KFC. And their choice of music, I love this, was kind of like you'd find in a fancy restaurant or something. What a choice of music. Let's put a little hint. It was female, and it was a Filipina. Any hints on that? KFC. That's a high class place. Maybe the Filipinos it is because, as I said, their prices are awfully high. Maybe it is a high class place if you're a Filipino and you can afford the ridiculous prices that KFC charges you. I guess it would be a luxurious place to be able to eat. What do you think on that? But I thought the choice of music was funny, where the person was trying to show, look how much class I have. And I'm like, really? Okay. Oh, man. Funny stuff. You know, like any movie or video or anything, appropriate music on there that, relates in some way to where you are. I'm not asking much. Yeah, I cheat. I'm not going to tell you what I'm eating right now. I won't dare. It's good. It's tasty. But I'm not going to tell you what I'm eating. Told you, I'm not perfect with my diet. And sometimes I do get a sweet tooth. No, I'm almost going to tell you what I'm eating. Should I? Cold, of course. Just don't eat
Warm. I never liked warm. All right. I'm going to tell you what I'm eating. I'm eating a Kit Kat. I'm eating a Kit Kat. Okay, attack me, attack me, attack me. I had a sweet tooth, and I happen to have one of these in the fridge. But on the other note, I did order from Lasada. I did order some 100% cacao chocolates. It's a small bag, and it's 100% cacao, dark chocolate, that is. Dark chocolate. Big difference. Dark chocolate. Not this shit. And we both like to have dark chocolate. It's our favorite chocolate. The higher the percentage cacao in there, you want to get 75 to 100. I like to get the 100%. Yes, 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 yes. It's loaded with antioxidants, of course. Of course, of course. And yeah, antioxidants out there, really. It's on the top list. And it doesn't have sugar in it, too. So that's the good thing. Well, the sugar level is so minimal that's almost non-existent. But generally, you can get it sugar-free, really. Yeah, Kit Kats are really good. Cold. I cannot eat warm chocolate. Messing up my hands. I mean, cold chocolate bars or anything related to chocolate is other than, hot chocolate. If you live in an environment, it's snowing outside, you want to have a nice hot cocoa or something like that. We all grew up on hot cocoa, but we have no idea what the hell we were eating anyway as a kid. If it tastes good, that we weren't worried about how much sugar. We're going to get diabetes, so my glucose level is going to go off the chart. I mean, we didn't think about that shit. Not in my household. It didn't. Growing up, we ate what was on the table, just like here in the Philippines. Everybody eats what's on the table. They don't eat. Okay, so if my parents were making something that maybe wasn't the healthiest thing, maybe she even cooked it in lard. I remember a couple of times she did. I remember a couple of times she used lard. Some people say lard is the best thing to use, believe it or not. Go figure, but, if you were hungry, you ate that dinner, didn't you? So the guy doing travel reviews, of course, what is he going to have, a puss on his face or something? I don't think so. In the words of this Boston guy who died about a week or so ago, Vinny, and there's this, I think I showed one or two of his videos on here, the cigar wielding, really overweight Italian guy. And one of the lines I really loved that he used was, it really grinds my gears. When he didn't like something, he'd say, it really grinds my gears. I don't ever remember using that terminology at all as an Italian American. Other things, but I never really said it really grinds my gears. That was either something very original or it was very Boston. I don't know. Boston Italian might different than New York Italians, I guess. I don't know. They talked funny anyway. Go to park the car. Weird. And they were Italian too. I'm going to park the car. Or my relatives had a heart attack. Yeah, I talked to Popeye about that one. A heart attack? Now, look, that could be vital information in a medical emergency. If you're going to be a Bostonian and, come over here or anywhere else, you're going to tell somebody, the guy had a heart attack. They're going to think that the guy maybe had a heat stroke. Had nothing to do necessarily with his heart, So picture a Bostonian man over here, right? Yeah, give me some help. My partner had a heart attack. What is a Filipino going to think? A heart attack. Oh, so he had a heat stroke. No, he had heart attack. Or give him some water, let him get hydrated. Too big, give him some too big. No, he had a heart attack. Wait, because I have to go park my car. Okay. That would be an interesting scenario, wouldn't it? Language. slang and so forth and dialect and all that stuff can be really confusing to somebody who's a native of a foreign country that doesn't pick up your jive, doesn't pick up your slang talk and anything like that. Forever, I want to be forever young. No, I don't think I want to be forever young. I'd like to feel good forever till the day I croak, but sure, I'll go for that option. But I really don't think I want to live forever. Not on this planet. Not a chance. Too much heartache, too much witness of destruction, and the world's just falling apart in front of your eyes, the land falling apart, disappearing, meteors hitting the earth, too much EMP radiation, ozone layer disappearing. I don't know if I want to really witness all that shit. Be alive to actually witness it. I don't know about you. Kind of where I'm at. Yeah, I missed them all. Yeah. I'm hoping that, you think to yourself that there's got to be something beyond life. I don't know. Then that gets into some really deep philosophy here, and science. I don't know. I guess you don't know until you do die. And nobody else is going to know it. Except you. And other people who have passed away. So what do most people, they, out of respect or maybe out of belief that the other person could hear them, they go to the grave sites and they talk to their loved ones. And it's even something I would do because I have an open mind. I think out of the box that there is some way, somehow, spiritually, that is, spiritually, that they can hear you somehow, metaphysically, I don't know. That would be rather nice. Or if you have somebody that pissed you off and you just want to piss them off even beyond the grave, go to their grave and just tell them a few things that you never got to tell them while they were still alive. Either way, it works for me. You fucking pissant or whatever. But be nice, respect the dead. They're not going to be a harm to you anymore. You got to think about it that way. They took the ultimate, the ultimate destiny. They died. They're not going to be a problem to anybody unless there's some really evil person that's going to come back from the dead somehow spiritually and ruin your life. Fazio's still probably yelling out there, "You're going to go to jail. You're going to go to jail." What are the other things he used to shout out? Some things about me. He's probably still out there in spirit world yelling at me or somebody. Or still upset with Ricky. "You're going to jail. You're going to jail." Yeah, I could hear him now. He's trying to get that message out metaphysically or whatever. I don't know, but it's just not being heard, and it must be even more frustrating for Fazio and other folk that didn't make it, Okay, all done with this. I feel so much guilt. For eating this. I'm going to have to work it off one way or the other. That's not even the weight I'm worried about. No, it's the sugar content. That's what I worry about. Yeah. We don't need sugars in our body. And believe me, if I ever have anything that has sugar in it, I feel very guilty. Very guilty. And I'm feeling very guilty right now. It looked too good. And I had a little appetite, in between lunch and dinner, I felt like I needed something sweet. Like I said, please, come to my house with some double chocolate chip cookies or something, or macadamia nut or something, or Just get it away. And I try to tell my girlfriend, tell her daughters or children when they come to visit me, please don't bring no donuts or anything over here. Please. Well, the kids eat the donuts. I said, yeah, but, I'm here too. And if I happen to have a sweet tooth at the moment, chances are I'm going to take a bite out of the donut. If I take a bite out of the donut, I'm going to eat the whole damn donut. And I know I will. But fortunately, I got my diet under control. That's why I'm not obese. And there you go. And by the way, my toenails are clipped. How about I step on this board here? Forever young. I got that in my voice. Okay, what's the weight today? We got 74.30 kilos. See? I'm far from being overweight. I mean, really far from being overweight. But you see, I'm trying to, and sometimes it's difficult to do. I'm actually trying to up my protein, but the problem with that, it's a good idea as you get older because you need the muscle tone, but you also got to work out and do that too to maintain that muscle tone along with the protein, and you get that protein going to your muscles and everything. So, I mean, it goes together. And sometimes if you eat too much protein, it's going to turn to calories. Oh, am I talking about a health thing again? Uh-oh, I shouldn't be doing that. Shame on me. Shame on me. I mean, I don't want to teach anybody anything. God forbid. Did I say God? Oh my. I got to watch what I'm saying on here. I tell you what, I am self-propelled these days. I got to ease off on the beans and the grains because I'm a working fucking farting machine. Luckily, they're not the smelly type. Oh, I'll share that with you. I don't mind sharing that with you. Boy, I'm a methadone fucking factory these days. You see, it's good to eat the right foods, but unfortunately, there's always some negative that comes with eating the right foods because gas, and you can't get away from it. You could open up your own methane gas station. I remember these kids used to play these pranks, but it turned out pretty bad for some of them. These kids would pull down their pants and take a fart. I guess they learned that they emit methane gas that's actually flammable. And they'd have these little games where they'd fart and watch the flame, but there was a few kids that actually burned their genitals in the process. But you didn't want to hear that, did you? But I'm telling you anyway. Yeah. No, that's something I would never do. That's why don't put a lighter near the ass of a cow. You might have a bad surprise on that one there, because they are big methane exporters. Don't go near a cow with a lit match. I don't think you'd probably want that. Okay, so yeah, we're not going to do a long show here. High lately. Well, with this weather, that's what it does to me. This, as you know, if you're familiar with the Philippines, this is the season when, the weather's a little hotter, sometimes a lot, and the humidity kind of hangs in there. And it makes it difficult to get motivated to do a whole lot of shit. That's why you're going to find a lot of expats in their air-conditioned rooms, watching a movie on TV, because that's what expats do, contrary to what you might believe. Unless you're young and robust and you're on daddy's trust fund and you could go to the mountains of the Philippines and dive the deepest oceans and, whatever, then you could do that shit. But hey, I'm realistic. Those really type of active days, they are over, brother. They are over. Like I've been procrastinating, for example, to do a project. Not a hard project, but tedious at the same time. My lower cabinets in my kitchen, to paint it the color of the rest of the upper cabinets that were white. They're stained, actually, but you have to take some sandpaper and you got to rough it up a little bit. Start with a medium grain. Get some of that shit off, make it. Then you want to go to a lighter grain, smooth it out, clean it off real good. Then you want to top it with hopefully a primer. If not, then double coat it with your
semi-gloss latex, preferably extra gloss or super gloss. But since I already did the upper cabinets, which were white anyway, since I already went over them with semi-gloss, white semi-gloss, I'll probably have to use the same thing on the lower cabinets. Because one's going to look a lot glossier than the other, and I don't feel like redoing the upper cabinets. Sometimes I don't have the energy to do some of this shit, although I'm full of energy, but I get too laid back sometimes, so you want to know the difference as far as age with me? We've talked about it, but I would have to say that yes, I'm a little lazier than normal, a little more laid back, on doing certain things. Sure, I could be at the beach every day. Just pick the right time. It's cool. Go to the beach early morning. No excuse, Frankie. Frankie, go to the end of the day, Frankie. You can do that. And I still could. You just got to do it. You just got to do it. There you go. It really grinds my gears when I do shit like that. Know what I'm saying? Okay, Vitaly. Yeah, they put the Swazoo on him. Where he thought he was bail, and they did the old Swazoo on him to play with his mind. They granted him an ability to get bail, but then they turned around on him and they put him under the BGMP, which is the jail system, and into the probably Billy bid from Big Catan. Or maybe he'll run into Barry. Yeah. Oh, they'd hit it off real well. Unfortunately for Vitaly, I think I said at the beginning of the show, I think he has lost considerable weight. He's not taking his steroids anymore, and he's relied on that soggy rice and vegetables. And not working out. So my understanding, some pictures they've showed or whatever, I don't know where they get them from, but they do, that he doesn't look anything like himself. He lost a lot of weight, muscle tone. But here's the question, really. Now, I hear it all the time, that only family members, quote, family members, are allowed to visit prisoners in the prison system in the Philippines. And I don't mean little detention centers like Mandawi, the real prison centers, okay? Bicatan, Billy Bid. Well, anybody can say, hey, I'm his wife. No, I think you have to prove that. Now, I think you could come by and you could drop off some food for somebody, but the way what I'm reading, I guess you have to ask Bummer, but the way I understand it is that you have to be a family member in some form or way. I don't know what information you have on this. I just read this stuff. I don't know how true it is. I guess if you paid the guards off or something, that you could probably get a non-family member in there as long as you tipped the guard or the trustee or something, I would imagine. I got to drink some water here. See, that's what I'm doing. Intermittent drinking of the water. Not all at once. It's not good. Maybe a 16 ounce or so, or 8 ounce or 16 ounce cup of water every couple of hours until it adds up to at least 64 ounces. Or 2 liters, at least minimum 2 liters. But I was watching something on a feed, and these idiot contests they have out there, right? Whether it's a food eating contest or some shit like that, they'd have like a water contest. How much water you could drink and gulp down. Do you know how crazy that is? Do you realize the damage that can do to you? But people are stupid. It's the rarity that we have scientists and we have all these people with really sharp minds. For our race, I mean, these are special people. But even the simplest things you think people would understand, there's certain things you can do, and there's certain things you can't do and can't get away with it. You're going to harm yourself. You can't sit there and watch it. In fact, you know who did that? Fazio did that.
He stood there, he downed a whole bottle just to show off to people, but he don't realize what he was doing. He was basically drowning his tissues. And it has to do with flushing out also the minerals you need, that you're flushing all this shit out. See, a lot of people don't know this stuff. Why is it I know all this stuff? Maybe because I read more than you do? I don't know. But it's like, a mystery to some people. Some of the most common things you could ever know as a human, what not to do, what not to eat, or how to do something as far as your diet, or how much water you drink. I mean, I get amazed by this. I really do. That people don't know this stuff. Ever see people at a hot dog eating contest, country fairs, and all kinds of shit? They have all this crazy shit. Or, college semester breaks and all that stuff, Florida and all these places, And they have these ridiculous contests to see who could stuff down as many hot dogs as they can. I'm like, what the fuck? I even knew that as a kid. That you can't physically do that without causing harm to yourself or even dying. You remember I always tell you guys that I've always used to witness ambulances coming by all these buffet places. You pay one price, eat as much as you want, right? I've talked about that before. Well, it's true. And remember what I said, what happens, because if you really stuff yourself that much, your blood flow is going to go away from your heart. It's going to go to your digestive system to help, get things going with your organs down there in your lower tract and upper tract. And you're going to be getting a blood flow that's going to be going away from your heart, which you need that blood for the oxygen to your heart and everything. That's why people at these buffets, they want to get their money's worth. Got to get my money's worth. So they wind up eating is stuffing down to get as much money's worth that they can. I told you, humans are fucking stupid, okay? The contest with the hot dogs, not only are they introducing so much fat and cholesterol into their at once, but you could choke on a hot dog very easily. A lot of choke on popcorn, number one, hot dogs, number two, and of course, like I just discussed, your blood flow is going to go away from your heart. Okay? Damn, I'm just a wealth of fucking information. Okay. I guess the Big Cabin is doing another show or something, so you're welcome to go see his show. Maybe you could give us a little bit of advice to the Big Cabin. What do you think about that? Tell him I said hello. I'm going to continue to watch a movie with my gal, if you don't mind. Hope you've learned something, and I hope I've entertained you on this show, because that's the whole purpose. Do you want to live forever? Do you want to be forever young? I don't think so. And the other thing, KFC is not exactly a fancy place. So I do a video KFC. I'd use anything but, the rich and famous type of music, like it's some classy place. As I said, I suppose to some Filipinos it would be a classy place that requires classy music because it is very expensive. Said my piece. Take care. Peace to all, and watch your diet, folks. The bread you save may be your own. I did a whole video. You go downtown, a few other things, and my remote mic, one of them, was not working. It's cloudy out. We're going to get more rain. Pizza for dinner. I didn't order it. I swear I didn't order it. She's going to eat fish. She's going to go with a friend and go pick up the fish. Dylan, her friend, cooked some fish for her. She's got good friends. And, oh, there's a cow. And, I didn't really order the pizza. I'm a little bit picky. I do like pizza, but she bought 2 boxes. So I'm going to down that puppy early dinner tonight. Okay, this is the finished product of the, let's just call it the gray water septic, whatever. It's got a handle on this. We want to open it up. I mean, we chip around the edge and It's going to be a lot easier. So we got that project over with. We have a lot of projects. You can see we need more gravel around here. This eventually have to be tiled up. Not in a long time. It'll be a little while before we do that. There's two things we got to work on the gate, that's for sure. But the first things are going to be right here. But I got a little small project I'm going to be working. I just picked up some sandpaper. I'm going to start to maybe sand the bottom cabinets in my kitchen. One of the projects got to pick up some special epoxy. You can see the rusting. It's down below the gutters, and there's some rusting. There is right here on the downpipe. When you get a heavy rain, we get a lot of leakage from there, and it makes the deck all wet around here. Anyway, you can see all the plants we have around here. It's just excess, really. But if you were at my house in Hawaii, you'd see a whole lot more than this. But it keeps us both busy, mostly her. She enjoys doing the plants. This is plumeria. I'm very used to that. It reminds me of Hawaii. This is plumeria. Yeah, and we had all gravel in here once, but we don't. This is Bermuda growing, but we have to rake this up every day. She's real stringent on that. The little mobile. House is looking good, but there is stuff we definitely have to do. Okay, be careful, dear. She's going to pick up her fish dinner. Place is looking okay otherwise, but you can see the antenna up there, and that's our satellite. That's our satellite. Okay, it's starting to rain. I guess it's pizza time. Well, here's the thing. I really didn't order the pizza. She wound up ordering the pizza. You know, girl's got to watch her figure. So it's pizza. It's going to be Fazio's favorite. I don't know if there's any pizza in hell. I don't know. And yes, this is the pizza you get out here. This is one pepperoni, and the other one is Hawaiian style, of course. I don't eat that one. Oh, this is the one I want. This is the Hawaiian style here with the ham on it. No. No, you don't have to tell me. I know this is not the healthiest thing to eat. Like I said, I'm not perfect in my diet. But she ordered it. I'm going to eat it. And the rain is coming down already. And I said, we have had such a rainy season. No complaints about the water. I think my well is probably doing, well, it's doing very well. So, what do we have? A very thin slice. You don't get much for your money. These are like, I don't know, what the hell is over 400 something 95 per pizza. They're not big pizzas. Not at all. Probably not even real cheese. There you go. You hear about old processed foods and everything else. Let's take a bite. I was going to add olive oil to this, but you know what they put in their pizzas a lot, folks? Oyster sauce. You'll know. You can taste it. And I don't know, maybe I've become so accustomed to this place's pizza that, I don't know, I just don't taste it anymore. Well, oh boy. Wow. Well, put it this way. It's edible. It's edible. And it's really going to be the best I can do around here in this town. I don't know if you can hear the goats screaming in the background. They don't like being out in the rain. Not at all. Alright, so the rain keeps coming down. And I'm pretty grateful for it, actually. It would be a lot hotter season than it would be. I mean, the humidity is always high, but if we had all this, we did have all this rainfall, and right now there's a cool breeze going on. You can see the plants moving in the trees and whatnot. And it makes it for a really cooler early evening. And I'm grateful for that. Oh, we got some lightning happening. Let's see if we can catch it on here. You'll know when the thunder's going to come if you count. Yeah, it's far away. See if we get another lightning strike. Oh, there comes the thunder. That was like, what, 10, 12, 15 seconds later. See the trees blowing around here. Okay, I thought we'd be able to see another lightning come out on here, but I guess not.
We had last week some really major thunder going on. I mean, the kind of thunder that rocks the house, rocks the Casbah. We'll keep it pointed that way. All that green out there you can see, it was not like that last year, I'll tell you right now. No bushes, they were all gone. See the contrast on the seasons. And there is climate change going on, there's no doubt about that. Okay, well, this is my real comfort room right here. Right here. See, even these LED lights were going out. There's a couple of them over here. We'll have to replace this. It's one thing or another. Really. It's all part of it. I just think this on Sci-Fi, and says with Solar Attack. How many times I've seen every one of these movies, but we got to change things around with that shit. That's for sure. My little movie theater room, AC, of course. We don't set it low. We set it to, 26. That's all you need in here. And we also, usually in conjunction, we have this fan going. Okay, so off to the movies. Speaking of movies, I can't remember the last time I was actually in a movie theater. It's been quite a while. Next time in Cebu, we're going to have to definitely check it out. I have not been in a movie theater the whole time I've ever been in the Philippines, ever. Well, in part, there were some movies that I didn't really care to see, or I was just happy with getting different movies on TV, but now I'm at a point where a lot of these things are very repetitive. Another disaster. Oh! Welcome to retirement in the Philippines. Again, I fucked around with something on here. What does it say? Orientation is locked. Rotate device back. That's why I don't usually mess with this, and I leave it on vertical. Am I going to mess with this at all? I don't know. Well, since I'm not on camera, I'm not gonna really bother with that. Jim's Asian Adventures. Oh, jeez. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of videos lately because I've had a lot to say, and nothing has ever held me back. Jim's Asian Adventures. You know this guy with his wife, Drexel Drugs, or Dexel, whatever. If you remember a video with this guy, and he was being so rude and crude, he was drunk, walking in the street with his wife while he was visiting the Philippines, and I said, yes, visiting the Philippines, yes, visiting the Philippines. He goes back and forth to whatever, Michigan or something, where he's living. He's married to this chick, they got a stepchild together, whatever, and, he comes back, spends a couple of weeks or a month or maybe 2 months or something. The longest he's ever stayed here was like 11 months or something, whatever. He found it hard to handle. But why? Because the guy is a binge drinker. Alcohol, yeah, besides obesity, you've got drinking. That's another thing out here. So Jim, who's married to Drexel, I don't know what kind of name that is, but okay. Not really that important. Jim is one of these binge drinker drunks, and even admits, though, he's been in jail a couple of times in the Philippines, probably because of his drunken behavior. I remember seeing his video, and it wasn't too long ago, and he was out. He was in the Philippines his last time, and walking with his wife in the street, coming back from whatever. And the rudest thing I've ever seen, really. Really rude, the way he was treating his wife and talking to her, and he was in a really bad mood. He was drinking a lot, and it was just bitching and whining about something, and she was like just ready to leave the situation. But the next day, all of a sudden, it's like, perfect relationship. I don't know if it's what you call the syndrome, battered wives syndrome or something, but all of a sudden she's very nice and in love with him the next day. Well, maybe he's her financial supporter, and maybe that has to do with it, that she's willing to put up with a lot of his shit up to a certain point, maybe, where, she's going to forgive him for his behavior and how rudely and he treats her. I think he even pushed her too.
So anyway, he did a show talking about the supposed new laws of vlogging with people on the streets, with people identifiable. There's like two different versions of that. One says it's all bullshit. The other one says, oh, it's for real. In effect, in June of this year, which is this month. And oh, someone's birthday today. Oh, my sister, 22nd anyway in America. What's today's date? Oh, well. Happy birthday, sister. If she's still alive, I have no idea, you know. It's not for me to find out. It's for her to tell me. Come back and haunt me. I don't know. Anyway, it's shit or get off the pot with this guy, Jim. It's shit or get off the pot. You know what I'm saying? Decide to live in the Philippines or not, or get her to come to America, whatever, if that's what she wants. But to keep on leaving your wife to go back to America, and that's what, you know, Gary the Gak did, you know, with his wife, Shaw, another Shaw. Well, she wasn't her name, of course. And, you know, I don't believe they're together. And I don't know, he might be having some problems. True or not, you know, you can't believe all the rumors on here, obviously, because Ricky came back on. He didn't die, and I knew that didn't happen. Well, I didn't know anything, really. Just don't assume anything and just don't believe everything you hear. That's a good place to start. Yeah. But this Jim guy, I mean, he downs the Philippines so much, and he's not the only one, but I've heard a number of them. He downs the Philippines so much, but he's always drawn back. Oh, on one minute he's talking great, the Philippine people are wonderful, and you know, give you the shirt off their back type of situation. Then he's downing them and say they're violent and you can't trust them, and one of them hurt his kid and took him to court, and he's pissed off at all Filipinos. He's pissed off at the infrastructure of the country. He's pissed off at just about everything. I mean, he's pissed off at just about everything. Just about everything. And so what I say to that is shit or get off the pot. Be a husband to your wife. If you actually have any love, go there and live with her. And maybe work on getting her to America if that's what you want. You don't like the Philippines that much, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. You know, do everybody a favor if you don't like it here. But this guy just bitches and whines all the time. And he's pretty self-centered with his physique. He works out. He's like, I don't know, 55 or something, what he is. And he likes to work out, and he likes to make it known. And he likes to put himself out there in the kind of shirts he wears, or walking around without a shirt. So he's pretty much into himself, I would definitely say that. And he thinks he's all that, but an alcoholic is an alcoholic is an alcoholic is an alcoholic. And if you can't handle your liquor, then you better not drink, because you could hurt people. And he laughs about it, that he was in the Philippines jail a couple of times, and he just laughs about it. And we know what he meant, because it had to do with alcohol. Probably ran his mouth once too often, and that's what got him in jail a couple of times. And we have a lot of people on here like that, actually. Yeah. Hello, what do we got here? Kevin Summer. Well, no, he does talk about some interesting things. I give credit when it's due. I'll listen to trolls channels. If there's something good to talk about on there, I'll take it to heart, whatever, you know, see what they have to say. But yeah, correct. Like a lot of people complain about what I do on my show, what I say, they don't have to watch it. Yeah, it goes both ways, absolutely. But I'll check out somebody's show to see if they're talking about something that is worthwhile, instead of Frank, or what they're supposedly doing and not really doing it, but just trying to show off to people that, oh, I do get out of the house. I do leave my little tiny little, how many cubic centimeter, whatever room they're living in, amongst all their toys and everything else, and trying to put on a show for people. I get out, well, now and then. See, I'm walking in my room. I could walk. Yeah, you're not walking in the street. You're just getting off your bed, walking over to your camera. He goes outside. The guy's got to wear a brace. Oh yeah, you gotta do there to enjoy your life, he says. You gotta get out and do things. Yeah, I can say the same thing to this particular guy that I'm talking about. Yeah, it's a novel idea, sir. It's a novel idea. Don't just put on a show and go outside for a few minutes and say, see, I could walk around. Pretty much how he talks anyway. Uh, so, yeah, people say one thing, they mean another, and whatever, and whatever, and whatever. Oh, well, I don't know. I got the screen all set up, all fucked up here. Let me see if I can remedy this somehow. Probably not. Jim's Philippine Adventures, maybe? Adventures, not even living in the fucking Philippines. I can't see my comments. I don't know. I fuck with this phone here. Sometimes you just leave enough. Leave it alone. Yeah, another Ren. Yeah. And his wife is Drexel. Drexel. Never heard of a name like that. Not even a Filipino name. Drexel. Reminds me of Rexall drugs. Drexel. And yeah, and Jim is he's a binge boozer is what he is. He's a binge boozer, binge drinker. But he can't hold his liquor right. He gets very aggressive. And no, Philippines would not be a place. He's already got in trouble a couple of times in jail and then had an incident with the neighbors. Has to go to court. It's still not over yet, I think. And they hurt his kid and he did something to somebody else. And he's actually afraid to go back to her house. That's why when he visits the Philippines, I don't know if you've noticed if you've been watching his show, he doesn't go back to the house. Instead, they stay at some hotels while he's there. Because big as he is, he's a good-sized guy, works out and all that. Big body, small brain. He's afraid to go back to her house, his wife's house, because he does not want to confront the neighbors. As big as he is, everything else. That's why he's always at a hotel or something somewhere. And he's one of these, know-it-all people, and I don't know it all. I talk about things I do know of, but I'm not a know-it-all, that's for sure. There's a lot I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't care to know, actually. But in his case, it's pretty much how he is. He's pretty cocky. Yeah, he loves his body. He loves his body. Well, that's a good thing that he works out. I have nothing against what he does with that. As you get older, it's better to build up some muscle tone and some strength, actually, because that's what you need as you get older. That's what's going to hold your ass up when you get older. Strength, a little bit of strength training. Doesn't have to be a lot. Get your legs going, all that shit. But I'm not going to dwell on the health thing. What he does, he does. Yeah. Yeah, Asian Adventures with Jim. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. That's the guy. That's the guy. I got this thing right across here. I can't even say how many people even viewing. It got this thing here. It says, orientation is locked. Rotate device back. Well, while I'm doing, let's see. No, that's not what I want. Do. No, that's just, oh, whatever, man. I just have to hit this arrow in order to see the comments. That never happens. Messages on. Okay. Yeah, the guy's in love with his body. There's no question about that. Jeez. I look at mine, I say, well, there's room for improvement, that's for damn sure. I don't think I'm going to reach his status, but he's been working out for a long time. He's just like a big brute, a small pea brain, and with a few muscles mixed in. It makes you an interesting combination, really. But I can see clearly how he treats his wife. There's no call for that. I mean, there is absolutely no call for that. There's no call for that at all. Yeah, it's been a lot of bad, different weather out here, and it's been in a lot lately, except to go downtown and, get the hell out of the house and do some things downtown. Chores, and, sometimes we visit people we know, mostly her friends that have become mine, and thank goodness for that, because I can only take staying in the house so long. I get kind of fidgety. Proof the pudding that I'm not a house dweller in full like people think I am.
I like to get my blood moving and get out and just get out from the four walls and all that here. And definitely. But as I said, it's not like we have a mall in the town or anything around. There's not much to do. How many times can you go to a nature park, and how many times can you go to the beach, and how many times can it's just it's very limited what you can actually do out here. But I still like it though. I mean, it's still I don't want, if I wanted a big city, I would live in a big city. I don't regret living on an island. I love living on islands. I lived in Hawaii Island for a long time. I like living on an island. It's just that tropical feel and that people die for, really, when you think about it. A lot of people, they want to get out of the big cities and the traffic messes and all that crap, and they come here, they live in some province or island province, and it takes a lot of stress off you. I mean, it really does. Living in a big city and all that goes along with it. As I said, I could visit big cities, and I enjoy doing so with the amenities, but I can't live. I can't live permanently in a big city. I think that would be difficult. If I had to by force, I guess I would. If I had a bad medical condition, I had to be near hospitals, I might have to start thinking a little bit differently. That's a hard move to make. I got two dogs, this and that, and all that. So I don't know. I don't know. She'd have to live here, and I'd have to live in a city, and she'd have to come to visit me, and vice versa. I don't know. No matter what happens, legally, personally, and otherwise, you always make things happen because you can and because you have options, and you utilize these options. Whatever works, whatever you can do to make something work, that's what you do. Simple as it's. Well, not always simple, as I'm saying. I'm not saying it's always simple. Like simple as that. It's really nothing. That's really nothing. Okay, have I got this right now? Finally. Okay, do I got it right? I just gotta turn this puppy around. This phone is like, if you don't lock something in, I'm sure you guys experience something like that. You sure you want to stop here? Streaming? Cancel. No, I didn't want to stop streaming. Okay, now if I could orient this better. No. I'll just leave it as, I'll just rotate it to look at the comments on here. I don't even know how many thumbs up I know how many people are watching, because I got this right in the middle. It's covering that area. Okay, let's see. No, I can't see that. I can't see that. I can't. I just simply can't. Oh well, I could deal with it. Okay, I know I ain't got 1,000 viewers, of that I know. But yeah, if you listen to this guy, Jim and Drexel, and it's also shame on her too. Shame, shame, shame on her that she puts up with this shit with him. If I talked and did that kind of shit on any regularity with my girlfriend, let me tell you something, man. It just wouldn't be happening. It just wouldn't be happening. We have our moments, but it's mostly me, not her. I'm human. But very rarely do we really get into it, very rarely. I'm glad to say. Everything is usually stable and copacetic and works out. So that works for me and it works for her. We're fine. But Jim is, you get to be an alcoholic, and you shouldn't have anything to do with alcohol if it's going to make you violent and make you talk down on your wife and stuff like that. No Filipina or any woman should put up with that shit. And vice versa, no man should put up with a woman who's an alcoholic. It works the same way. Yeah. Oh God, I had about 5 pieces of that pizza, but it's really thin. It's really thin. And then sometimes I regret some things I eat, But she already ordered the pizza. I said, okay, well, that's what I'll have for dinner. And that's exactly what I had for din. And I had enough of that. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of shows lately, and for a reason. There's been shit happening. I've been listening to some shows, and I've been making some commentaries on some of the things I read on here. And I'm in the house. I'm not going anywhere at the moment, and if I have time, I will do. So I do got a project tomorrow. I don't think I'll be on in the morning. While it's still cool out, I might start, I don't know, at least like 2 of the cabinet doors, maybe light sand these doors, clean it off, and then maybe apply a coat of, as long as my roller is still good. I don't want to really do it by brush, I'd rather do it by roller, and see how that works out. Because I want to make all the cabinets white, like the top
cabinets were, but they were originally painted with an epoxy paint. I mean, it's just the odor, and the toxins from there was just, it's unbearable. I don't like paints that are, or some that are oil based and alkyd, or it doesn't go away for a long time, and you got to breathe that in. The dogs would have to breathe it in, and they got highly more advanced senses than we do, so it's not good on them either. So I'll use a latex, and I use a semi-gloss on there, and we'll see how that turns out. One of my viewers got upset because he was just basically waits for me to come on. It was a counterflow, yeah. He got mad because I did something earlier but didn't do a show. I just put a title, and it basically said, "Hey, you still are obese, Kevin." He still is. Hey, look at me. I lost 250 pounds. Well, yeah, with that medicine, but he couldn't do it on his own. I'm glad he lost weight. I mean, good for him. It's good for him. It's just at a point in the show, and I thought he was being kind of kind to me and saying, "No, Gilda's not, ugly. She's okay. She doesn't look like a horse." Oh, thank you, Kevin. That was so nice. But then he started attacking me. Well, yeah, we should get him out of the country. And Kevin, I don't know what to tell you, man. I just don't know. I don't know. You do anything for trauma and for donations on your show, you know. But then I understand, as I always say, examine the source of where it's coming from, and then you try to understand and, be nice about the situation, as nice as you can, really. But, when you get a bolo knife in your brain, that's a real serious thing. And you got to look at this seriously, that the guy's not all there and all that stuff. So you got to, I don't know, I guess you got to handle it with kid gloves, because you're dealing with a kid emotionally, that part of his brain that was affected by the bolo knife, and you just got to remind yourself. You got to say, okay, listen, don't get too hard on him. Don't. He can't help it. And not everybody gets a bolo knife in their brain every day. It's affected his brain. Okay, and don't expect normal behavior from somebody like that. Shit happens. You got to deal with it. Like Nico got blown up. Well, he's dealing with a lot of issues in his life, his appearance, nerve damage, and all that. You got to deal with things that happen. I don't care if it's legal, personal, moral, whatever it is. You got to deal with whatever the hell it is. You got to deal with it. And sometimes you're forced to deal with stuff that you don't want to. Nobody want to be blown up in the army. You know, Kevin didn't want to have a bolo knife in his brain, but apparently he did something to deserve that. But then you also think, on the other side of the coin, who deserves to have a bolo knife in their brain? What the fuck did he do to deserve that? I mean, seriously, guys, it's not an issue we haven't talked about before. You had to have done something pretty fucked up for somebody to attack you with a bolo knife and embed it into your brain. I'm sorry, but I don't buy his story, and I never will buy his story. That ain't gonna happen. No. He fucked around with somebody else's woman or something went down that was pretty bad. And they got revenge on him. He doesn't want to tell you the whole story, of course not. I mean, what do you expect?
Okay, didn't realize I was off. I told you I got this thing on horizontal, it goes to vertical. I might have hit the button on there. I guess what I was trying to say is that I don't want to recap everything I just talked about. I don't know how long the mic was off. I tend to do that now and then. Is that I can't listen to channels if the person doesn't have any intellect at all, but doesn't exhibit some form of intellect, and everything is based on knocking somebody, and that's their whole channel, and that's how they make money. That's a sad event in itself. But when I have to listen to somebody who's, and no offense against people with mental illness, but whether by accident, by bolo knife, or by birth, or whatever it might have been. But I just, this is not a show. If I want to watch Corky, I'll watch those old TV shows. But I don't want to listen to it on YouTube. And he's like another Corky, and I can't listen to that. I just can't. I got to keep my interest going. I have to have something worthwhile listening to, not just Rank Out Frankie and stuff like that. If they have something intellectual to talk about, whether it's science, environment, life in general, their own philosophy, whatever, I'd love to listen to it and see where they come from, just as I exhibit on my channel. But I can't sit there and I don't care if they're even talking about me the whole time, and I get curious what they're talking about. I can't sit there the whole time and just listen to this dribble. It's just constant Frank, 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 and they can't seem to come up. Kevin's been trying really hard, but he's not been succeeding very well to try to act like he has a little bit of intellect, and he starts maybe mentioning, well, the war in Iran and Israel, and Trump, and he's, I'm sorry, I can't listen to that dribble. I just can't. I don't care how it happened, whether somebody put a bolo knife in his head. I can't listen for any length of time to that. It's very hard for me. I'm being honest as I can. I can't listen to that. Same way back with Fazio and other people. It was very difficult for me to concentrate on their show and listen to all that dribble. I just, it would hit me in a visceral way. Sometimes people's voices and faces. I mean, Big E's one of them. I find it very hard to listen to him. It's very difficult, because he's a wisecracker and he's an asshole all the way around. I don't care fuck how much money he has. He's an asshole. And I don't hold anything back. He never has anything good to say about me. Well, touche, pal. I don't have anything good to say about you. If I did, I'd probably mention it. Oh, there's a time in the past he actually talked to me on the phone a few times. Of course, he was in a better position with me at that time, but as time went by, he kind of, formulated his own little RRR club, the hate club against me. And now today we call it the high roaders, because they hide behind their religion and their money and the size of their wallet to get what they want, and they feel they could utilize people, use them, abuse them, whatever the hell they want to do. With their big wallet, they put that carrot in front of people, and I'm the Big E. I'm the you're the big ego, and that's what people know him for, the big ego, because he has an ego that's even bigger than his body. And if you've ever seen him, this guy has nothing to talk about with me, because this guy is not only, he's 6 foot fucking 7 or 8, maybe 8, and probably weighs about, I would probably say 375 pounds, somewhere around there, give or take. So he has nothing to talk about me. I have normal weight for my height, and I wouldn't want to find clothing. You get a lot of joint problems when you're that big and tall, and you're also carrying around that weight at the same time. I wouldn't want to be him for all the money in the fucking world. Why would I want to be him? It's not the money thing with me, man. I got to be happy with myself, and don't worry about how somebody else is living as far as how big their wallet is. It doesn't impress me at all. A person's character can impress me. If they got a great character, I could be awfully impressed by that, and very happy to listen to a show, somebody like that, even meet somebody with great character. But I don't have time for people like him, His world will fall apart, and he knows it. It's a matter of time, because, like I said, with Big Kevin, he's still obese. He tries posing on the camera, look at me, look at me. Well, yeah, you're right, Kevin. You used to be 450 pounds. I remember that. We all do. And good job with that medicine from the doctor to, he couldn't do it on his own, by the way. The doctor had to do that, okay? So with medicine, He might regain that weight again if he stays on the course he is right now, but that's not my doing. The fact that he's carried around a lot of weight for all these years already done a lot of damage to the guy, and you don't understand because he's not intellectually there. He doesn't understand what I was talking about, the damage to somebody's body when you've spent a good part of your life being extremely obese like that. The damage has been already done. Combination with the hot weather of the Philippines, the two elements that don't go together, and just a little walk outside is just not enough, Kevin. It's just not enough to walk down the block. It's just not enough. You're not skinny. Maybe in your eyes you're skinnier than you used to be. Yes, you are, but you're not skinny per se. You have lost a lot of weight, and that's a great thing, no matter whether you had help with it, with medicine or whatever. That's a great thing. See, I'll say good things about Kevin when it's due. I give him credit for losing the weight no matter what it took, but he admitted himself the only reason he lost his weight is because Big E made a bet with him. Big E said, if you lose 200 pounds, he admitted himself just today, there had to be an incentive in there for Kevin, that Big E would pay his way to any country he wants to go to if he loses 200 pounds. Well, Kevin didn't even really do it for himself, for his own health. He did it to get a fucking free ticket out of Kentucky, which was sad enough and pathetic enough for him to do that. And hey, I don't make this shit up. It was on Big Kevin's show today. Hello, Pennywise. No, I got sound. Okay, that's an old message. Hello, Pennywise. Big Kevin lost weight because Big E said that he would pay a ticket to anywhere in the country in the world that he wants to go. So that gave Big Kevin the incentive. Yeah, Big Kevin was highly motivated. Yeah, right. For money. Everything with money, Big Kevin. He pushes and pushes for his super chats and pushes. Meanwhile, most people don't know that it is likely that Big Kevin has a nice sack of money he's been saving up. Because he's very cuddy put, and he will always have people treat him for dinner every single time he meets somebody. I've never seen one show where he's actually treated somebody to dinner and took it out of his own pocket. Well, at least I haven't witnessed it. I don't know about anybody else. I haven't to this day. But he tries to take advantage of people. And they, I think in part, they sort of kind of feel sorry for him because he had that bolo in his brain and all that. And he's kind of slow. And people feel sorry, but I really honestly think, Big Kevin took a shortcut by taking weight loss meds. Yes, he did. It was a shortcut. But whatever worked, he needed to lose that weight, though, Pennywise. Come on. Well, give somebody credit when it's due. See, I'm not on the full attack of Kevin. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not really even attacking him. I'm just telling you the truth about what he's all about, what he does on his show, fooling a lot of people to feel sorry for him. I seen right through that years ago. I seen right through that. I had no problem seeing through that. He was transparent to me. And he still does it. He has a sack of money. He just doesn't want to spend it. Okay? That's the bottom line. He's kind of like Barry. Well, Barry who was getting his Social Security all that time. I don't know about right now. Spend that money. In fact, he wanted to use this for when he gets back to America and gets deported, that he could buy some kind of used vehicle or something, so at least up his head he could lay in a back seat or something if he can't afford a place to live until, of course, as he told everybody very clearly, fuck you all, I'm going to, use your taxpayer money, and I'm going to get on this and that and get welfare stamps and food stamps, and all this free, reduced housing and all this other stuff, So he made that abundantly clear. Fuck you all, I'm going to go against the taxpayers. Well, Kevin is like that too. Why should he spend his money when somebody's willing to give him a super chat or send him money on the side, or have somebody like Big E who has money, supposedly anyway, that I know of, and why not take advantage of that? And why not? And this is not a knockdown to Kevin either. I mean, why not? If somebody wants to buy you plane tickets, they want to hold your hand to take you to the immigration office. It was Don C that, took him to an immigration office to try to get his Philippine situation straightened out. And he still didn't go for it. He still didn't follow through. And I'm not sticking up for Don C, but I'll give him credit that he went out of his way to help Kevin to go to the immigration office and try to get this all straightened out. Kevin is afraid to go back to the Philippines. That's what it is. Why do you think he got a bowler knife in his head? You think he wants to enter the Philippines again? He makes a lot of excuses. But the one thing that I look down on is the fact that how dare he's even talk about the fact that I don't really talk to my daughter. It's not that I don't want to. It's just a situation we have. But with him, he said in the past all the time that, oh, yeah, he's trying to get money off people. Yeah, I want to be able to visit my kids. And he used it for toys, microphones, GoPros, things that light up and make noise. I told you that bolo thing in the brain really affected this guy on an emotional level, on several levels. Huge kid is what he is. He's like an overgrown, prepubescent or adolescent, That's exactly what he is. I mean, it's not totally his fault. He had Ebola in his fucking brain. Okay, but it's according to how you look at it. And what did he do that caused it? That was, what came first, the chicken or the egg? It's one of those situations. He must have pissed somebody off pretty fucking bad. Baby Huey, Pennywise says, yeah. Yeah, Baby Huey. I wrote thing in the show, I said, Big Kevin, you're still obese, buddy. You're not anywhere near your desired weight for your height. You're still obese. No, you're not 450 pounds, and good for you that you're not. It's a good thing you did take that direction. But I know a few people on here that are still overweight, and they got something to think about. Fuck their money. Fuck their harems and all this other shit. Fuck that crap. Talk about me all you fucking want, but doomsday is coming for these people, because I may be slightly older than some of these people, but I'm not obese. I'm not obese. I'll never be obese. Well, I can't say never. If I became bedridden or something, who knows what would happen. But for the most part, I mean, that's just not going to happen with me. I'm not obese. I don't think I'll ever be, and I don't think I'll ever lose my hair. It grows back so damn too much and quick, actually. Geez, if I get a haircut, two weeks later, I got to hit it up again. I just got a haircut not so long ago, and I got to have him hit me up again. Good for him, he makes the money, but it's a hassle. My hair grows good. You see, my nails grow good. So, collagen, all this other stuff, vitamin C, all that crap. And I guess it does make a difference after all. But don't listen to me. No. Don't listen to me. Just keep on eating the way you want to eat. Like Kevin said, eat, drink, and be merry. Well, you go ahead and do that, Big Kevin. You continue to do that, and all your constituents out there, Ricky and Biggie and all those people, please continue in that direction and see what happens. And then you're going to say, fuck, I hate to admit this, man, but Frank was right. After all, I should have lost weight, and I shouldn't have overdone it with exercise or, my drinking and partying. And I'm like, in my 60s, and you're terribly overweight. Well, duh, it's a formula for disaster. What don't you understand about that? Should I say it again? It's a formula for disaster. But that's not my fault, and it's not my doing. I just talk about it. And what you do with your life, continue to do it. It doesn't affect me in any way at all. Eat until your stomach explodes. I don't care. I just give advice out. You don't have to take it. That's all. It's just advice. You can't, force a horse to drink water if you don't want to. You can't force anybody to do it. It could be my daughter that does not communicate with me. I can't force her. Oh, well, that's just the way it is. It is what it is. You deal with it. Like anything else in life, you deal with it. But don't complain, or don't ever fucking ask me advice, and you don't take my advice. I don't want to hear it. That pertained to my daughter, and I think that was one of the biggest issues. And, I'm not somebody's psychologist. Okay, I'm not my own.
But if I give advice, at least, humor me a little bit. That you're taking my advice. Make me feel better. Oh, that's good. You took my advice. Oh, I feel so much better now. But when somebody's constantly asking me advice, and I give them advice, and they don't take it, then don't ask me anymore. Go on your way. Go hire somebody like a shrink that you have to pay for. Where is Big Cabin currently located? Is it Chiang Mai? I think Chiang Mai or something. I think it's there. Chiang Mai. And he doesn't go anywhere, man. He tries to, he'll put a couple of clips in there now and then. See, I'm outside now. All you people, you gotta learn to get out, and you got to enjoy life, and you gotta get out of the house. And I'm laughing, man. Well, at least snickering anyway, to be honest with you. I'm snickering, not exactly an out-and-out laugh, but there's sometimes I actually did. Because Kevin doesn't do that. He just does that for show. Because he can't walk well without his brace. He ain't going to go nowhere. He's full of shit. His lower back is fucked up from an injury. He's not walking far from his house. Why do you think Big E gave him advice that, if you're going to go anywhere, go to this particular place in Thailand that has, get out of Bangkok because it's not handicapped friendly. And you're better off in the town that you are because, it's more geared toward people of his disability. Or some towns out there are just simply not. Which is good advice for someone like him to live. But no, Kevin doesn't get much out of the house, man. And I look at that small place. Jesus Christ, his body takes up half the room. And he comes on, he's in this small room, which would be kind of a claustrophobic situation for a lot of people. Probably overpays for the damn room. That's bad enough. I mean, I live in a good-sized house here. I don't feel claustrophobic at all. Not even remotely. Thank good for small miracles, But to want to live in an apartment that size by choice, it's not something I would want. If I was forced to live in a situation like that, like jail or something, and you have no choice, but you do have a choice for the apartment you live in. And for a guy his size, and it's not like, Kevin doesn't have any money. And this is what you guys got to understand. He has money. It's like Barry. He went out and bought booze and cigarettes most of the time. He complained to people on there. Maybe they weren't giving him anything on that show, right? That Barry was doing. He was saying, I'm down to $400 pesos now. But then, nobody was doing, okay, I gotta go and buy myself a bottle and some cigarettes. Well, you're not gonna buy a bottle and cigarettes for 400 or 300 pesos. He had money the whole time. And this is what Barry did all the time. And you people just sucked it right up. You sucked it right up. Shame on you. You sucked it right up. That's what Kevin does. He's sucker punching every one of you people on here. He's sucker punching you every time he puts on a show. You're getting sucker punched by him. Kevin has money. Kevin has his own money. Don't kid yourself. But he's making it so that you could just feel sorry for him. It's a Barry syndrome. Same thing. It's the Barry syndrome. Oh, feel sorry for me. I got a bowler knife in my head. I'm not normal, so give me some money. And I promise we'll talk about Frank, and I continue to talk about Frank so I can create some drama on my show, and I'm going to kiss everybody's ass. And he talks about some of the biggest trolls on here, and he honors them, that they said they're wonderful people like Nico and Big E. Anybody's ever given him money, put it that way, he's going to kiss their ass till the kingdom come. And even the biggest trolls like Popeye, he'll even praise. Okay, I had a little glitch on here on the internet. Yeah. Kevin knows what he's doing. I don't care what injury he had to his brain. Kevin knows what he's doing. Exactly. It's this feel sorry for me syndrome. Okay? Oh, what I was saying, I guess, is he will kiss the ass of anybody in the past who has given money to him or continues to. Oh, they're the greatest people with the greatest family. They got the greatest relationships. They're doing the most wonderful things on YouTube. Well, you know that's a crock of shit. But for Kevin to make money, that's what he'll do. He'll kiss your ass no matter how small or big it is to make donations on his channel. Look, that bowler knife didn't go all the way in. Okay, he does know mathematics when it comes to making money and getting donations on his show. He has some of the characteristics of Barry, and he has some of the characteristics of Fazio. Fazio would bang a pot, make a lot. Kevin would just come up with some lame stories or things in the past. He wants to see his children. He hasn't seen his children all these years. Has not even put an effort to go to Australia, but instead he'll go to Thailand and Vietnam and everything, spend his money on Tinker Toys and stuff, but he won't go see his kids. He still hasn't. And once you, who makes you think I'm not going to visit my kids? Well, it don't seem like you're making any effort, Kevin. You're not making no effort to see your kids. We all see that. We know that. It's all bullshit with you. It's all bullshit talk on your show. You know? I don't care what your mental illness is. You talk about me and my kid. How about your kids? Why don't you go and see them? Mine's a different story. She didn't want to deal with me and stuff. We got something that's a little different. Weight loss gimmick won't cure bad self-control. Yeah, you're right. Oh, good evening to Counterflow. We've been on for a while. We've been doing quite a bit of shows today. No, it's just talking predominantly about Big Kevin. I love it when he just gets on this roll about, yeah, you gotta, life is, and he copies so much shit off my show. Famous lines I use and things about having to get out of the house, your life is short, and all this crap. And he just copies everything I say and uses it. And Barry did that too. Do you see the similarities we have with these people? A lot of similarities. They pick up on stuff that I say. I've been saying it for a long time with Kevin, for when he was in his aunt's place. He needed to get out. But now he's in Thailand. He's like, well, the life is short, and you got to get out, and you got to enjoy life, and you got to enjoy your retirement. Well, he's not, and he hasn't been. He doesn't leave his house often, and when he does, it's just to a short hop and skip to a store nearby, or maybe down the block. He doesn't live that terribly far from the ocean, and the most I seen him walk, and boy, he was trying to prove himself, and he was in discomfort. It was a walk over toward the water, then he had to walk back. And for all I know, he could have took a trike or something back. I think he did that for show. When he's outside, he's got to wear his brace. But on his last show, he came on there, see? He steps off the bed. I'm standing up and I'm walking. I don't need a brace. But yeah, you're not walking in the streets, pal. Hello. You're not walking in the streets. What are you doing? Proof of the pudding, buddy. Proof of the pudding, I'm full of shit, just fucking full of shit. Just full of shit. Copying, yeah, IKR, a copy, amazing. Okay, I think my sweetheart just came back. All right, so kind of heed what I say on this, man, because, Big Kevin, I know you're listening. You're not enjoying your life. You should have stayed at your aunt's house. You really should have done that. You honestly should have done that. You didn't do yourself a service by moving into Thailand and then Vietnam and all that. Your life is going to be in that house. Unless you really pay attention to yourself and your weight, keep it under control, and what you eat and the drinking that you do. And you're never going to meet a woman, Kevin. I hate to say that. I don't mean to, unless they're interested in your money. You're just not the type of character that a Thai woman is going to go for. It's going to be for money because you're so easy with your money. You're so easy with your donors' money. Don't say this bullshit, you ain't got money stocked away. You're a cheapskate. That's why everybody who visits you, they pay for your meals. I've never seen you pay for anybody's meal. Of course, now he's going to do that because I talked about it. That's what he does. That's what he does. Am I right or wrong, people? Am I right or wrong? Since I can remember listening to him, I never seen him buying somebody a drink or a meal, except if it was a woman and he wanted a companionship.
I could understand his situation. I wouldn't want to be in his situation, just like Nico. Both of them, either one of them, I wouldn't want to be in their situation. Nico can't get a woman to stay with him unless he, says, "Hey, come with me. We'll stay at a hotel. I'll buy you some drinks. Let's go out for dinner. Let's take a ride on the motorcycle." And the same thing with Ricky. He's not going to get a woman that's going to want to stay with him. It's all about the mighty peso. And that's all it really is. Or it's about the bot or whatever. That's the only reason they're with these people. There's no other reason. Kevin will be lonely for the rest of his life, however long that'll be. And that's according to how much he drinks, how much he eats, and how much he's willing to exercise. He has to walk around with the brace. That's bottom line. He can't walk a long distance without the brace. You're not kidding me, Kevin. Kid anybody you want, but you're kidding with the wrong person. I know your situation. I know it very well. You don't fool me. You made a mistake moving out of the country. That's the bottom line. And the rest of the night is mine, folks. Thank you for listening. And Kevin, don't pout. Just, live in reality. Don't tell people, "Oh, you got to get out of the house and life is worth enjoying." And I'm laughing when you say that, dude. You do the opposite of what you're trying to preach on here. You're doing the opposite. And we're laughing at you, not with you. You can't, Kevin. You can't do it. And it's too bad that you can't. I'm not downing you for that. You do have a disability. You absolutely do. But don't try to pretend that you're living this amazing life in Thailand, because you're not. And I'm not disabled like you are in that sense. And my life is fine. And I am settled in one place. And I am happy. And I do got a woman. So knock me all you want, but I got everything that you don't have. That you and others will never have. Most of y'all anyway. That's just the way it is, folks. Either got it or you don't. You're either happy or you're not. You either got a partner or you don't. You can either walk or you can't. You either get out or you don't. There's nothing much to discuss. I'm done. That's it. Made my point.
Well, I decided to ask, what is that, Chat GPT, my little backup system. And I guess there is actually new laws that are going to make things a little bit hard for vloggers who photograph outdoors, and that's just about most people. And they're going to have to go through the problem of editing and blurring out everybody's face in there. I mean, how is this going to be really enforced? I mean, that's the real question on that. You think the police are watching every vlogger out there, and they're going to review what they're photographing and videotaping? I don't think the police are going to go that distance, even though that law may exist. But if you're one of these people with bad luck, you might just be encountered by that situation. And, well, good old Vitali had to do with that. He is probably the most unwelcome person on YouTube at this point, I would say. That's what people do. They're going to go to beaches. They're going to go into city streets. They're going to go in malls. Now, it's bad enough in malls that, well, you got this ambient music. There's always music playing in there, and people are worried about copyright issues and so forth. Seems that a lot of vloggers, their freedoms are being taken away. What makes a lot of vloggers wonder, well, it's going to be even worth it. Well, here's the thing. If they're making enough money, they'll figure a way around that. That's what I'm thinking. They're not going to give up money on this law. But I don't know. The Philippines is coming down hard on people for a lot of shit, and you know, not giving you 6 months on your visa, reducing it to two, making people think twice about coming out here and spending their money. The Philippines is already off the number 10 or 15 list of the best places for tourists to come, I believe, if I'm correct, and you could correct me on that. But I'm just spending a little time before I hit the sack. Because I've noticed a few people doing the shows, and they had all different opinions about it. So I just simply went to ChatGPT, and right away it says yes. They named the laws and everything. So YouTubers are going to be having a hard time, and I think there might be some wannabe YouTubers that might be thinking, well, that's my whole shtick, man. A lot of these guys like to chase the whores in the streets and photograph them in Angeles City. You're not going to be able to do that anymore. Well, I guess it's a good thing Philly and the Philippines moved out in the boonies, huh? I guess so. Yeah, even old Ricky in the bars, putting anybody on camera and stuff. I mean, this is going to really affect a lot of people on here. And I'm going to be curious to see how they deal with it. Truthfully, I'm not worried about in my town over here. You're lucky the police do anything, you know, really. But in a big city, they got a lot more things to worry about except chasing people down that they're seeing. But there might be more of a public awareness. Now, what might happen is this, that the public will become aware of it. And they're the ones, not the police, that are going to be complaining. Oh, you shouldn't be having me on camera. I hope you don't have me on your video. And you just did a shitload of videotaping or live or whatever. Oh man, I need this material. Yeah, I guess it's going to affect a lot of people. And I think people could be thinking twice about even doing YouTube anymore. Perhaps they increased the laws of putting people's faces on YouTube, on their channels, when they don't have permission to put them on a thumbnail. Oh, that doesn't happen, does it? Happens to me all the time. And I don't know, maybe YouTube will catch on to these laws too, and then start enforcing that when they start using people's images, whether edited or not. That might be something that might actually be happening, folks. What do you think about that? I think this is going to affect a lot of YouTubers and a lot of popular channels that rely, they're going out to eat with their wife and kid in a restaurant. Oh, I'm having some tofu and Vegemite and sandwiches or something somewhere in some obscure shop in the Philippines, that might serve Vegemite and sandwiches or some kind of lame, starchy little vegetarian dish or something, tofu, more in question on that. How could you not put people, people live here. You go in a restaurant, there's people, now, you have to worry about, because there's going to be people in the background, are they not? How are you going to get by with this? So this is a very interesting turn of events, and apparently it's true. Well, ask ChatGPT, they know everything, not everything. But that's the word on the street, and it seems to be the word with the Philippines. And they're kind of going, I don't know how well they're going to enforce this. I really don't know. But that's going to affect every single vlogger on here. And it's going to wind down into YouTube too. More stringent rules of you displaying somebody's face when they shouldn't. That applies to me. That applies to you. You want to use my picture on a thumbnail or my girlfriend or anybody. I think it's going to work its way into that too. But it does involve YouTube already, because these are YouTubers that are vlogging. And they're going to go in the streets as people. There's lots of people. You can't avoid people in the Philippines. You can't walk the street. Can't go in a mall. Can't get out of your car without seeing people. Can't go in a restaurant or a bar without seeing people. So you're going to have to what? Blur out? Blur out everybody's face? And you're going to have to go through that editing? I don't know how many people are going to take to this. I think people are going to take a chance no matter what. You know, it's kind of like a Barry game, you know, catch me if you can. It's one of those Barry things, you know. Catch me if you can, or it's not going to happen to me. So now it gives people less reason for vlogging on here. Nobody's going to like this law, and I guess it just came into effect this month. Or starts, now I heard maybe July 1st. How many people are going to adhere to these rules? How many people they always walking the malls? There's hundreds and hundreds of people in the mall, thousands. You're going to blur out every single person's face? You're going to have to go through that trouble to do that? Seriously? You're not going to get away from people. You're going to go to the beach, and it means you can't do a beach scene. Because there are, guess what? There are people on the beach. The next thing they're going to say is you can't put a dog on camera. You ain't got the dog's permission. Or maybe now you're going to have to walk to every person on that beach in the street and say, you happen to be on my YouTube video, your image in there, so can you sign this paper saying that I'm allowing you to photograph me on my YouTube channel? Is it really coming down to that? Man, we are losing so many freedoms, even here in the Philippines. We know all the freedoms we've lost in America. It's pretty obvious. And Jesus Christ, we got a dimensional fucking president there who, you know, plays a little trick on Iran and says, well, you know, we're going to give this 2 weeks to think about, you know, where we're going with this. You know, let's have a little timeout session. But what did Trump do, the bastard? He went and fucking missiled them over. And then nobody was listening anyway, because still Iran and Israel are still trading missiles. And people are dying and getting injured. And Trump is like laughing at this whole thing. Trump he's losing his ratings already. And look, I knew all this was going to happen. Don't have to be a prophet for that. Trump is a chump, and I've always thought he was. He's not the president for the people. He's the president for himself. I don't think he understands what he's doing. He makes broken promises. Oh yeah, we're going to do a little retrieval here. You know, we're going to just retrieval rather. That we're going to, you know, have a little ceasefire. And then he winds up, you know, the whole idea was to catch Iran off guard. That's exactly what he did. And he fires some missiles at their installations. He caught them off guard. That's what he did. There's no explaining it off. You're a big Trump supporter and you're going to say something in his defense, but there's nothing to say in his defense. Because that's what Trump did. Look, I didn't vote for him. Maybe some of you did. I didn't vote for him. If you're in the States, you voted for him. I'm not in the States, and I wouldn't have voted for him anyway. If I was in the States, to tell you the truth, I wouldn't vote for any politician. Well, except whoever Trump is running against. If I was in the States and I could vote, you know, I don't care who it is, as long as it's not Trump. So I got to be somebody better than Trump, who's not like 80 years old almost, whatever, and he's not thinking very clearly. So that's what's kind of happened on a political front and the war front that's going on. He played a little trick on Iran, and nobody's going to trust him anymore. Nobody's going to trust him. He's messing with fire because you understand that Russia and China, North Korea, they're all going to side with Iran. They're not going to side with Trump and America. Now they're all going to be attacking America. Watch what's going to happen. Iran's going to up its missile production, okay, if not a full-out war with Israel, and inclusive of the United States. They've already bombed a site that has a military base on it over in Qatar. There you go. It's basically sort of kind of a U.S. military territory, really, because they have a base there. None of this is good. You know, I'm sitting back watching all this shit happening, you know, like sitting down watching the fireworks on 4th of July. But these are real bombs that are being put on cities and people are dying. I just give up on the whole thing, you know. Live my life and die. I don't have to witness all this crap anymore. People have changed. But anybody who could support Trump for allowing people to come into the Capitol and they got fucking horns on their head and war paint on, is this guy dealing with all this facets? I mean, let's get real about this, you know. Even if you're a goddamn Trump supporter, I mean, come on, enough is enough. You really want this guy in office, you still do. He's going to be the one that's going to cause a war. He's going to be the one. Now, you know, Iran and anybody in the Gaza and anybody they're not going to trust Trump with what he says anymore. Because what he did really sucked. What he did majorly sucked. You know, saying that, okay, you know, we're going to give it a 2-week period of time, you know, and let's decide on whether we're going to get involved with this or not, you know. No. He didn't do what he said. A matter of days later, he was throwing missiles on any potential nuclear sites in Iran. And of course, they're not very happy with it, you know. And, you know, then trying to push this peace treaty or at least a temporary reprieve on the fighting, a ceasefire, in other words. Well, what happened? Well, they still started bombing each other, Iran and Israel. They just don't trust Trump because he broke his word. So, hey, whatever. Let them all blow each other up, the kingdom come. Maybe that's what's going to happen to this world. Somebody's going to push a button sooner or later. If you think that Iran really doesn't have active nuclear missiles, I think you're wrong. And I think U.S. intelligence really haven't figured it out yet. They already have scientists that have been working on it. They're working on getting more plutonium and so forth. And I think they probably have an active nuke. You know, to get Iran pissed off enough, they may just hit the button. So it's one of these things. Stay tuned and find out where this world is going. As fucked up as it is, it's getting even more fucked up. Be grateful maybe you're at a later age in life because, man, you don't have to face the future of the total annihilation of this planet either by war or environmentally, starvation, whatever. It's coming, guys. And this is not some paranoid dude talking about this. This is real life. This is really happening. Our environment, warmongers. It doesn't get any better. People are getting more violent. They're getting carried away on social media. Outside of social media, people killing each other in the streets over little shits, over road rage. That's a small factor, but I mean, it's a big factor that happens. But people just, you know, and then COVID came at the time and it just really changed people. I don't know what's going on, man, but I could tell you it ain't good. I got to go to bed, so I just thought I'd do a little ditty tonight to end off the day and kind of give you guys something to think about. And there's a lot to think about. It's a lot more important than what somebody on YouTube thinks about somebody else or gives a fuck and how fat they are or how true they are or what bullshit stories they're spreading. There's so much more to think about in life than worry about what Frank's doing or what he's got in his bank account or if he's happy in his relationship. Who the fuck cares? Who should care? I don't even care. Okay? Eat away until you explode like an overfed goldfish. I don't really give a fuck. That's your doing, not mine. Just keep up the good work and you'll be gone and I don't have to deal with you anymore. That's the way I see it. You want honesty, I'll give you it. Good night.
Keep moving. We shall overcome. I had a head injury, a brain injury, 10 years ago when I was in the Philippines, and the old man, he likes to make it sound like that I am retarded and I have limited mobilities and stuff. We shall overcome. I had a head injury.
Ain't that a laugh? Good morning, folks. Gilly, you say good morning to my viewers?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome for the new days.
A new day, isn't it, my love?
Yeah,
A new day, my love. A new day.
new day.
It's a new day. It's a new day to love.
Yeah, today is another day.
It's another day. Yeah, anyway, what are you listening
No, I
to?
just press.
Yeah.
Ah,
So, how's it going, my lovely Gilda?
it's fine.
How's life treating you, Gilda?
It's very good
Why is it very good?
because she's so good.
Because I'm so good. Why am I so good? Why am I so good? Why am I so good?
Yeah, you're so good.
Oh, how do I love thee? Let me count the ways. Anyway. Oh, boy. Yes, it is a new morning, folks, and a new day for you too. Uh, I can't get over Kevin's his laugh. Well, actually, somebody has something in common with that, and that's Popeye. So at the end of a sentence all the time, Popeye, uh, I guess they got something alike, something similar. I don't know. Is this a result of a COVID vaccination or something? Is this an after effect? I have no idea. Uh, Popeye does that a lot himself. And I don't know who caught on. Did Kevin catch on to Popeye or did Popeye catch on to Kevin on that one? I don't know. I can't figure it out yet. Oh, we know, Kevin, you don't have no problems. We know that, sir. We know that. We understand that. Brain injury. He's just a, very mobile person, just like, but you got little things in common with Popeye, actually. Both of you are kind of immobile in your own ways, and both of you got that strange ass fucking laugh. Um, I don't know. It's uncanny. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. Oh, keep on doing that, Kevin, please. I enjoy you. Why can't you just go, or, oh well, no, Popeye does it after almost every sentence. I don't know if you people have noticed it. I mean, I've certainly noticed that. You can tell something about people about their laugh. Some people say I have a sneaky laugh, like, well, if I do it that way, yeah, then that sounds very ominous or something. But that's not my regular laugh. But I don't go, and Popeye and Kevin do the same thing. Oh, there goes the hearts and everything. Someone's sending me, oh, thank you so much. What is happening? Good morning, world. Good morning to all, and to all a good morning. Yes, face another day, and hopefully more after that. To all of you, to all of you. Don't let me start doing that shit. No. Yeah, yeah, Cabin, we could definitely tell you've had a brain injury. You don't have to tell us about it. It's pretty obvious. And we're sorry that happened to you, sir. We certainly are. Shit happens in life, that you just don't ever expect. You got to live with it, right? You're doing the best job. We understand that. You're doing the best job that you can. We feel for you. Um, that's why people come to your show, because they just think you're such a fine gentleman, and I would never harm anybody or talk ill about anybody on your show. No, Cabin, you wouldn't do that, would you? I know. But you can't blame it on your brain injury, though. Okay, well, it might be an excuse, but even that you got to get under control. You know what I mean? Okay. Speaking of, let's get back to Popeye. Same thing. So many common denominators on here, whether it's obesity or how people laugh, and Is it like a viral thing going on in here? Transmitted somehow through electronics? I don't know. Oh, please don't get me doing this now. It's very easy for me to catch on to shit all the time. That could be habit forming, like cigarettes, like alcohol, like all kinds of stuff. Hey, my old roommate, oh gosh, in Seattle, I always remember that one line: hired a handicap. They're fun to watch. Okay, that was Lloyd. He was an old roommate of mine, temporary roommate. Lloyd was kind of out there himself, but he was somewhat of a big alcoholic. Yeah, I almost burned my place down. Had this pillow furniture, and he fell asleep with the pillow furniture against the baseboard heater. Against the baseboard heater, and he ruined my whole pillow furniture thing. That's when I kicked his ass out. And one day I come in there, and he's like passed out with a big bottle of beer laying on his chest, and of course it was all spilled all over my pillow. There's a lot of things that was spilled on that pillow, let me tell you that. We won't get into that. I use that pillow furniture quite often with the ladies. But I threw the guy out. I mean, he was going to either burn the place down or kill himself or something with his drinking. See, always the drinking. Here we go. Drinking causes so many problems. It just really does. And it's not something that people are going to stop anytime soon. But it's a social thing, events. Everybody's got a little wine glass in their hands. Oh, hello. I'm Miss Patricia Myers. What do you do for a living, sir? Well, I run a big corporation and, oh, cheers. Cling with glasses. That's my laugh. Okay. Well, that was a forced laugh, actually. But it's unique anyway, It's like, like Popeye and Big Cabin. But yeah, drinking socially, so accepted. The one thing I've noticed on here is those who drink. You'll know when they just finished drinking because they get a little more cantankerous. A little brave with the words. The words. Have you heard the word? Maybe some should hear the words. Hello, Pennywise. Greetings and salutations to you, too. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Okay. Glad you could come aboard. Hop aboard. Hop aboard. This is the pre-Popeye show today. Now, what can we say good about Popeye? I can't think of one goddamn thing. I'm sorry. Popeye's living in his own little special world. And most of them are. I mean, look at Kevin as an example, But Popeye lives in his own little world. He really fell apart when, all the soap operas got taken off TV. I mean, they were running for 50, 60 years, whatever it's been. Well, they were running a long time. And when the soap operas came off, he didn't know what the hell to do with himself, man. This was a serious life crisis going on here. It was serious to him anyway. And probably a lot of other people who were just hellbound to, watch these soap operas. But Popeye found his soap operas on YouTube. Okay? And I'm one of his main characters. I'm not Alan Quartermain. I'm Frank Battaglia, not Alan Quartermain, but I am his Alan Quartermain. Yeah. And it's really important. Do you think Popeye and Hector have an intimate peanut butter time? Well, the thing is with that is they've never met. And they're living like 40 minutes from each other, or 40 miles, one or the other. And old Hector boy, reveres Poops to be like a father figure, but he's never met him. To my knowledge, to anybody's knowledge. They've never met. They've never met. Because Poops is just too afraid to put himself in front of anybody. You know, he's too scared to meet people in person. And just doesn't want to reveal himself that way. A lot of people have all these psychological idiosyncrasies going on. It's just too numerous to try to sit down, pen and paper, and put them on paper. You just got to listen, you know. With Big Kevin's thing. Now, Papa, the same thing. Listen to his show that comes up. He's going to do it live today. Just listen to him for a while, and you make your own evaluations of that. Is his dog named Hector? Oh, well, I thought you referred to Nico. Okay. Oh, okay, Pennywise. Well, it could apply to him too. It could apply to him too. I don't know. I don't know what he calls his foo-foo dog. Is it an actual Chihuahua? Oh, nothing would surprise me, guys. I mean, absolutely nothing. God, there's so much going on. These new laws about vlogging and holy shit. How's anybody going to do this? Are you law-abiding citizens? Well, you're not citizens, but if you're going to be in the Philippines and live here and you're a vlogger, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Ricky, what are you going to do? Oh, my God. Kevin, what are you going to do? Well, you never leave the house much anyway. We don't have to worry about Kevin, getting in trouble for putting people on camera. No, you just got to leave the house to do that. No, I don't know what his dog's name is. I don't know. He might have named him after me. Frankie, my love. You know something? I don't know if you guys see this. I mean, there has to be something more than this with Popeye. He's enamored with me. I actually think he's attracted to me. And, just use your instinct on this too. And just listen to him. And nobody could be that obsessed with other individuals. Even with me and Barry, right, for example, it wasn't an obsession on my part. It was just I just like to point out Barry's good points, And with Popeye though, this obsessive compulsion to, it's the only shows he does is about me. He's got one coming up today about me. I mean, what does that say about somebody? That's not normal behavior. I know, I heard him. Ricky is alive. He made a couple of shorts. Yeah, but Ricky doesn't want to say where he's been. He could have been hospitalized. So maybe we're not so far from the truth after all. Yeah, where has he been? Where has he been? And he knows he did not want to mention at all about his absence. He didn't say one goddamn thing about it, did he? No, he didn't. Things go down. I told you, not everybody's going to tell you. Not everybody's going to tell you what's going down. No. Because it just doesn't work that way. The less you know, the better it is, they figure. That's it. Okay. Goodness gracious. So much rain. That's an invitation for a lot of mosquitoes. My girlfriend was over a friend's house to get the fish, and she was getting bit left and right. There was so many mosquitoes around. Any standing pools of water, any moisture, they're going to be around. That's one thing. You don't want to be bit by mosquitoes because you don't know what kind's biting you. That's the problem. Anyway, the show's not about mosquitoes, but let's talk about poops. There's the laughs,
I told you, Popeye and Kevin, they definitely have something, well, they have a lot in common, actually. How I love the, let me count the ways. Oh, man. I actually think, and putting all kidding aside, I really think Popeye is attracted to me. My voice or my looks, I don't know what the hell it is, man. There's something to this that there has to be. Nobody's that obsessed. The back and forth shit I had going on, with everyone going back to Dave Phelps to Barry and all that. It was not that extreme like this. It's like, the only shows that Popeye puts on basically is about me. The others, they talked about other things on their show, but this is, everything about me. Hold on, I gotta sweep something off here. I can't even sit outside without a cotillion of these tiny ants on the ground. Control, I'm telling you. I can't even sit there without ants at my feet. Give me a break. All right, enough of that. No, there's something to this. There has to be. Nobody is that obsessed. Nobody. Unless there's some kind of attraction, some kind of admiration in some way. Listen to his show coming up. Of course it's going to be about me. Well, he lost his soap operas, so he has to make do with something else. And why not me? Why not? Why not me? Why not? That's a little bit too obsessive from what I can see. A little bit much. But you see, Popeye is so obsessed with me. He's like a little creature. You want to see something interesting? There's Popeye. A little creepy crawler. I don't know what the hell this is. This is unusual. Can anybody that did this albino thing? Looks, you're seeing it live. Live, I tell you. What is that, an albino roach? What the hell? Anybody identify this thing? A creepy crawler. No, it's not Popeye. Check it out. That's a locust? Really? That color? It's not even green. Well, I'm not going to kill it, Wow, I never... So, a glorified grasshopper? Is what you're saying? I've never seen that here before. Nothing like that, anyway. Kind of looked like between a grasshopper and a cockroach. That was weird. I was looking at a locust out there. You never see a bug like this. You want to see something? Lovely Gilda. Come over here real quick if I could catch him. I got it on film here, but it looked like an albino cockroach, but someone said that's a locust. All right, move, get out of here. Oh, out. Over here. Okay, he crawled this way. Yeah, here we go. Check that out. Don't kill it or nothing.
It's a white one.
Look at that. Isn't that creepy? It has feelers. It has feelers on it like a roach. Nah, that can't be no locust. What's the opinion on here? Someone says that's a locust. Or is that one of Popeye's relatives? Yeah, a little different is all. You get all uptight when you see a different colored human too. Oh, that doesn't excite me. That's antennae. Yes, it's antennae. But you find that a lot on a cockroach, the antennae. That's what I'm saying. It's different. No, I've never seen one of those around. All honesty, I've never seen them. Oh, let me have the rest of my muesli cereal. I want something quick to eat here. Yeah, I recognize that, yeah. But cockroaches have that antennae too. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. It is the Philippines after all. There's all kinds of creepy crawlers out here. Oh God, this is gonna do me in. Trying to stay away from certain grains and everything lately. Makes you become a freaking methane factory. You think I'm exaggerating on that? You eat as much things as I do, certain vegetables, beans, and then take certain other things too, like any kind of supplements that are oily or whatever. And you're not going to have any problem in the CR department, I'll tell you that. You're not going to have any problem at all. But become a methane factory. Okay, I gotta add some nuts to this cereal. You go, boy. All right, I'm ready to hit it. I'm gonna regret this later. I guarantee I'm gonna regret this. Oh, this sun is strong. This sun is strong. That's better. Ooh, the sun was coming through the dining room window here, like blasting through this morning. Now look at this, folks. I'll check this out. Oh, look at this. Look at the grains. Look at the grains. And almond milk. And oh my God! I added, see those? Added some nuts to this for more texture. And actually for more protein. There you go. So that's a grasshopper. You're saying that's a grasshopper. Okay. I'll take your word for that. You super dog heart says, yeah. He's just a little different. You get all uptight when you see a different colored human. No, I don't. My girlfriend's a different color than me. Well, sometimes I do get excited with her. Oh boy. Not too bad. Now I'm going to get them very self-conscious, though, when they laugh. Oh my God, I got pizza left over from last night. I'm not going to touch it. Not going to touch it. Maybe. But I don't think they're that color. I mean, you'll hear the creatures of the night overnight here. It could be sounds from frogs and other things, but you'll hear it overnight here if you really listen. Is there a rain shower happening? What the hell? Hey, what's sunlight? Is that a shower I hear?
Yeah.
Oh, a little sun shower. Man. We really do got a rainy season going on here.
The cicada, they go underground for 7 years, but then they re-emerge above the ground. Kind of like Big Kevin. He'll be in hibernation for a long time. But then he'll leave his abode. Every now and then. Sorry, but I am eating. But really, I'm being serious. The obsession that Popeye has with me, that's not normal. That's far from being normal. I mean, look, I know people that are maybe living better than me, or more money, or whatever. I'm not going to obsess over their lifestyle. And there's no reason. I understand that in Popeye's situation, he's retired, and what he does with his life is only determined by him. He can get out more. He can go socialize at the bingo hall. There are women there. I mean, there's no excuse for him being alone. That's something he does on his own. How's that? Waiting an invite to come out of his room so other person could pay for his meals. And yeah, I've been saying that all along this week. That's exactly what I've been saying. It's kind of like, speaking of insects, Kevin's kind of like a cockroach. They'll only come out of the woodwork when there's food. And have a reason to come out. You're right, like a special invite to have dinner. He's all there for that. Well, he's game for that. Big Kevin is on that one meal diet due to his lack of funds. Well, I don't know about lack of funds. I just think he's very cookie, but it's like Barry was making all the money on Social Security and telling people he was broke so that he didn't have to go into his funds. It's pretty similar, really. So a lot of these people have a lot of things in common. To my observation, making money, money, money. And as I said, and I meant it yesterday, there's no excuse for Kevin because his kids, well, he had plenty of time to visit the kids, even in Australia. He could have done that trip easy with his hands behind his back, telling people, oh yeah, send me money because, huh?
I changed the come
Oh, oh yeah, I tell you I want to visit my kids and never did. Never even tried to visit his kids. Like I said, me and my daughter, we have a different situation than these people, but I mean, totally. There is no excuse. I talk to my kids all the time. Who said I wasn't going to visit them? Well, how many years has it been now, Kevin? And you were at your aunt's place, and you made money on YouTube, and it's like Barry, like Barry. You say you're going to use it for this and use it for that, but the money never went for this or that. And what if your little toys, Big Cabin? Your little toys. I just bought the new mic. How do I sound? You sound like Big Kevin. I had brain injury. Yeah, we know. We can tell. Not that we think it's a funny thing, folks. I mean, understand that injury is injury. Nobody wants that. You know, like Nico got his ass and face blown up and everything else, and got his balls blown up on the situation too. Maybe that's why he has no relations with women and he's in love with his grass. I don't know. There's a reason. There's a season for everything. Pennywise says Big Cabin probably calls his kids to send him money, especially his sons in Alaska. Yeah, they're making good money in Alaska. I could buy that story. And they're all playing with everybody on here. Oh, you know, the feel sorry for me syndrome. I ain't got no money, so I put a little jingle in my pocket. How many times have we heard that? Put a little jingle in my pocket. How about if you spend that little jingle every now and then? How about if you buy somebody that's been so good to you a novel idea? Why don't you buy them a dinner and invite them out? I mean, take. Sometimes you gotta also give. If anybody says, so Sneeko had his balls blown off with a bouncing Betty. That might be the case. There's a lot he's not telling us. But think about it. The incendiary, whatever, explosive underneath him, well, things that explode underneath go up. He might not have any fucking nuts or anything, man. I don't know. Not like I'm asking to see it or prove it. No thanks. Not everybody tells their complete story. Bouncing Betty, yeah, that terminology. Yeah, not many people hear that. That's what they called them at the time, bouncing Bettys. Now it's, what is it, IEDs, incendiary, whatever, explosive device, incendiary explosive device, is that what it is? Henceforth, IED. Look, I'm not saying Nico is a eunuch. I don't know. I'm just saying if he got exploded from down below, well, his three-piece set is down below, right? So he got explosive from down below going up. So maybe it blew his nuts off or something and then got to his face. I don't know. But, let me stop right in the middle of my sentence and tell you. We're not making fun of Nico that happened. It was a terrible thing. And even Big Kevin, however he got that damn bolo knife in his brain. I mean, I'm sure there was a reason why. That's not a usual occurrence. I understand that. He had to have done something pretty fucking bad. But it happened. It did happen. And, we're not going to make fun of that part. I mean, nobody wants anything to happen to them. Nobody wants to wake up and have a heart attack. I mean, nobody wants that to happen. Sometimes things happen out of your control. So I just want to make that abundantly clear. No, we're not making fun of the incident itself, okay? Because nobody wants to get their nuts blown off or their face blown up, and nobody wants to get their brain damaged with a bolo knife. I mean, why would you want that? You don't want to wish that on your worst enemy, really. And I wouldn't, as I wouldn't want to wish it upon myself. So let's be real, let's be nice about this, but also stay factual. That there's a lot of things that people don't tell you and they won't tell you.
Nico's not a woman's man, you know what I mean? He's a womanizer, perhaps, but he's not a woman's man, you know. And he's already in his 50s. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of sad in itself. You're that far into your life cycle and you can't get a real girlfriend. Instead, you spend your time going to Home Depot buying fertilizers for your grass, which never winds up turning out good anyway. It always winds up dying on him. I don't know. Go figure. Go figure. I tried to figure, but I can't. But let's get back to friend Popeye. You can't just rest on your laurels of that, oh, I was in the military, he was a glorified security guard, that's all he was. And you know, back in those days, what they did, those guards, they used to like to bust and give shit to drunks. That's all they did, is they threw drunks in the brig or something like that. They used to, you know, carrying a little gun, a little badge or something there. I'm a security guard, you know. I feel special, extra special. Well, it made him feel extra special. God bless him. God bless him. Nico still has a working tongue? Yeah, well, that works too. At least utilize that. Speaking of that, people don't realize that. Here we go again. I'm going to shoot off in another direction here. I never do that. Women like to be pleased. And most women don't even orgasm during intercourse. If you had to get a group of 100 women together and you get a woman to actually tell the truth, and you ask them that question, where do you have your orgasms? From intercourse or from oral stimulation? They would all say from oral stimulation. Because believe it or not, not all women always get off on intercourse. It's that oral stimulation. Tongue-in-cheek thing, you know what I mean? Well, tongue in vagina. Ask them if they're willing to tell you. And most of these guys don't know how to please a woman anyway. They really don't. All they're interested is you know, popping their load. They don't care about how the woman feels. Does she get off yet? Don't matter. As long as I, you know, shoot my wad, I don't care what she feels. Well, maybe you should. Instead of being so selfish, you got to please a woman, man. And you got to know how to please a woman. I don't think half these guys have a fucking clue. What's that? Ants or what? Within a door? Oh, that's just soil. That's soil. Well, yeah, you know, dogs bring it in on their paws if we don't take our shoes off. Oh, you switch things around in the living room. Oh.
You can clean the window.
Oh.
So it's okay, I like that.
Let me see. Let me sit in a chair here and see if that'll work for me. That could work. Yeah. Bless her soul.
So
That's
this
why I
one
love it.
big, I put there, or it's
That means I got to get used to the TV at a different angle in here now. Where, see, over here is where the TV used to be, right here. No, I'm not going to go in my private stuff with that, Pennywise. Let's just say she's satisfied. So the TV used to be right there. Now let me see if I sit on that love seat, what that does. You know, it kind of throws you off balance when you change things around in the living room. A good angle to watch TV. And how about my chair? The chair. Wait a minute now. Oh, gosh. That's kind of throwing things off a little bit here. I don't know. Change is good sometimes, but I'm so used to having the TV over there. Over there, over there. Do 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 do. I don't know. I got to get used to this setup here because now everything has been changed around. Change is good, don't get me wrong. But I don't know. Feng Shui, however they say it, Feng Shui, Feng Shui, that things have to be in the right place at the right time, and or just, you know, the juxtaposition of this to that. And no, dear. It's the first time we've actually changed that. And shut that curtain. I want to see how, over there too, shut the other curtain.
The remote in your chair.
Well,
The remote.
well, I'll test it out in a minute here with the TV. I don't have that much grass. It's not a big, as far as the land, it's not, you know, the house comprises most of the lot. It's a big house, I mean, as far as end to end, you know. Ah, man. I gotta see if I can get used to this. You ever change your furniture around and you get so used to it being a certain way? And I don't know, it kind of changes things up. Sometimes change is good, you know. Like, you know, get out of the house, Kevin. Something. Get a girlfriend. You're getting old. And by the way, Kevin, you like to call me old man. Now maybe if I say this to you slowly, maybe you'll just catch on just a little bit. Kevin, listen carefully. You're 63 years old, sir. You're 63 years old. 6'3", not 30, not 25. You're 63. And what does that mean? What is the significance of that number? Because, you see, you've been calling me an old man. Well, sir, listen carefully. You're 63 years old. You're not a young man, sir. You're not a young man anymore. You're 63, dude. You're an old man. So maybe if I tell it to you slowly, maybe you'll catch on. So I'll say it again. I'm going to say it very slowly. With your admitted brain damage. You are 63, Big Cabin. You are 63. You're not a young man, Big Cabin. You are an old man. You're 63. 63. Repeat to yourself, Big Cabin. I am 63. I am 63. I am 63. Oh, okay. I think I know what that means. That means I am a senior citizen too. Oh, you're catching on. Very good. Very, very good. Hey, man, I acknowledge my age all the time, man. I don't have a problem doing that. I earned every year of it. You can't reverse age, man. That's just the way it is. You just got to get used to the fact that you're not getting younger, you're getting older, whether you like it or not. There's some things you can control in your life, Big Cabin, but there's certain things that you cannot control in your life, and that's getting older, sir. So say to yourself one more time, repeat after me, I am 63. Ah, I am 63. Ah. You're not a young man anymore, sir. That's what I'm trying to tell you very nicely. You're not a young man. One more time, just for good luck. Say, I am 63. Let me hear it. I am 63. Very good, very good. There you go. Calling me an old man? calling the kettle black or something like that. And you're not getting any younger, Big Cabin. And you got to think about that too. Get out of that cubicle, man. Don't do it for show. Get out of the cubicle. And you too, Popeye. Get out of your little cubicle in the basement of Gene's house. I can't believe he sold his mother out. He sold Gene out. It was with Popeye. $1 quit claim deed. He got his mother to quit claim deed over to him for $10. Can you believe that shit, man? The shame of it all. I don't know. Give me a little time to get used to this, Gilda dear. I'm so used to facing this direction over there.
Easy to clean, huh?
Oh, easier to clean for you? I don't know. I still gotta see what we did. That used to be there. Now it's over here. But that's called change. It's called change, folks. And Kevin, that's called change. Sometimes you gotta change things up too, because staying in your cubicle like that and only getting out to try to impress me, I don't need to be impressed. You don't have to impress me. Impress yourself. That's all I've been saying, dude. I've been very nice about it. I've been very nice about it. Impress yourself. Get out. You need to work the rest of the poundage off. Remember, you've been obese the best part of your life. Look, I'm just trying to help you out, dude, okay? Just trying to help you out.
You put some
Put some what? Some what?
paint
Paint? Oh, is that starting to turn white?
or varnish or
Well, it has-
shining.
Well, that has to be cleaned off first. Make sure there's
Yeah.
no white
So
residue
that's
from
why
the cement.
I changed because it's easy to.
Well, now we could clean those.
We can clean the
We could push the
window.
couch out and we could actually clean the
Yeah.
glass on the window. So we don't change stuff. I'm making. Just like in the living room here, I have to get used to the feng shui or feng shui of moving the TV from there to there. When you've always been watching TV from this angle to here, now everything has been moved around. And wow, I don't know. But change can be good. Change can be good. Yeah. Change things up a little bit, you know? You know, get wild a little bit sometimes. Do something you would normally do. If him is talking, you never seen him do this thing before. Remember Jerry Lewis Telethon? Okay. Well, you see, getting up off your bed, Kevin, and just walking around in front of your bed doesn't mean that you could walk on any regularity down the street or anything like that without your brace. You have to wear your brace when you go out. You know, getting off your bed and just walking back and forth, see, I can walk. I have no problem walking here. Yeah. Very good, but, you know, apply that to real life and, you know, go out in the street and take a good walk. And without your brace, you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. Now, we're not here to make fun of disabilities. Oh, no. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I'm just saying if you have a disability, live with it, improve upon it if you can, but don't try to prove to people you don't have a disability when you do. I mean, the minute you open your mouth, Big Kevin, we can tell you have a disability. It's very apparent. We know that already, sir. We already know that. We've gathered that very well. We have. Trust me, we all have. I know, trying to be normal and with a disability of his sort hard because people be very judgmental, and I would never do that with him. Be very judgmental of your disability. That's unfortunate. You know, some people hearted, or you know, more. You got to write the right word. Challenge. It's a different era now. You can't say somebody's retarded. You have to say, well, they're mentally challenged. Yeah. Okay. See how things have changed in time. Political correctness. You got to watch what you say because somebody to take you up in a lawsuit. Well, some may deserve. But it is what it is. When we look at somebody's show, you're on camera, we listen, we visualize, and we come to our own conclusions. That this person is not all there, that there's something wrong with them. And it's, to some, it's very apparent. And you can't help but take notice of that. I mean, they're putting themselves out there. And how could people not make some kind of evaluation? I mean, nobody laughs that way. Except him and Popeye. And that's the couple of elements that him and Popeye's got together. They sound alike in that way. Just listen to Popeye when he does his show. He's going to be doing a show this morning. Just kind of, maybe he's going to be subconscious about this now, but I don't know. Maybe he won't do it now that I talked about it. But you listen to him at the end of a sentence or something, or stay. Same as Big Kevin. Isn't that strange? I mean, is it like a virus that goes in the phone and throughout the other vloggers or something? I don't know what happened. But they all got to people. Whether you're on camera or not, just listen to them. All these little idiosyncrasies and these little character faults. Don't need to be on camera. I'm still trying to get used to this room here. I don't know. We'll give it we'll kick the tires on this and see how that works. I don't know. I mean, change is good. That's what I'm trying to say. Change is good. And for some, it becomes a big challenge, to change things around. Like maybe perhaps do a show that doesn't talk about me, and that there are just cotillions of topic matters out there that can be talked about. Not the continuous thing you see with all the vloggers. How much does it cost to live in the Philippines? Are Filipinas cheating on you? Is this guy a simp? My monthly expenses, inflation in the Philippines, how to find a Filipino woman. I mean, how often can you hear? Now speaking of age, that gets old. As old as you are, Popeye. And I think you're a little bit younger than me, right? Just a little bit. One would never know. It's even in your voice. That groggly voice. Mine is not as groggly as yours. Let's do it together. Maybe I'll listen to your show just to listen to that. Oh, now he's self-conscious of it now. He may not do that. He may not. Kevin, though, has been learning a lot from me, though. I noticed that Kevin is using a lot of my phrases and a lot of my statements on his show. And he's actually trying to do the opposite of what he actually does. His speech about people, you gotta get out and enjoy. Get out of the house. Yeah, I've been telling you that for a long time, Kevin. I've been, follow suit with this, I've been telling you that for a long time, from when you lived at your aunt's basement. You're like a cicada bug, Don't come out of the ground after 70 years. He peeks his head out of the door at his aunt's house. And same thing he's doing over there in Thailand. Now that's a better laugh. Sound like a dying animal or something. Put him out of his misery, for God's sakes. 20 strong, my friends. 20 strong on here. Somebody's missing here. Somebody's missing here. Counterflow is missing, that's for sure. Don't bitch, Counterflow, if you missed my show. There you are. Speaking of the devil, you hear the clanging of his hoofs. No sooner, to the exact second, did I mention your name that I didn't see you on here, all of a sudden, good morning, Frank. Isn't that something? I must be psychic. How about that? Oh, good timing. I don't know. Oh, we're having a gay old time here. That's another expression. Gay used to mean happy. A lot of Brits would use it. Oh, having a gay old time, chap. Now you say, I'm feeling gay. Oh, boy, you would be under the attack of that. See how things change over time. But the point is, some people don't change over time. Counterflow says, just jumped on, was walking like you said. What timing? What timing, sir? Sir, what timing? Oh, we were just having some fun here. Popeye's going to be doing a show today, and of course it's going to be about me. And we were just having some laughs on Kevin's laugh, actually, and Popeye's laugh are very similar. And they both have something in common, too. They don't leave the house very often. Yeah. Kevin was saying on the show, guys, he's trying to say that I'm retarded. Well, okay, here's the thing, Kev. Here's the thing. It's not the new word anyway. Retarded is not the new word. Okay, mentally challenged, that's the new word, okay? You got to be politically correct. Now, if nobody knew you from an ant on an anthill, I mean, and just tuned into your show, Kevin, okay? Now listen, I know it's hard for you to absorb. It's kind of like the Barry syndrome. He doesn't absorb. He's not cognitive of things. He's, it's something that you both have in common, among other things, too. Listen up. When somebody that don't know you, even the people that have been following you, when they hear you talk and they see your image on camera, this is what you project. I mean, look, it is what it is. I don't set the rules on this, the parameters on anything. This is the way you come off on your show, Kevin. When you laugh like that, people are going to wonder. Those wild eyes of yours and a bald head and your shape of your body and the way you talk. And, on one hand, we understand it. You got a bowler knife in your brain. Shit could happen from that. Shit could happen. But, take it for what it is what I'm saying. That people notice this stuff. And that's why, not just from me, you hear comments from other people too. It's like an ant trying to pretend it's a scorpion when it's not. And you're not a scorpion. You're just a piss ant. And it always will be. That's just a fact. A rather large piss ant, but accept who you are. Don't try to be something that you're not, because you can't change things even if you tried. You're always going to have a mobility issue, always going to have a weight problem. You're not going to be able to grow back your hair. Okay? You're not going to change what you look like. You're not going to change your personality. It's ingrained in you. And you're not going to change your pettiness. As I said, you should buy somebody a meal sometime instead of having everybody buy you like your extra special sauce. Well, maybe they just feel sorry for you, Kevin. Did you ever think about that? Maybe that's what it is. And you use that as a tool, don't you? You do have some smarts. I don't care what they say about you, Kevin, you do have some smarts. Very little, but when it comes to money and holding on to it, you're very brilliant with that. Brilliant, I tell you, chap. Very brilliant, mate. You'd rather spend somebody else's money than yours. Well, Barry was a king of that. He was the all-time champ on that. That's what you got in common with him, amongst a few other things. Buy somebody who's been generous to you, and why don't you go visit your kids? For God's sakes, Kevin. Stop making excuses with that shit. Go and visit your kids, unless they want nothing to do with you, or maybe the kid's current parents doesn't want you in their life, that you're a bad influence. Because we don't know everything about why you got that bowl of knife in your head. We know you got records of drunkenness. We've looked up the records and presented it, and you admitted it. You're getting drunk all the time, even when you're driving. You were cantankerous. You found yourself in a cell more than once, I'm sure. Maybe it was your drinking that isolated your family from you. Do you ever think about that? Maybe it's your disposition. Why is it that you're not really tight with any of you? I mean, where you talk about your sons. How about your sons too? Not just your girls. Why don't you go visit your son? Or why doesn't your son want to come and visit you? There's got to be a reason behind that. There's always a reason for something. So basically, these people who preach all the time about telling people to get their life together, that's like, telling somebody to clean the shit out of your own backyard. How about cleaning your backyard first? Novel idea. Well, they got so much trash and garbage in their backyard. In fact, they're hoarding trash. Don't talk about somebody else and find faults with somebody. I mean, everybody has faults. Even I do. Self-admittedly. But not to the degree some of these goobers have on here. Their life is totally out of control. How do you tell? They're overweight. That means their life is out of control. To start. Or they can't get a woman. Do you know how many women are on this planet? You can't get one real solid girlfriend. Nico, Biggie, not Biggie, what's his name? We got Nico, Kevin, right? Popeye, especially. You mean to tell me you can't get a woman? I mean, what's wrong with this picture? What? What are you doing? You like this setup in here better? It's okay? All right. I'll get up and go to the other roof for a second. You clean under there. And son, and son. Oh, he told Kevin yesterday, I don't want my daughter and Donna to visit me here. Oh, it's your daughter and son. See, that's my point. Everybody has something going on in their life there with a family member or something. That's not, not have your family in your life. Da-da-da-da-da. It's not unusual to have conflict in your life. That's my point, folks. Oh, I make fun of the fact that Frank is not, he's not on good terms with his lovely daughter. Well, that would be correct, but is it automatic assumption that I had something to do with that, or it's my fault? Streets usually have two ways, most of them, have two ways, two-way streets. It's not always in, one direction. I think that was the name of a band, was it? It's not always like that. You got to know the facts, the intimate facts of everything. You have to know before you just shoot off your cannons and fire these bullshit shots when you don't know the real situation. Well, it's easy to blame it on one party or the other when you don't know the real facts and you never lived their life. Easy to say. Easy. You make any statement you want, doesn't mean it's true. But that's called YouTube. Okay, girls, you want to go out? I hear people firing these shots all the time about me in particular. Trying to tell me what kind of life I'm living or not living. I'm the one that determines that, not them. And my happiness is determined by me, not by trolls. Counterflow says, the time change and distance, plus it's not that nice of a vacation spot. have reasons why we're not in touch with certain friends or family members, children, and so forth. You know, we live in a very complex society, and there's a lot of mental and other stress that goes around with people. And, you know, and I really think the more current times with the COVID happened, and I don't know, that really tore people apart. And you could understand that's a good experiment. Maybe it was an experiment with the government for all I know. I wouldn't be surprised at anything. To see how people react under this kind of martial law kind of stuff, where people will be imprisoned in their own homes. You know, let's see as a result what happens with that. And it could have very well been that. I mean, I don't know. I can't prove it. But it could have been just one big experiment. And boy, that experiment really showed up something pretty special, didn't it? Look at people's behavior now, especially since the COVID. It tore people apart, man. Hey, I went on a no more than a month's journey to, was supposed to be, anyway, to Hawaii at that time. I got stuck there for 14 months. Little did I know I couldn't get back to the Philippines because of the COVID. But it did happen. Oh, you do go back? See, at least you do that. Counterflow, at least you do that. Kevin don't even want to get, you know, he talks about the great parenting. What parent? Same as Nico. Where was he when he was doing all these fucking drugs? You think he was close in his family's life at the time? I'm sure there was a lot of opposition for what he did. But he tries to sugarcoat everything. See, all the time, I'm a parent. See, my daughter comes here and she loves me. I've got a daughter that I'm in touch with. Well, good for you. Where were you prior to that time, Snicko? When you were doing your druggy days? They weren't in your life. Somebody else was raising your children, not you, probably your mother. See what I mean? Hypocrisy is deafening. So is that vacuum cleaner at the moment. That's why I'm outside. They speak from both sides of their fucking mouths. But Big Kevin can't afford to talk because, you know, don't always blame it on his mental condition. You know, Kevin had many opportunities making money from Big E and everybody. They felt sorry for him. And you know, he was supposed to do this. He was supposed to, you know, clear up his situation with his immigration for the Philippines. And he's never done that to date. He's had every opportunity to do it. Don C. even took him by his hand and brought him over to the immigration office while he was in Vietnam at the time. He still didn't accomplish it. He didn't want to spend the money or time unless somebody took him by the hand and spent all the money on him and it didn't come out of his pocket, then he'll consider that. Kevin admitted himself. He admitted it himself that the only reason he left his aunt's basement is because someone was willing to pay for his ticket to go to another country. Big E made a deal with him. If you lose 200 pounds, that's the only reason he even lost 200 pounds. Because there was money involved. There was money involved. That's the denominator. Nobody could deny this. Not one person. Oh yeah, when it came to money, then Kevin was willing to move his ass, wasn't he? When it came to money or free dinner, Kevin was there. Free dinner. Free is good, right? Free is good. Thank Lord, 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 free is good. Free is good. Was that Martin Luther King? Free at last, but free is good. Well, good businessman, really, because when you think about it, corporations, the best way to start a business is to not use your own money, right? Use somebody else's money to make achievements in your life and to get a business going. That if your business gets successful, you can pay them back. That's good business practice, actually, and tactics. Don't use your own money. Well, that's what Big Kevin does. He uses everybody else's money, but he doesn't always put it where it's supposed to go. Same as Barry. Same shit. Different persons. Same shit. Kevin don't want to spend his money. He's got plenty of it. I'm not saying he's rich. He's not rich. Kevin's got plenty of money sacked away. Because, you know, well, okay, there is one fault with this, okay? The fault is that he doesn't know how to hold on to money. He'll buy ridiculous things. He's 63 years old. Remember that number? We talked about it earlier, Kevin. You're 63. You're not a young man anymore. So when you call me an old man, I laugh. And I say, well, what the hell are you, dude? But I know, you got the bowl in your brain and it doesn't make you, not very cognitive of things. Okay, I'll give you credit on that. Or it might be due, if it's ever due. But utilizing other people's money. How righteous is that? For once, I like to, he'll probably do that now because I'm talking about it, because that's what he does. Do you notice that Kevin started to get out of his apartment when I made a big issue of it? Did you guys notice that? He tried to prove to everybody, see, I could walk. I'm going to take a walk down this road. Well, he had his brace on and he was limping and it was killing him to do it, but he had to prove a point that he does get out of his apartment. Normally he doesn't, but he did that all for me. And I told him again and again, you don't have to impress me. Do it for yourself, not for me, sir. Do it for your own health and well-being, mentally and physiologically. That's all I'm saying. That's all I've been saying. Do it for you, not for me. Get out. Stop pretending you're killing it, as you call it, using Ricky's expression. He's not killing it either, but understand what I'm saying. I know it's hard, and I'll try to speak slowly as I can. I know I do have a very energetic voice, and I could, in 1 minute, what it takes you to say in 20 minutes. That's another difference between you and me. I can talk at a level that people like to listen to because how would you like to be like, well, same thing with back. It's always back. Yeah, oh well, look. Who could listen to that? Who could listen to that? It's very difficult for me. I like somebody who speaks with some energy in his voice and doesn't take 20 minutes. Jim and Drexel, whatever her name is, he's another one that does that too. And a lot of vloggers do that. They can't get out what they're trying to say because they got to stretch it out to make a show out of it. I'd rather listen to somebody who talks with my speech level at the rate I speak. I could get a lot of words out in 30 seconds that it would take them a whole show to get out on one show to try to get to their goddamn topic. You can't listen to shows like that. That's Snoresville to me. I would tune out right away. I got a lot of energy in my voice. I project what I'm saying. I get to the point. You don't have to wait till I get to the point because I make it very apparent to my viewers. I make it heard. Now, for Kevin to repeat what I just said in the past couple of minutes would take him about a 30-minute show to do that. That's like watching paint dry. Oh, gosh, speaking of that, I can't be on here too much longer. I have to do a little initial sanding on it. I'm going to test one of my cabinet doors. Get the sandpaper out. Because I plan to do some painting. See, I do things, Kevin. I do things. Because I got a house. You got a house, Kevin. Something you never had. I don't think you ever owned a house. I don't think so, to my knowledge. And yes, it is my house. As long as I'm alive, it's my house too. It's mine. All mine. Well, mine and hers. Hers and mine. What's hers is mine, what's mine is hers. Isn't that the way it works? It's not the other way around, Kevin, where, what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine. That's the way you think, Kevin. Always sucking off somebody's tit somewhere. For money. Get off your fat ass. You want advice? Even if you don't, I'm going to give it to you anyway. Get off your fat ass. Get out there every day and get active. Stop stuffing your face. You're not all there yet. with your doctor's help, with certain medications, you lost 2 whole humans worth of weight on your body. And that's saying a lot, dude. You were over 450, almost 500 pounds, dude. I guess it don't matter how you did it. I know it was the medicine the doctor gave you. That probably saved your life. You might be dead at this point if you didn't do that. You couldn't have lasted that much longer. There's no way in the world. You could not have lasted that much longer. I just didn't see that happening. But you got to keep on that course. Don't stand up and you go, oh, look at me. You're still obese, dude. Strike a pose all you want. You're still obese. Junior Mint, you're still obese. And you are 63. Sink it in your head. You're not a young man, sir. Change your terminology and your insults calling me an old man. Well, what the fuck are you? You're 63. Not 36. Maybe you're dyslexic on top of it. I don't know. Anyway, as Barry says. Anyway. Oh, well. I don't put a show on like that. You can tell the vibrancy in my voice for my age. You can tell my energy level is out there. It has nothing to do with any pills. It's my whole physiology. I'm in relatively good shape for a man my age. I'm never going to have an obesity problem. I don't ever foresee that happening, not in my lifetime, unless I became an invalid. And if I became an invalid, I think I'd probably get less weight, because I'd be so depressed I wouldn't eat much. Probably wouldn't gain weight. I'd probably go the other direction. But a lot of people who are inactive, they gain a lot of weight. Lack of exercise, and according to what the hell they're eating. So if anybody's obese out there, don't complain to me. Talk to yourself. Talk to the hand. Talk to the hand. Tell it to the hand. Don't tell it to me. If you're obese, lose your fucking weight. There's no excuse for it. Shame on you. Nobody's going to feel sorry if you're obese. Because you, folks, have put yourself in that position. We didn't put you in that position. You put yourself in that position. Not me, not the other guy. You did. And you all know who you are. Shame on you. Shame on you. Not shame on me. I love this show this morning. Getting it all out there, buddies. Getting it all out there. Getting it all out. A cleansing session, shall I say. A cleansing session here. And we need that every now and again to set people straight. When they're not on the long and narrow road. Sometimes you gotta straighten people out a little bit. Remind them that they are not without fault after all. Right, Popeye? Now I have a feeling that Popeye's going to do an earlier show other than his schedule. He does that a lot when he's all riled up about me. He might be doing it now earlier because I'm doing the show and he's been part of my topic here. He gets all riled up, gets his panties in a little bit too tight on what's left of his shriveled nuts. And he'll do a show probably earlier. Do I know people or do I not know people? For all I know, he could be doing a show right now. If not recording mine. Which please do. I said great things on my show. Please record me. Play it back. It's okay with me. You got my approval. Okay, I think we've straightened a few people out on here. You do got that in common with Kevin and vice versa. You realize that, Popeye? I don't know what sure that's saying. Mental illness, whatever. But like I said, to be fair, sometimes people get into situations where their brain gets damaged. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants that to happen, of course, and we don't wish that on anybody. But sometimes things happen, man. And you got to live with that situation as best as you can. I understand that completely. I mean, what other choice do you have? But you have to admit, if you got that cognitive ability, you have to admit, hey man, I got a problem, you know, and make people understand it, why you act the way you do, why you're throwing insults to people constantly, when you just refuse to reflect upon your own self and your own image. What comes out of your mouth? Kevin's always saying, there's people out there that are so hateful. They say these terrible things about others. And that Frank does it. Kevin, have you ever reviewed any of your own shows? Some people do that. I do it. Do you ever review your own shows? Do you ever listen to what comes out of your mouth and how hateful it is? You're always throwing insults and adding insults to injury. You do it on every show of yours. So what gives you the poetic license to say the things that you do in your show, and you're going to critique other people for what they say? What's good for the goose ain't always good for the gander. They call it a pot black. Think about it. I know it's hard. I know it's very difficult to think clearly. But hopefully I awakened you a little bit on this broadcast, and I painted a little picture of you to make you understand how people see you, how people view you on your show, and what they hear, and your voice, and your actions. People make their own evaluation, and they have the right to do it. If it's apparent, if it shows out, and you can't help it, you know, if their ears are working and they could hear you, and if you're on camera, they could see you, and they can make their own evaluations. And those are our evaluations. Certainly it's mine. You're not all there, Kevin. And on one hand, I can say it's not by any fault of your own, but what was the causative factor of that brain injury with the bolo knife? Which you've yet to tell anybody the truth about that to this day. You came up with some lame story, your brother-in-law or something. No, it was a lot deeper than that. A lot deeper than that. I don't know if it's as deep as that bolo knife went in your brain, or what was the deeper story or event. I don't know which one would apply. But you did something radically bad, because nobody, unless they're totally out of their fucking mind or drugged out, is going to run up to somebody and put a bolo knife in their head. That's not like an everyday occurrence. You realize that, right? So you've had to done something that was pretty fucked up to deserve that. That's my show. Your turn, Popeye.
If you're going to be negative, if you're going to be mean, if you're going to be trying to get other people just for your satisfaction.
Well, I'm finished with the start of one of my projects. I gotta wait for it to dry. I just did one cabinet doors. It's not good coverage because it was on a stained surface, but I had to do a little bit of sanding on there. And there's one spot on there that doesn't want to be covered. There was some kind of I don't know if there's a polyurethane drip on there at one time, about 1 inch long by 1.5 inches wide. So I had to go in that one little spot and sand it down a little bit more, put a light coating of paint on it. And of course, you know, it's ghost on that doors because it's going to need a second coat of paint. Of course, this is overstained. Anyway, that's sort of how you do it. I'm going to bring up a good question on here. I also painted the cabinet doors inside the shelves of my bedroom, where we're going to put something other there, did a bunch of medicine, and find an appropriate place to put it so we have more room for shorts and towels and whatnot. So yeah, I do keep busy after all. Does anybody really know what passion is? Has anybody experienced real passion? I mean real passion, where you want to be so close to the person, you want to melt with them. And there's a song about that. I want to melt with you. Ever experienced that? I don't think many people actually do. I've seen this application on here. It's something maybe a few of these lonely viewers should have. and they can only imagine, being with a really special, good-looking woman, and it's an application out there that you could be with some woman, a beautiful woman with a passionate kiss, and you see that on this on these feeds on there. It's an ad for an application, and maybe you guys have seen a gorgeous 20-something-year-old gal with a young guy, and he's over there looking like, before it happens, he doesn't have the application yet, so he puts the application on and just dreams of being with a certain woman in a certain look. They actually have applications, and it works for very lonely men. And we can think of a few out there that are pretty lonely. They can just imagine, they might even have Gilda in there. They want to passionately kiss Gilda. Some of them, I think, really would. But to really know what passion is, there's a song by the recording artist Sarah McLachlan. Sarah McLachlan has a beautiful voice, and I don't know the name of the particular piece that she wrote, but there was words in there where she sings, I want to breathe your breath. Now, I want you to think about that statement. I want to breathe your breath, and how powerful that statement really is. If you don't understand what that means, it means that the person is so into the other that she just wants to become part of her partner. She wants the ultimate experience. I mean, I want to be so close to you that I want to breathe your breath. Think about that powerful statement. And that was in a song by Sarah McLachlan. And I wish I could give you the particular song, But I don't have it in mind at the moment. But I always remembered that line, and I can't think of anything that's more passionate and more explicit in a way that somebody is very close to somebody else. They could say, I want to breathe your breath. It simply means I want to be so much part of you. I want to melt with you. I want to become you. I want to become part of you. How many people have ever had a relationship like that? I do. And a lot of people don't. And to have that kind of relationship is rare. There's nothing more telling than a very passionate kiss. And it's not just a kiss. You're putting your whole being into that person, your whole range of emotions, to show the other person that, hey, I'm really into you. I have a lot of passion for you. I love you. And this is my way of showing it outside of intercourse. And there's other ways of showing people your love, and it's not always through intercourse either. And everybody thinks that's the ultimate way. Let's make love, they say. Well, what they're that's what they're saying. And you can have sex with anybody. Don't mean love. Especially if you just draw a target on them. Okay, my turn. And they kind of hone in on them, get the job done in like 3 minutes. Really? Really? And not care about what she feels like. Maybe she wants to kind of get off. But a lot of guys, they don't even allow that. I'm just thinking what's good for me. Well, what about what's good for her? But we're not going to get strongly into that because that's something I actually covered on here before. Yeah. Good morning. Thinking about that statement, I want to breathe your breath. I have always remembered it, even though I couldn't remember the title of the song by Sarah McLachlan. To this day, from when that song came out, I always remembered those lyrics. I want to breathe your breath. That's like the ultimate statement of wanting to be so close to somebody that, really, that you just want to become part of them. And the more pressure you apply with your kiss is also ultimately showing how they're really into you, or you're into them, vice versa, or both. A lot of people don't get to experience that. Forget about a peck on the cheek. That just doesn't work. Here, I'll buy you a drink if I show you on camera. or give me a kiss on the cheek or something or whatever. Nah, we're not going to buy that shit. No, it takes a special couple for that. It really does. It really does. There has to be really passion. If you don't have passion in your relationship, and I don't care how long you've been with somebody, I don't care. If you can't show some passion, not every day, you don't have to show it every day. Just subtle ways, a look that you give somebody, and I do that all the time. She go, what? And she knows. And I don't have to say a word to her. It's just a look I give her, and she knows. Or it might happen the other way around, Passion, not compassion, but passion. If you don't have that, you don't have anything. That's when your relationship is going downhill. No one expects you to be doing acrobatics in the bedroom, okay, when you get older. And there's limitations to just about everything. But it's that look, it's that touch. And how many times, and it works both ways. Don't have to say a word. I could be laying down with my partner and just touch her on the shoulder, rub her shoulder, or rub her head or the side of her cheek. Don't have to say a word. If anybody knows that she's loved, she absolutely does, and vice versa. But this is part of a relationship and how you need to show emotions to your partner, whether it be girlfriend or wife. And if you don't do that, I think you're cheating yourself and cheating her out of a really special emotional experience. Passion. Never lose the passion, because then it's really over. And don't take your woman for granted either. She's not always going to be here, and you may not always be here. But while you have somebody that's really special in your life, and then, who was it? The band, what was the lyrics on this one? Hold on loosely, but don't let go. If you hang too tightly, and what was the rest of the lyrics on that? You may lose control. Something like that. Yeah, I remember that too. Interesting lyrics that people come up with, but it all reflects on real life. So let me see. Hang on loosely, but don't let go. And again, let's see the rest of the lyrics. Hang on loosely, but don't let go. But something about not too tightly, or you lose control. And I think those were really some important words too. But back to Sarah McLachlan. After all these years, I remember that one line. Because I thought it was so poignant. I thought it was so absolutely true. And the lyrics spoke a lot for a few words. Of course, Sticks was the other one. Hang on loosely, but don't let go. And tightly, don't hang on tightly or you'll lose control. Something to that. I remembered most of it anyway. It is, unless you have some of these elements in there, I couldn't see, really, honestly, the rest of my life going by without having some passion in my life. I couldn't see that. I just could not be lonely in that way. There's a lot of ways of being lonely. Lonely within yourself. I mean, there's some people who have the women, but they're still lonely. So there's something missing, and you got to find what's missing. It's one thing to say, yeah, I got a girlfriend, but do you really? It's just her physical presence there, and, well, you got a girlfriend. You could boast about it. But not many people can really boast about their partners. As far as these expats are concerned, the women are there to do the dishes and cook the meals, right? Isn't what it is? Or as Nico says, they're all hoes. Good old Nico.
always has something real special to say. Always does. Always does. But I could say, and it's not just who I'm with now, I've had relationships where there was passion, absolutely was, where you just couldn't kiss them too hard. You'd hurt them, you know, and it was mutual, it wasn't just one sided. That kissing just didn't seem enough that you just wanted to melt with them. I've had a couple like that. I've actually had, yeah. But I think the one I have now beats them all. We don't spend all day, and it's not personal, but we don't spend all day just kissing each other all goddamn day. It's a special look, special touch, or something that she'll do for you. Not everything is sex all the time with happy couples. Everybody wants happy endings every day. But would you really enjoy it every single day? Nah, not really. Maybe when you were a lot younger, because everything was on your mind. I want to get laid. I want to get laid. Sex is part of a relationship even as you get older, and the lack of it could be devastating. Both people have their needs, but it's also a form of expression. But a lot of people think that the act of intercourse, they call it making love. Well, I think it's like that passionate kiss in a way that you become part of the woman by the very act of intercourse. And I guess there's some truth to that. And well, not everybody sees it that way. It's like, I'm just going to get laid. I want to get off. That's what it just turns into sex and not anything to do with love. There's a big difference. Sex and love. Yeah, it's an expression. You always hear the expression, I made love to her, he made love to me. Made love. Made love. Well, I don't know, were you in a real passionate relationship? Was there real love involved? So you call it making love? No, you were having sex. For the most part, you were having sex. Call, he made love to me. It could be somebody that you just met. Oh, he made love to me. No, no, no. He didn't make love to you. You just met the guy. He didn't make love to you. He was horny. He wanted to get his rocks off. I'm the only one that talks about this stuff on here because I think people are afraid to touch these topics. No, that's simply sex. You just meet somebody. That's sex. It's not making love. It's having sex. Call it what it is. Call a spade a spade. Real love is not just jumping on top of your chick and getting your rocks off. It's spending time to look at her, to touch her, to caress her. That's love. That leads to the actual act. Follow me? Not too closely. That's love. Not I met some chick in the bar, man. I'm going to get laid tonight. Oh yeah, we made love all night. No, you didn't. You had sex all night. You didn't make love all night. I don't know. Humans are so special. They don't know the difference between love and horniness and you know, just a a moment of a need. I wouldn't call it making love. It's a wrong expression. It should be used so loosely, but it is used very loosely. If you hang on tightly, you're going to lose control. That was Styx. Hold on loosely, but don't let go. Hang too tightly, you're going to lose control. There you go. Which also means don't push it with somebody. Do things slowly. Hang on to this relationship. Don't force things on her. And if you look too easy, you know, she's going to see that too. This guy's too much in need or in want. I like a guy that's a little bit challenging.
Little bit challenging. Girls love that shit, man. They do. They don't want a guy that's that easy. I know it's easier said than done on some of these things, right? But not really. Show a woman that you possess passion, and she'll be with you forever. It's the little things. It's not the making love, as we call it. It's the little things. It's the look. It's the touch. It's out of nowhere. When you call them over, they don't know what you're calling them over for. Come over here. Then you just plant a very passionate kiss on them. Or you're laying in bed or something, just relaxing, listening to something. And you just lean over. You caress them. Let you know you care. And you got to let them know that you care. I think that's vital. You don't want to lose that kind of passion, man. Because then your relationship will get old. That's right. Old guys could have passion too. I'm not an invalid in bed, my friends. Far from. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. But for those that cannot perform for whatever reason, and that's your own thing, without your own thing, through injury, through whatever, there are ways of still making love to your woman if that's the situation with you. Sure you can. Sex is not always just intercourse. Think about that. It's not just intercourse. It's a lot of things. Now utilize all that stuff into your relationship. Let's say you have no problem kind of getting it on, shall I say. Say you have no problem with that at all. Go a little further. Do whatever it is you think that's going to please her. And there's something that will please you, you talk to her about it. It's not a one-way street. Unfortunately, with a lot of guys, it is a one-way street. Do this for me, do this for me. Well, how about you do something for her? How about that? Guys are just too selfish, really. We kind of talked about this before, maybe a couple of times I did. But I wanted to bring that up. You'll know what a passionate relationship is when you have it. Not everybody does. Sometimes it's a very generic relationship, the very fact that physically the person's there, but that's about it. And they don't show any passion whatsoever, none. That's a very shallow relationship. You're never too old to show your love. You're never too old to caress your partner's face, their cheek, their head. But just now and then to tell them that you love them. Women want to hear these things, but you know what? Men want to hear it too. So if you ain't got that in your relationship, and better yet, if you don't even have a relationship, that's even worse. I could almost feel sorry for certain people on here. Almost. But I couldn't see them in a serious relationship. Nah. A few people out there, I just couldn't see them in a serious relationship. Because of who they are and what they're all about, how disingenuous they are. Tell the girl anything she wants to hear to get in her pants, right? And go to the next one, right? Is that what you do? Well, as Sneeko says, women are just all hoes. He can't even get a hoe. Ho, ho, ho. That's sad. Let people do their thing, man. That's what it really comes down. Let them do their thing and let them find out. Well, they know already. Their life is not going anywhere. I could say my life has always had direction in it. Continues to do so. Even at my age, I don't want to sound like the ancient mariner, an antique. I'm not an antique unless you want to be an antique. The way you dress, the way you talk, the way you act, your energy, how you take care of yourself, your looks. If you don't do that, you just don't give a shit about yourself.
And you think if you did find a woman, she's not going to see that you just let yourself go? Do you ever see these relationships with women in America, anywhere? Well, they got all that passion in the beginning of the relationship to get their man, but then once the ring's on the finger, they're married. And especially after they have kids. She just lets herself go. She gets fat. She doesn't brush her hair. She looks like the atypical housewife. When you're not married to the house, you're married to your partner. And as such, stop with the stereotypical soccer mom image, the worst image in the world. And the women in the USA, they say it so proudly too. Oh, I'm a soccer mom. Really? That's how you define yourself? Not as a human, not as a woman, but you become a soccer mom with the SUV and go to all your kids' games, and you try to define yourself because you can't figure how to define myself. How many years you've been married, you got kids, and a woman's always looking to define herself. She loses herself somewhere after she has children. A lot of them do anyway. I'm a soccer mom. Oh, it's a very acceptable thing for a woman to say. Oh, that's very nice. You're a soccer mom. You must be proud. It's all atypical, the cattle. Every soccer mom, they're driving an SUV for the kids, right? Driving them to little events and all that stuff, and that becomes their life. Even if they never even like sports. I'm now a soccer mom. And I got encouraged just because, well, physical activity is good, and she's right. She's right. But she's defining herself as a soccer mom, not as a lovely, breathing, sexual woman, compassionate, passionate woman. She threw the towel in. I'm a soccer mom. How sad is that? USA, it's kind of like a cookie cutter thing. And a lot of these people live in cookie cutter houses in a cookie cutter community. And they're all cookie cutters. And the woman, she stays home and prepares the meal for the man. May I get your coat, honey? Can I get your shoes? Dinner's ready, honey. Well, why can't he help out? Why can't he help out? Why don't he come home and cook dinner for her? Why not? Then you see ads on TV on Valentine's Day and things like that. Why is it always geared toward the woman? Why is that? You should be buying that beautiful ring for your woman, or buy this extra special box of chocolates or special flowers for your woman. Valentine's Day is just not for the woman. It's for both partners. But, commercialization of all this has made men feel like a simp, really. That everything has to be geared to her. I understand if you love her and you want to take care of her, buy her house, whatever you want to do. It's not that simple. You have to do unto each other. It's not always the man that has to buy her some chocolates, or if they have the money, replace a ring or something to say, I love you, baby. Just tell her you love her. And all she has to do is tell the man, I love you. You don't have to go out there and break the bank to prove that you love your woman, because, there's Big Pharma and there's also then there's Wall Street, the advertising councils, the advertising industries. And they're telling you how you should react. If you're a man, you should be buying flowers, going to push the flower industry. Or buy her chocolates. Nothing wrong with that, but I'm just saying. Support the chocolate and the candy industry. Then comes Halloween. Support the candy industry for Halloween. Costumes. You got to invent a holiday for commercialism. Humans just got it all wrong. They just got it all wrong. And the cattle of society goes with it. Competition with the Joneses and Smiths. If Mr. Smith next door
has her house all painted up and looks nice. Mrs. Jones is going to tell her husband, "Oh, the Smith's house looks so nice since they painted. How about it, Harvey? Why can't we paint our house?" Of course, Harvey has to give in. He ain't going to get any, okay? Or the Smiths get a brand new car. All right, then the Joneses lady, she gets all upset. "Honey, you're driving a better car than we do. We got to get a car. We got to outdo her. You going to let him get away with this?" What a fucked up society, the way people think. Isn't that the truth? How fucked up people think in this world. I love original people. I don't care what you do for a living, this or that. I love people who are original and don't follow the cattle. They think out of the box. Come to their own thoughts, not let anybody influence them or what they think about somebody, whether it's on YouTube or whatever. Think on your own and make your own judgment about somebody based on your own experience or, some level of intellect to figure out that it's either a good guy or he's not a good guy. Not because somebody said something about you and you got to go along with it to get the attention that you need. Remember, even negative attention is good attention. Attention. That's what goes on here. Everybody's looking for attention. Now, I'll give you a good example how women are trained by the advertising industry. Let a Valentine's Day go by and you didn't get her a card. You didn't buy her that proverbial box of chocolates or flowers. And she's going to hold that against your ass. You know she will, especially a Filipina. But then you could turn around and say, "Well, listen, honey, where's my flowers? Men like flowers too. I like flowers. It's not a gay thing to like Mother Nature, to like flowers. I love flowers. But what about the guy? How about a token of love from her? Buy him a card. Tell him you love him. You're expecting it from him, right? God forbid. Get on Valentine's Day or something that the guy didn't even remember Valentine's Day or didn't remember an anniversary. Oh man, that's the end of the world. That's truly the end of the world for a Filipina or any woman. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is it's a give and take situation. It's a give and take. You both got to give to each other. You both got to have passion in your relationship or it's not worthwhile. When the passion's over, the relationship is really over. There's just basically a physical structure living in your house. That's all it is. And it might be love on a different level, but some people might get burned out on their partner because you just think your partner lost all the passion that they had when they first met. But nobody has, in reality, the kind of passion when you just meet somebody. Look, you never met this woman. You don't know what she looks like under her clothes. And you're damn well willing to find out. You're fantasizing about it. So when you get to that point, you get very close and the clothes come off and you see what she's been hiding. It's all men, because nobody deserves to see what's under her clothing except someone in a relationship. And you feel very privileged to see what's underneath that clothes because you've been wondering the whole time. I got to check this out. And it's really exciting, isn't it, the first time when you do that, right? Oh, yeah, you'll have some pretty passionate sex. That's for damn sure. Well, sex, let's call it that. Real passion. I mean, it may seem like a passionate moment. Your hormones are both flying through the roof. That's what happens. Can you keep that up in your life, though? Not everybody has that much passion, being together 10, 20 years, 30 years. But the love is there. And there still is passion. You didn't lose it. You didn't lose it. Some people do. So just compare your first moment with somebody you're very attracted to. And when they allow you to give you the first kiss, and it comes to be a really deep kiss, and she's basically telling you, she's following through with it, and she's deeply kissing you very solidly. You know that the woman is into you. Good start. Really good start. Is this just that moment for sex that you're trying to get away with, gentlemen? Well, a lot of times it is. Now remember, a woman is not stupid. They might be a little gullible with men that come here, for example, and promise them the sun, moon, and the stars. Stay with me and I'll marry you, we'll have babies, we'll buy a house, all this crap. And they feed this shit to the Filipinos all the time, every single day. And because Filipinos are very passionate people, and they can be quite naive or inexperienced, and all the guy has to, say certain words, and they just fall for you. I mean, you take a Filipino out for dinner that he's just met, she pretty much automatically thinks you're a boyfriend. That's kind of how it works. The culture's different out here. And that's the truth. That's your boyfriend. If he's going to take you out to dinner, that's your boyfriend now. At least the way a Filipino thinks. Not all women in the United States think that way. A guy takes you out to dinner, he's a friend or whatever, and you just kind of discover yourselves, see where it goes. But a Filipino thinks that way, and that's why they can get their feelings hurt really bad. When a guy just either comes on too strong and it's become very clear to her the guy just wants sex. And if she's really attracted to him and she's not caring there's going to be a future relationship, she has her needs too. Maybe she'll have sex with him. But unfortunately, the process, what happens, they wind up getting pregnant, and then he got a kid without a father and the whole thing. So it's all one big mess. There's no, tried and true formula in a relationship. You go slow in the beginning with somebody and feel them out. That's what you do. Literally and figuratively, really. See if she's the right one for you. Is she full of passion? Does she do something for you hormonally? I mean, does she, just make you feel alive? Do you make her feel alive? Something to think about, boys. Look, I've lived long enough. I hate even talking about this age situation, by the way. I'm going to do away with that shit. To me, it's just another day. Still have passion, still have love. Still can do everything a younger man could do, for the most part anyway. I'm not going to lift a 500-pound weight. Obviously not. There's limitations to all of us as we get older. But my parts all work, and I still have passion, and I know what love is. I like the song. I want to know what love is. I want you to show me. Boys, let her know that you care. She doesn't want to feel like she's being taken for granted, and a lot of guys do that. And I'm not saying some women don't do that either. You got to let them know every now and again that you care. Both parties, not just one. It's both parties' responsibility. And I do know what love is. How about you? I go to my grave, my friends. I go to my grave knowing that I am loved deeply. And that's a comforting feeling, isn't it? For those that actually have that, the rarity of that. It's one thing to say, yeah, I got laid last night, picked up this fucking hoe. Well, I know who would say that. Filipinos are not hoes, unless that's their profession and choose to be. But you can't make a blanket statement like that, a general statement that these women, that's crude. Why, because you can't get a woman? So they're hoes? No, they're not hoes. Certainly not all of them. And to look down on a woman as just a piece of meat like that says a lot about that guy's character. Enough said. Hope you enjoyed. You shouldn't be photographing other people anyway. Well, we kind of owe this to Vitali, but I think it was long overdue, really, and it's going to really limit the material of a lot of vloggers. And there's a lot of good ones, understand, out there. There's some really good vloggers that probably really don't deserve this, but the truth being that for the bad ones out there, well, this is a real concern for them because it's going to limit their material and what they can put out. Hallelujah. There are some laws in the Philippines that, well, I think are certainly worth the undertaking.
Well, the new law is the big buzz all over the Philippines and all over YouTube. And for good reason. Okay, so unfortunately, I forgot when the law takes actually effect, but apparently it's real. They sort of do this in some other countries too, though. And of course, I'm referring to photographing people in the streets otherwise, without blurring them out. And it's comments from, the tourists that are saying that I'm not coming to the Philippines. I mean, that's the whole point on their vacation is I don't understand what's going on with the Philippines. First of all, they lower your visa extension from maximum of 6 months down to 2 months, and that's turning people away. It's bad enough about the national incidents that have happened here with murder, kidnapping, all that stuff, and you think that's not bad enough to deter people from coming here. But then they do the thing with the visas, reduced from 6 months to 2. Now they're coming out with this lame law that I can understand if somebody's trying to photograph you privately, hiding a camera, under your shirt or something like that. But that's what tourists do. And as one guy commented, he said, if I can't photograph people out here and the culture and everything, what is the purpose of coming out here? Is the Philippines government just not getting this? Okay, we got rid of 1 million pogos or whatever. And whatever illegal operations they were doing, they were still renting and so forth. And there was, money coming into the country from that. And now they want to do this. So it's kind of a big talk. And in fact, Amazing Philippines just did something on it. Numerous other people doing shows all about this, and apparently it's for real. I don't know if it's July 10th, the beginning of July or something. It's actually happened. I don't know. I think it's starting in July. I mean, the purpose of doing a vlog is there's going to be people in it. And what do you have to do? You have to get a signed document on camera from these people saying I'm giving permission to so-and-so, Joe Blow, to photograph me. Have to get a set of legal work going on that too. Well, that means that if you're a tourist and or living, living permanently out here, you can't go on the beach and photograph the daily activities. You can't go on the streets and photograph a festival. What is the purpose? I don't make the laws out here. And they are kind of funky, trust me. If anybody knows, I do. This is ridiculous. I think the people need to be heard out here. But how many people are going to abide by that? Number one. Number two, importantly, is how many police officers are going to really do anything about it when you think about it. So, two things to think about. But vloggers are fucked. So if you're planning a big career and you want to stay on YouTube and, it's what you do, and people are very vital. Oh, for example, Paul in the Philippines, he has guests over his place. Is he going to get in trouble because he's got a guest over his house or goes to a restaurant and interviews somebody? There's so many ramifications. I mean, there's so many levels on this that need to be addressed. So what good is a person who likes to get out amongst the people all the time, and they're not always vlogging at home, and they like to get out and show activities, and their show is basically based on some of the activities they like to do and their friends and family? Are you going to be able to go in the street with your own family and videotape them and not get arrested or fined or something? It doesn't make any sense. But people are buzzing about this. And I can't say I blame them. I can't say I blame them. It's a really lame law. This is what tourists do out here. That's like another nail in the coffin for tourism and bringing the economy where it should be in this country. Do you realize how much money they make on tourism? They survive on tourism in the Philippines. And to put a lame law like this out, well, it's lame. People are not going to want to come here again. Everybody videotapes their vacations when they come here. Every single person. There's not one person that does not photograph themselves on the beach or doing some activity, having fun with friends outside, whatever they do. Now to be told that, you're going to have to go through all this rigmarole. You're going to have to learn editing if you don't know how to edit. And you're going to have to blur out 1,000 people that might be in your video. It's unrealistic. It's not realistic. Well, Kevin doesn't have to worry because he doesn't go anywhere anyway. And a few other people on here. But not good. This actually is going to refer to every single vlogger and troll on here that's going to go out and photograph people, be on the streets, be on the beaches, be in a mall, everybody, all the tourists is going to photograph stuff going on in the mall. The ramifications from this are extreme. A country needs to bring in tourism. That's how they make their money. And I don't understand who makes these decisions. It all stems from Vitali and the Somali guy. They're probably going to be the most hated people in YouTube history ever for their shows that they did and getting into trouble for it. And wow, they don't realize that what they did stirred up such controversy and probably so much anger from a lot of people. Well, on one hand, they can't do these little antics anymore. And they'll be in big ass trouble if they get caught doing these antics like Somali and Vitali did. I guess that's a good thing. If there is any good points to this, I guess that would be. But yeah, I'm hearing some of these shows, and people are not very happy about this at all. Me, I don't know. I do most of my shows at home. I'm not out and about all the time, going to all these different places, so I'm not terribly concerned. But I do street photography when I'm in Cebu and do things like that. Mall, streets, things like that. I do that. In town here. I guess everything has to come to a halt. Oh, and the other thing I found out in relation to this, guess what? You vloggers are really screwed up. Because YouTube, my understanding, I was just listening to Rod, he came out with some new stuff, that YouTube is going to get involved in this too. So if you have a show and you got like buku subs and stuff like that, YouTube might actually be getting involved in this now. And they're going to tell you that, hey, I'm going to strike you if you don't do this and don't do that and don't do this. I mean, so many laws all over the world now. Everything is laws, and more laws, but don't make any sense. And one of the things that's kind of not related is that they're adding holidays, religious holidays in the Philippines all the time. You only have 365 days a year. People need to work unless their business is going to pay for their religious days off. I don't know how it works out here. I'm kind of doubting it. That's another thing. Today was some kind of a freaking holiday, religious somehow. I don't know what the hell it is. There's always some religious holiday. And if another saint, another person dies in a big religious position to become another saint, there's going to be another religious holiday.
I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? It's only 365 days a year. And how many days a year are businesses closed and people not working that need to make the money? And they're not all getting paid for their days off. There might be some businesses, that bigger ones, that do that for their employees. But overall, I just don't think that's happening. Well, that's pretty regular. But see what I mean? As I said, it's foreigners that give the Philippines a bad name. Barry did, and other people, Ricky, well, he's got to worry about it now. I'll tell you that. I could definitely put him in this formula because that's what he does, knocking people on the streets or in bars and whatever. And after Vitali and Somali and all this shit, I don't think anybody's going to really take to this lightly anymore. Even YouTube is apparently getting in on this. That's what I was told or read or this guy said. So it's not a good thing for a lot of people, really. Wow. And you can't put your girlfriends on camera without permission or blurring them out. So what's the purpose of putting your girlfriend on camera? So old dog and all these other people, what are you going to do? They have to blur out his girlfriend or something. Or is it just on the streets? I don't know how that applies in your own home. I can't see it applying to that, but you never know. Too many laws that don't make any sense. If a country is to survive, they have to think about what's going to be a way to promote their tourism. I gave an example once about my own town, but I can't say anything. I'm not even, I'm not born here. I'm not a Filipino. I don't have that kind of resident status, and how many times I thought that if you want to get more tourists in this town, clean it up. Clean the beaches, because when tourists come here, a lot of people do like it here, but then there'll be a lot of comments. Well, one time is fine, but I found the beaches to be really dirty, the surrounding areas to be really dirty, and that's the thing I didn't like about it. In the town, there were garbage everywhere. They don't even have garbage receptacles in this town. That pertains to most of the Philippines, really. Unless the bigger cities, Makati or whatever. You're in no position to tell them this. You're a foreigner and you can't tell a politician or a government official that, hey, man, I know a way that you could increase... and they'll sit there probably laughing at you. This fucking white guy. Get out of here, And maybe the salaries will go up. If tourism goes up, maybe the salaries can go up. But they don't think about that. They don't think ahead. Clean up your town. People love beaches. Clean up the beaches, man. Make there bigger laws for these fishermen that dump shit in the water. That for ferries that are still dumping shit in the water. And they're not supposed to. Many people have witnessed emptying their bilge out or whatever in the water. If you were to go underwater diving and you take the exact ferry route over here from here to Hagnaya, map it out, go under there scuba diving and look at the bottom of the ocean, unless the currents have actually dispersed the material, you'd be shocked. How do you promote tourism when you're taking a lot of advantages away from tourists? I'm talking about the kind of tourists that come here and they go back after a few days or a week, or about basically the tourists that are actually residing here, that may call it their home and they just renew their visas, blah, blah, blah. But I thought it was a great deal for 6 months, and it brought a lot more people into this country. If they stayed long enough, after a few times, they could increase the amount. They'll simply ask you, how long do you want to stay? I can give you 3 months. Whatever your situation, I can give you 4, or I can give you 6. If you're lucky, then you can get your 6 months in. It removes a lot of hassle. It really does. But then to tell people that Sorry, but because of these jerk offs, oh, maybe it'll get rid of some of the fucking trolls. Maybe there's some good to this after all. I don't know. There's some really nasty vloggers out there that do things in the street that are not cool either. It doesn't have to be Johnny Somali or Vitali. Yeah. Yeah, it is a great topic because this is what's going on right now, bud. It is going to affect almost every vlogger out there, even 8 miles from home. I haven't heard him talking about it. He's got more things going on. His wife's about to pop out another baby. A lot of these people that are dependent on showing the towns they visit, a lot of people who are dependent on maybe showing all the places and the beauty of places and the culture, because maybe they want to share the culture with the rest of the world. That's what they do. This is my visit. I want to show you the culture. It's promoting the culture of the Philippines. How in the world can they come up with a law like this? This should make that people are defiant about this. I can't say anything. I'm so far stretched from being right now that it ain't even funny. That's a fact because, I'm not, I wasn't born and raised here, man. I'm not a Filipino, I don't got that advantage. In your opinion, how does this tie into the digital nomad visa? I don't know, man. That might affect it too. It's going to affect everybody in one way or another, man. I mean, it's bad enough on top of all this, tourism, you might argue on this. I don't know on the figures. I don't know the figures, but I've heard this too, that tourism has gone down a bit. I mean, they don't even list the Philippines in the top 10 or 12 countries to suggest a visit. I don't think they're even on that list up to 12 countries. I don't think they go beyond that. They might be 15 or 20 or something like that. Digital nomads get a 6-month visa. That's not fair. Well, I don't know if that's changed. They should have left it where, because it was convenient. It certainly was for me. Who wants to go back every 2 goddamn months? It's not just going there to do your visa. Maybe you live far away. Unless you want to do it online. I don't trust doing anything online. If you could do that, you still could. I don't know. Maybe you could. But to go all the way to Cebu, I'm never usually going to leave the next day, same day. Did I do that? I mean, you could. That means a lot of traveling, 100 miles to Cebu, 100 miles back, and all the transportation you have to go through. It's inconvenient. So every fucking 2 months, it costs you money. You might have to stay a night. That's going to cost you hotel money, food money, whatever. You're not thinking about that. But hey, man, I have absolutely no say in this matter at all, and neither does any of you. And people are going to continue to talk about this. This is becoming some really big talk on here. A lot of channels are now covering this because they know who they are and they need to have people on their camera. They do go out and they show their activities all the time. They like to, put their camera on their motorbike and go to the countryside and vlog on their motorcycle. They like meeting new people in towns and saying hello to people and asking them about their business and maybe just ask them some questions, how to get from here to there, or what's the good sights to see here. And you can't do that anymore? Well, look, let's look at it that way. This may be on paper, but it doesn't mean that the law officials are going to enforce this. They may have to do it a few times to show their chief and all that, hey, I'm doing my job, I'm doing what was said. It's also, it's in regards to enforcement of this law. That, I want to see what happens with that. It's one thing to have a law, but whether they enforce this law or not, that's a whole different ball game. I mean, right here, they don't want really people to smoke in my town, but I see people, and myself too, I do. I see people smoking all the time. Police don't give a shit. I've never been stopped for smoking. The only time I was in Bantayan how many years ago over at the port in Bantayan, where one guy has decided to make a little money in his pocket. He had a little office. He comes out with a little piece of cardboard. $1,000 fine. You're not supposed to smoke. I said, I don't know the law. I said, I'm new here. Gave a little bullshit. Okay, then I only charge you 500 pesos. Only. Only. You're very generous, man. You're a nice man. Didn't go into the drawer with the receipt. A cardboard receipt. It was ripped off a cardboard box. Not even a paper receipt. And they don't even do it on the damn passports anymore. They're giving you on a piece of paper. They don't have the decals anymore to put in there anymore when you travel. They can't afford it. What? What? I agree with you. It's definitely a negative effect on tourism. Well, they're going to find out. Because if they do enforce this, and I got to wait to see what happens with that, that ain't going to stop me in town. If I had to, that's not going to stop me here. And I tell you what, it ain't going to stop me if I'm Cebu either. You know? I'm the kind of guy that I almost did that one time, that my new thing was that if I'm good with money that day on me, you know, I'll play the game. If they say, well, I have to fine you $500 for smoking, no smoke here. No smoke here. I'm sounding more like Apache Indian. No smoke here. That's pretty close, actually. $500. 500 pesos. Well, I tell the guy, well, if it's going to cost me 500 pesos, man, you know goddamn well I'm going to finish that cigarette, sir. Then I'll just, catch me again. I'll take out another cigarette. I'll give him the 500. I know how much it costs for the pack. 160 or something. I know it sounds stupid, but I'd take out another cigarette in front of the guy. Here's another 5. I'll give you in advance. I might stay and smoke another cigarette. Here's another 5. Go home and go feed your family. Yeah, I heard that Philippines, Thailand has had the same law for a year. It looks like people there. It's going to be the same thing here. They're going to ignore it. But if it does really catch on, I mean, it's going to really affect. There's no doubt it's going to affect tourism. I already heard people saying on these talk shows on here. I already heard them saying that I'm not coming here. I was planning on making a trip there. That's one less person coming here, one less tourism money. And they add up how many it add up. That could really add up. That's how many tourism dollars is not going to be spent here. And also the airlines are going to lose too, that are coming to bring people to the Philippines. The airlines suffer. Local businesses are going to suffer. It has a domino effect. It ain't my fault. I have nothing to do with it. Don't blame me for that. You blame me for everything else. Don't blame me for that. It's a law that's just not going to work. It's just not going to be enforced. I don't care where they even smoking. That's just one example, but I mean, no smoking. You might have a business that comes out. No smoking in front of business, sir. Okay, sir. That's fine. It's in front of some guy's business. Be nice about it. Just go to the corner. Be a criminal. Shit, I went through that shit in Baguio, man. I sure did, and I did talk about it. Made you feel like a criminal to smoke. You gotta go find a dark alley. I'm such a criminal. I'm such a criminal. I'm drugging it. Well, yeah, I guess you are drugging it up. It is a drug, isn't it? It's not an illegal drug. But see, Baguio won't sell cigarettes. You remember I went through that? It was kind of a comedy of errors. But, we did just go right outside of the town, a little town, the 7-Eleven. You buy them right there. You just get out of Baguio. A lot of little towns outside of Baguio, that's all. That means a real big problem for you if you really need. What I didn't like is that I had to go in the dark corners with some young people say, hey, man, I need a fix. I need to get well. Sound familiar with drug addicts, really? I mean, real drug addicts, not nicotine, my friends. I gotta get well again. I need a fix. Oh, who just started right there? Oh, don't catch on, Frank. Oh, that could be dangerous, man. Oh, who's that remind you of? Oh my God, Magnum. But yeah, that was my experience in good old Baguio, man. Here's the thing about Baguio. They got so much pollution there. What the fart does it matter whether you're going to light up a smoke? I'd understand with the pine forest and shit there. Yeah, that could be a big problem, man. If you're smoking, it's a dry season or something. I could understand that part. But in the city somewhere, I mean, come on, get real. I was at the mall over there in Baguio. It was an SM. It's a nice mall. No air conditioning. They don't need it. They save a lot of money that way. And I was out on the terraces, and I'd have to, be eating, we're having dinner there or something. I'd have to go to the far end where there was a trash can and kind of hide behind it, like some fucking criminal. Yeah. Philippines says the 3 years, the biggie was YouTubers reporting and paying taxes on their own earnings. What's the deal with that now? There was something to that. They're not reporting anything, these guys. Are you kidding me? They're not either here at BIR or America or whatever. They're not reporting anything, man. Hell no. Some of these people don't report their income on here. But I'll tell you what, whatever the requirements are, if you're supposed to pay, you're making some buku money with a successful channel. Do you really want to take the chance of actually doing that and lose everything? Remember Fazio used to do? He'd go to BIR just to get one of these receipts that you wait in line for, Fazio never had a Bureau of Internal Revenue account. He never did. He never paid on the... he never paid on what he made on his show. He just went there and he showed his audience this little thing, BIR. And he didn't show anything filled out or any follow-up on it, stamped and everything. He never did that. He never paid. Nobody pays that shit, man. 30 people. Can I see him right now? That's got to be 20. 30 people here. Wow. Well, yeah, it is a definite topic matter here because everyone's going to be affected. All your favorite trolls, Big E, all these people. Well, if they're in Thailand, they're not supposed to do that either. But obviously, they don't give a shit because the people have been on the street with their cameras, and apparently the police don't give a shit. So in one sense, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, what are the odds that a police officer's going to... Well, my odds probably would be bad. I've always had bad luck with certain things, but I'm the only person that was fined for smoking. When there were other people smoking around, but I was a white face, I figured I had money, and goddamn well it went into the goddamn guy's pocket. It wasn't even a police officer. It was a port guy, but he was like, it was all bullshit, Nah, nobody's going to listen to that shit. But I'm sure there's a big concern about it because certain people's shows are very dependent. And then you got to have to hold that over their shoulders, man. Thinking all the time that they're going to get fined. And they're out, filming all the time. How many times can they afford to get fined? It's something you got to think about. I mean, they could enforce this, And they could be very strong on this law because of what happened with Vitali embarrassing the Philippines and all that shit. And, they may just do that. They may just actually turn around and do something they say and enforce some of their laws. Time will tell. But I guess if you're really serious about being a vlogger, or maybe you were thinking about being one, perhaps, then maybe it's time for a little bit of thinking and rethinking what you want to do. What you gonna do when the law gets you?
No, I mean, I don't think it's fair. Just because of the blunder of a couple of people that were doing this shit, man, you know? That everybody else has to suffer for that. But I don't know, it may clean things up a little bit for all I know. It could clean things up, I don't know. There could be some benefit to this to some people, maybe not, I don't know. Time will tell with that, but, you know, nothing's written in stone as far as people cooperating with certain laws. It's one thing to write a law, but, you know, nobody does their job. You know, you go into a mall, they're not even checking your bag. And most white people, to be honest, you've seen it, they're not checking their bags. You can walk into a mall and they just go to the motion with their little wand. Okay. They're not looking. You could bring something that is not very righteous in your bag into a mall, and they would not even know it. Something very unrighteous in their possession. Ooh, what do we got here? We got beef and red peppers and onions. Is that for me, dear?
All.
Well, for everybody, I'm not even home. I read there was a new 911 in the Philippines, and they urge you to use it to report bullying. For bullying? Not about that. For bullying. You made mash with that too? You are a blessing, my girl. She's a saint. I'm putting her up for saint. I don't care what you think. She's up for sainthood as far as I'm concerned. I love having little meat with mashed potatoes, man. It's my favorite. Damn. Nothing fancy tonight, but in fact, I did buy a steak, but not for today. Tell you what I spent. I went in a little local store here and I bought a can of kidney beans I like to have around, right? Beans was 140 pesos. Yeah. But then, you know, we went to some other stores and there's like no way in the world. There is no way in the world to come out of a store without spending at least a couple of thousand pesos, and you didn't buy shit. You maybe bought a little milk or cereal for the kids or something, an extra roll of toilet paper or two. You didn't really spend much. You know, you just really didn't spend much. And, you know, you can't walk out of there. Oh, and green beans, too. You can't walk out of there without spending at least a couple of... That's, you know, that's like $38 just to walk into a store. It's just to get a few small supplies. Nah, she ain't tenderizing it. Nah. This is an impromptu meal. We haven't had these big chunks of beef. She defrosted and she's cooked it up with some onion and some little bit of red bell pepper and some onion in there, whatever. Throw in a little mash, which is, of course, you know, my favorite meat. I have to tell you that. I'm very particular, though. You see this piece of meat here? All the fat on the end. You think I'm gonna eat that? No. No. I'm not. Give it to the cat. Right to my arteries. What now? Who there now? Oh, he's back home. A little respect for the kid. He just came home from school. Does the honor thing, grabs my hand to his head. I'll tell you, Filipinos, the best. The best. How about Mike's retirement? Crying about not getting the senior. I know, how fucking petty. No. The only advantage I take with that is in mercury drugs and usually in Cebu. But you get a senior card, and they're not going to give you a discount. They just get you in the senior line. That's all it does. That's all I ever, you know. Nah. That's about it, really, for me. Although, I don't know. I'm trying to remember with the hospital. I remember like one place I did get a little bit of a discount. Or one of the labs I went to. I think so one time. I don't know, that Mike's Philippines retirement. I'll tell you what. You know, I know I come on here a lot, okay? I get it. But this guy comes on, it's about every day himself. And you're right, he's always crying about something. Him and his wife Janet, like she's some fucking gem. I'd say he was the best, one of the better looking chicks that, she's not on YouTube though. I'm not gonna give you this guy's channel name, but there's a local blogger in my town. His channel's fairly new. He's gonna be getting married. His girlfriend's pretty good looking. She's the best looking woman I've seen on YouTube. Well, okay, wait. There's another child. And this, what is he? He's a British guy, and I guess she's British. Not 8 miles from home. This couple, they always visiting the Philippines and Southeast Asia. And they were big with dogs, you know, they done some really cool shit, you know. But his wife, I guess she wants to be discovered or something, you know. They managed to get an extra, some movie that they were filming out there, set for Hollywood. Boy, were they excited about that. This chick, let me tell you, she's not bad looking. She's sort of kind of a looker. But she wears this pearl type necklace every day. Whether she's hiking or in the water, whatever. She's got her eyelashes all, you know, duded out. Makeup and everything. She could be hiking in a sweaty forest, but you put this chick in front of the cameraman, you put this chick in front of a camera, and she's like off. She's like out there. I even commented. Never answered. Why do you gotta wear this pearl necklace all the time? It's like she's dressed up to go somewhere, even in a fucking forest. Or a long sweaty hike. Or whatever it is. The makeup. Very obvious, everything done to her eyes. Eyelash extenders, mascara. Even the fucking Philippines, man. It's sweaty as shit here. It's like I want to be discovered. I want to be discovered by a Hollywood producer. Now, her husband, kind of the same thing, except for the eyelashes, but he likes to work out. Cool. All right. But he's like that other guy with Dexel, Jim and Dexel. You know, he works out. But this guy, I mean, they're like the perfect couple, really, when you think about it. The guy I'm talking about and his wife. Oh, Santini. Something in Santini, whatever. Can't remember the total name of the show. But he's a show-off. Well, he's doing pull-ups or doing some exercise and always without his shirt and trying to show people, look at me, look at me, look at me. I'm a special. But they're made for each other. They want to go Hollywood. And they figured, well, let's do YouTube. Maybe some producer, a director will see us. Well, the closest thing they got to that was there's a movie about the Philippines being figured. And they got to be an extra in there somewhere in the background somewhere. So excited about it. They call it their debut in Hollywood. hey man, I had my name on a movie, but I didn't go to Hollywood with this. I made a small contribution to a movie, but it doesn't make me some big movie star. Oh, this is good stuff. Well, I'm trying to get used to the new arrangement in my living room. I think I actually do like it better this way. Time for change sometimes, The way we got it set up. Damn, I could eat all of this. Whose meal is this? Hope she made more beef. Let me see. All right, she did. Oh, thank goodness for that. No, Ginger. If you didn't eat, we'll feed you in a minute. Oh, the cats, the minute we do any type of cooking out, they're all out there crying. I kind of wonder if they're doing their natural hunting. Because some of them look kind of skinny. More thumbs up, folks. Come on. Get the thumbs up. Come sec. And they're right there. Their sense of smell is remarkable. They know when we're cooking something. They're right there near my door in the back. And I really wish they wouldn't do that because if my dogs are out, that might be a little disastrous for them. Has been proven in the past. Damn. I guess I really am a meat and potato guy. Well, this is the Philippines, I think. I think everybody's going to be affected by this law. We're going to be a lot more self-conscious about it. Nobody wants to get fined or anything like that. But I think the success of their channel, well, I don't know, man. Because, there's always somebody that's going to report you, right? There's always somebody going to report you, man. You got to think about that. Oh, I got a great opportunity here. They're filming outside. They shouldn't be doing that. They're photographing people. And I've seen their show. They didn't blur out anybody's faces. That gives all these people something else to think about, I guess. And I did do my cabinet today, right there. And the inside too. I didn't do the others here. I'm leaving. I'm going to sustain them. I did this. I did a cabinet in the bedroom. Yeah, guys, I do keep busy. Actually. Believe it or not, I do things around here. I do things to occupy my time. Otherwise, I'd be hanging by a rope. And that's a fact. I don't know if I go that far, but what's up, Ginger? You didn't eat yet? Are you just waiting to eat? Not the cortisone I spend on this dog for cortisone for her skin. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Welcome, my friends, to the Philippines, a land of opportunity. Women everywhere. Right there, right over there. Another one there. Half you guys don't know what the fuck you're doing when you come here. You have too much expectations, I think. I think you gotta come here. Oh, 2%. Oh my goodness. I think you gotta come here, kick the tires a little bit. That's what you gotta do. Kick the tires and see how you like it. Spend some time. It's not that hard to do. Respect the laws.
Don't rape any children. When you meet a Filipino, ask for her ID and see what her age is. And see if she's legit in more ways than one. Not just her ID. Get to know what she's all about before you go gung-ho. Head first. I would advise that. I kind of went in that direction. Didn't do me any good, I'll tell you that when I did. Oh, you sound like Barry. I'm going to have to get to a charger pretty soon here. Well, maybe it's just time to get off. Well, there you go. It's the talk of the town. People, loggers are concerned. The Philippines is burying itself. Do you blame tourists not to want to come here? If you can't legally be photographing the culture and the people and the friendly faces that the Philippines is known to be, the wonderful people, and you can't videotape them without blurring them out, there could be 1,000 people on the street. You're going to sit there and you do a show and you're going to put a blur effect on every face in there? Come on, man, it's not realistic. It's not realistic. Oh, well, like I said, I don't make the laws. Tourism goes down, people suffer. The Filipinos do it themselves. I mean, it applies to them too. It's applied to other Filipinos. It's not just, expats that come here. It applies to them too. And come on, when's a Filipino not photographing a family or an outing or something? You know they are. You know they will. Well, it gives people something to talk about, I guess, because I'm hearing it on a lot of shows now. It's a big issue, apparently. If you're depending on that revenue, you got to go through all that rigmarole to put a show out. It's not worth it. I'm not that much out and about a lot. It really don't really affect me very much. And we know the police here anyway. They wouldn't say shit. They wouldn't say shit to me. They'd walk right by me. Yeah, we know a lot of people here. It's true. And we know a lot of them too. Yeah, she's got the meat in there.
Yeah.
We actually bought some avocados today. Oh, the cats are just sounding off like crazy. Like freaking crazy. She always makes the potatoes for me because they eat the rice. I eat the potatoes. Well, I think we're about to lose power here, guys. So it might be a good time to get off. What do you think? Okay, well, you people are on your own with this one, man. If you're here in the Philippines and you want to go out in the streets, do a little street reportage, as I used to call it when I used to hit the streets of Manhattan, all over New York, and photograph people at events. It's called reportage, is what we called it. Well, there was never a problem back then. But you also have to use a little bit of courtesy. Whether there's a law or not, maybe some people don't want to be videotaped. And you shouldn't include them on your videos, nor should you use them on your thumbnail. As I said, YouTube is starting to get involved with this shit now. We'll watch if they really enforce this shit. YouTube is going to catch people putting pictures of other people on there in their thumbnails and stuff. Oh well, it is what it is. With that being said, I'm going to finish up here. Okay, already got a thumbs up without even showing that somebody was there. That's a good sign. There goes the siren going off here. Hot weather certainly affecting the U.S. East Coast. Temperatures of around 100, 101, according where you are. And with the humidity, they're having a hard time. India has been extra hot. And, you know, their population, and a lot of people had heat strokes. Big Kevin, very, very close to having a heat stroke. He got lucky this time. India, they're dropping like flies with heat strokes. And you know, New York City and the boroughs and everything around there. And the Northeast has been hitting up Washington and various places out there have been hit pretty hard. Temperature is expected to level a bit. But and I do remember the New York hot weather. And if you're in the city with all the big concrete buildings and everything, it was even hotter because it just kind of absorbed all that heat. So they're having a hard time. And, you know, I live with this every single day here. Live with this every single day, the heat. I'm a little acclimated to a degree. But it has been just hanging in the air. You could just feel it, man. You know, I feel very privileged that I could have an air conditioner in my living room and in my bedroom because once you leave that room and you walk to the rest of the house, it's not air conditioned. You just feel it right away. Eats you up. You know, you feel a lot of the humidity, and it just hits you. And we've been having a lot of rain this season here, and it kind of cools things off a little bit, and some of the cloudiness, you know, that goes along with it. And that's kind of a brief remedy for the weather when it does come. But I've experienced days out here since I've lived when it was kind of stormy and the wind was blowing, and I actually needed a jacket right on, right here at ocean level. I remember the time we had to put jackets on. It was that the rain was cold. There was a pretty stiff wind, and man, it was chilly. The only other time I experienced chilliness was when I went to Baguio, whether it was early in the morning or toward evening, when it really got very chilly out, and actually had to wear a jacket. So that was something different that I haven't experienced for a long time. I don't miss the snow. I will tell you that. I don't miss the snow. I don't miss that at all, really. Even when I used to have it, I didn't like it, whether it was New York or whether it was over in the Seattle region. It was not welcome after like 14 inches in Seattle. I remember that time, maybe more. Couldn't even get my four-wheel drive out of the driveway. Nevertheless, once I got it out, to get it up the incline that leads to the next street level, which then has an incline that leads to the main road, which that main road to go up the Safeway, you know, the shopping, is at an incline, and it was snow and ice. And no, I don't miss those days. I don't really miss them at all. But in the news, yeah, in the news, heat wave hitting different states in the US of A, and they're being hit pretty hard. And they have, unlike other places, they do have cooling stations that are kind of, they're kind of scattered around. It is possible for the elderly to get to a cooling station. I'll tell you what, I remember taking the subways eons of time ago in the hot summer, and I remember passing Harlem. Well, Harlem is kind of built up these days, but the tenements, you know, they lived in these buildings that looked like, you know, Europe after Germany bombed them, you know. And these buildings are right near the railroad track, and the bed probably vibrates. The windows open if they're lucky enough to have a fan. I don't know how they did it. I don't know how anybody does it, but at least even a fan, if you think about it. It just blows the hot air around. That's what a fan does, but it's better than nothing. You got to wet yourself down and put the fan on. And if you're really feeling a lot of bad heat, just try to get cold water under your arms, on your wrists, on your feet, and splash down your face. You could take a little spray bottle with you and you could chill it up before you go out. Could be like, any kind of little spray bottle. And you could heat that, you could cool that off in the freezer for a while and take that with you. In emergency, that could, I don't know, I guess probably save your life. I don't know. But yeah, remember, we're close to the equator over here in the Philippines. It's like this all the time. And since, it's, how many years has it been? I think the temperature's gone up in the Philippines by 2 degrees, or throughout the world maybe, by 2 degrees. And I forgot what the date was on this, going back. But there's for those that don't believe in, climate change, I don't know what it's going to take to make you believe that it's really happening. And so all these gases, it's carbon monoxide, the car emissions and everything else, and other pollution, and so forth, and it's not going to get better. It's just not going to get better. Face the reality about where we live. It's not going to get better. People are not doing enough for the environment. That's just a fact. They want to go about their everyday business, get laid, go to work, whatever they got to do, go out and party. Meanwhile, the earth is falling apart. Oh, well, then they go out and have children, and they want to expose these children to this kind of a future. Really? I mean, really? What kind of responsible parenting is that? All right, sweetie. I'm just doing a shorty here. All right. Got my lovely, lovely lady.
Yeah.
Oh, don't throw a kiss at me. Give me a real kiss. Yeah. There you go. Right on. Got to tuck her in a little bit here. Yeah. But hey, having an AC in the room, I don't set it high, man. 27 in my room, and I got my ceiling fan on too, and I got it on medium. And that does the trick. You don't need to get it down to like 18 centigrade or something. That's ridiculous. You don't want to go that low anyway. The elements in there, I don't know, they freeze over or something. I don't know, it causes problems, But thank goodness we live in a modern day. We have something called air conditioners, and we got actually freezers to store food and refrigerator to cool food and keep it fresh. There was a time on this planet we did not have all those conveniences. I know it seems like it's always been there, hasn't, but it hasn't been. It wasn't that long ago. I remember being a kid and we actually had an ice box. Yeah. For our freezer stuff, I mean, we would have a block of ice delivered to us. Sometimes you're lucky you get the dry ice. And we had a distributor, anyway, right up the block, really. Guy would come over with a truck. He had this big claw-like tool. The guy must have been really strong. He'd be carrying these big blocks of ice into your house, put it in your refrigerator, freezer. Yeah, we had ice boxes and black and white TVs. Yeah, I go back that far. Yeah, I guess I do. Don't forget I was born in 54, So, do the math. And we didn't have everything back then. I do remember a period of time, though. I remember we had a ringer washing machine at one point. It's like a big tub that you wash your clothes in. It has a ringer on there when you want to, squeegee out your clothes, and, get all the water off it. I remember that. I remember a refrigerator. It was more of a rounder shape refrigerator. And they didn't really have any ice-free refrigerators then. So everything would ice up, and you have to go in there practically with a pickaxe, really, and take all this ice out of there. I remember that very clearly. Yeah. Yeah, times were hard compared to today. I certainly am leading a better life than my parents did, I can tell you that. There's no question about it. A lot better life. I only wish they did. But yeah, it is a lot better life I'm living. They've had um, they've had air conditioners. They weren't the best, of course, window mounted. We even had like a swamp cooler thing. I actually had that in my bedroom where I lived, just to look like a piece of furniture with vents on it, and with a fan in it, and basically you put some ice water in there if you had it, ice cubes, and if you didn't have it, you just put water in there. In fact, my aunt had that in Kingman, Arizona, until I actually bought her an air conditioner when nobody else in the family would, but I did. And that's just me, me and Frank. But yeah, it is true. I think they made a lot of sacrifices. We had fans that would like blow out the window, blow all the hot air out. It did what it did. But I remember growing up with all these hot summers. Oh, I certainly do. How could I forget them? I also remember some of the coldest winters we had. The wind and cold was biting at your ears. They got to the point they were stinging. Stinging. But Philippines is a choice you have to make to live in, and it's really not for everybody. But if you're not a person that really likes the hot weather, this certainly ain't going to be the place for you because it's year long. There's no real seasons here when you think about it. You might say hurricane season in certain months, and well, we have like you know monsoon or rain season, which is around now really. If I'm remembering right, I don't keep track on the calendar. See what months are. Well, we're having it now. I can tell you that it's been very wet weather. It's nice because it cleans things up a little bit and temporarily kind of cools things down too. But you don't ever come to the Philippines thinking that if you couldn't handle the heat and humidity where you came from, I'll probably guarantee you it's a lot worse out here. Now, let's see. Uh, there are Japan actually has cooler temperatures than Philippines. So maybe Japan, but it's a very expensive place to live. But Japan does get some a little bit cooler weather than here. So if you had to compare the Philippines and Japan, it would definitely be Japan, which will be coolest. I gotta do something for a minute if you guys want to hold on. Okay, we back here. How to do something kind of hygienic. Okay. All right. And it's what I like. I like kicking back and enjoying a cool room because I couldn't sleep otherwise if I had. Oh, that's what we forgot today. I knew I forgot something. Yeah. I need to get some gasoline for my little reserve tank here for my generator. Because out here, it doesn't take much for the electric to go off around here. They're always having some problem with their generators and so forth. The main generators that power the Bantayan Islands. As in many other places in the Philippines, very common. But yeah, I need to keep that shit around here. I would like to spare 1 hour. Believe me, when I say 1 hour. All it takes is turn the air conditioning off in certain rooms that you utilize a lot, and you'll see the difference in 15 minutes. It doesn't take much to have these air conditioned rooms feel like your hallway in the rest of the house, which is very warm. This is never insulated. There's no insulation in this house. That should have been something we should have did when we were kind of renovating the place when we bought it. That should have been something we did. Most houses are not. So you make your choice if you really want to live in Southeast Asia, and particularly the Philippines. Well, something you have to deal with. Some people are smarter than others. Generally, I am. Go out in the morning early when you want to take care of some chores, or go toward the end of the day when the sun starts setting and the temperature will, radically, well, not about radically, but it will cool down. Yeah. And you wonder why a lot of expats stick around the house and just basically go out when they got to do shopping or take care of something. That's pretty much the majority of the foreigners, what they do out here. I don't care. Never mind what you see of these 30-year-olds going out backpacking to find a waterfall, and they're trekking through shallow rivers and, jungle and this to go find a waterfall, and they find out it's just a trickle. I just was watching a show on that, actually. Santino and his wife, whatever her name is. She's the one that wears the pearl necklaces and got her eye makeup on and everything, no matter where she is. She's waiting to be discovered, I swear to God. He's just as much of a ham as she is. That's why they belong together. I like to tune into them because every single time she's got this pearl necklace, big old, probably faux jewelry, big old, and her eyelids, she must have put that mascara or whatever on there and stretch, makes her eyes look longer, the hairs look longer, and she's all made up to go walk through the jungle, and I've never seen anything like it. Two of the biggest hams I think that's on here, this married couple. They really are. It's fun to watch because I don't know. I think she is waiting. She's discovered. Both of them, actually. I don't know where the hell they get the money to travel around like that. I brought that subject up too. Isn't it fun to be young and rich, or have your daddies take care of you so you could go travel around the world and feed all the doggies out there? Good for them. Not everybody's in that position. Nice to be if you want to retire somewhere. Retire early or just travel the world. Daddy's paying for it. Nothing wrong with that. Travel while you're young. This way you're not going to regret it like I did. I didn't travel all over the world. I regret it. I do. There are places I would have liked to see, but I just wouldn't bother doing it now, I'm kind of settled in where I'm at. Doesn't mean I can't, but, well, certainly the moment I can't, but certain situations going on, but I still wouldn't know where I'd want to go anyway. I don't know. I mean, Italy was something I thought about. Switzerland, very expensive to go to, though, but very beautiful. I don't know. There's a lot of beautiful countries out there, but I wouldn't go to France. No interest in that. Greece, if I want some good souvlaki or gyros or something, but I don't have to go all the way to Greece to get that. So where do you go? Sometimes you got to plan things out a little bit better, you know. We don't all do that. Then we have regrets later on. Oh, I wish I would have went here. Wish I would have went there. Well, as I said, if you're like really big into traveling and all the hassle, I mean, once you're in Europe, it's an easy thing though. They got these train systems take you all these European countries. It's no big deal. You go from England to France to you name it to Germany, whatever. You know, you could just get around on a rail system out there instead of making flights to each country. And it's one thing good about Europe, I guess. Okay, that's all I have to say. I have to wind down for the night. We are going through some crappy, warm, humid weather. As I always say, welcome to the Philippines, but we're not the only ones. Oh, the highest recorded temperature was in, I don't know, somewhere in the United Arab Republics. Where was that? Over there, where they've reached a summer thing of over 51 or more degrees centigrade. I understand there are cooler places out there too. You can go. I never heard. I don't know. They have mountains there. I guess they do. Never been there. But most of these people, the Arabs, they go from an air-conditioned car into an air-conditioned office, and a lot of people don't really walk around in that kind of heat over there. But if that's your choice to live in that kind of a climate, that wouldn't be for me. Ed Savino's back. Cayman Islands are nice. No, I've never been to Cayman. No. I think a lot of these, a lot of the, say, Caribbean or Caribbean, and people pronounce it differently. I don't know. But there's a lot of these places that don't really have like mountain ranges, and ocean's pretty flat, and I don't know, the whole seascape landscape thing over there. They have some pretty beaches I've seen in pictures and videos, but you know, I don't think that I wouldn't want to visit Jamaica, a place like that. I wouldn't want to go to Puerto Rico. I wouldn't want to go to I don't know, most of these Caribbean islands. I don't know. What are you going there for? Beach. Everything, the denominator is the beach. Face it. It's the beach. No matter where you go, it's the beach. It's the beach. Well, some people are actually interested in the culture of these countries. They want to experience it. They want to blend into it. They want to eat their cuisine, eat their food, experience what it's like to live there. What it'd be like. And some of these towns are so old in Europe. I mean, it's just so beautiful. Some of the old buildings are still up there and they're habitable, you know. They got some flats in their apartments, and then all the castles. I love castles. Scotland's got a lot of castles, of course, England. Those are the things I'd like to see. That's the kind of stuff that interests me. To walk into these old castles. And by the way, like I said, a while back on one of my shows, and during medieval times, it was no picnic for anybody. Never mind the glamour and stuff you see on TV movies, you know, the medieval times and how kings and queens were eating great, and you know, everybody was squeaky clean, and it was horrible. I seen a video that talked about just that. No refrigeration. When they ate meat, sometimes they'd have fucking maggots on it. They didn't keep fresh by the time they got the meat delivered to them. And unless you lived near the ocean, you'd have fresh fish, and that was a good thing. But the slop that they ate every night was some kind of slop made out of flour and vegetables or something. They were not eating like you might see in the movies, with this big old turkey or something on the table, and the king's got this big old drumstick the size of a gorilla in his hands. He's chomping on it. It was not like that. Not from that interesting video I seen that went into the history, especially during medieval times. It was not pretty. There was a lot of disease. People were getting sick off their foods. There's no refrigeration. And they weren't eating like kings either. The other question is, how do you feed an empire? They had these kingdoms, Any of you want to go back to the Mayans and all these people, all the people that lived around that time, how did they feed all the people? Well, they had to grow crops. They had to have make these, what do you call them, cisterns to collect water. If they got polluted somehow, everybody be getting sick or dying. There was diphtheria around. There was all kinds of disease. They didn't live a very long time. That's why they got married at a young age and had babies, because they just did not live long. 45 would be a good age. If you live beyond 45, you're doing pretty damn good. Anyway, I don't want to get into philosophy, and I don't want to get into, history and geography and all that stuff. I'm going to wind down for the night, enjoy my nice cool room. And I thought I'd just come on, do a little quickie on here. Yeah, it is real hot. Real hot. And I just don't see how a lot of people go without an air conditioner. I just really don't. Sometimes you have to. Either can't afford to buy the air conditioner, or you just can't afford to pay the bill. The electric bill, it goes along with using air conditioners. That's just the way it is. It's a trade-off. Sure, fans are better than nothing. I'd rather lay in bed with a powerful fan blowing on me than not to have one at all, nevertheless an air conditioner. I do talk about the weather quite a bit because you're living within the weather of the Philippines here. It's pretty drastic at any given time. People drop it like fries, man. Fries, too. Well, anyway, I'm going to get off. Thanks for listening anyway. At least we had one person make a comment on here. Thanks for commenting anyway. Now we just got to deal with our own issues here in the Philippines with the visa stuff and all these terrible changes going on and not being able to videotape people without either permission or blurring their faces. It's just everything is blowing up out here. Philippines is not at its height of tourism. They still say that the tourism is really good out here. I don't know where I heard that recently, but I'm thinking it's quite the opposite. Too many laws, too many rules. People are afraid to come here. And if they ever came here and they experienced a blackout, they couldn't even use an ATM or nothing. Believe me, when they went home to whatever country they came from, they didn't have anything good to say about the Philippines and by their experience. Always carry some money outside of your ATM expectations. But when the electric goes down, if something bad is going on, ATMs are not going to work. Have some hidden money around for emergency. Because if you got a big old storm, your electric could be down for 3 months, which means that the ATMs would likely be down. If you don't have the extra money to pay your hotel, they're going to be giving you shit. Even though they understand the situation, what's going on, they want to be paid too. That's happened to a lot of people. They expect everything to be perfect, the machine to be running all the time, and that's just simply not the case. All right, I got to go, man. Laters. I got to go, man. Laters.